girl, a wonderful girl, I'm the sweetest one in town. Can search for miles around, and no one like me can be found. I've got a smile, a wonderful smile, in a certain little way. Every time the boys get near me, they look at me and say, red hot mama, you're the one we need. Red hot mama, some charmer, yes indeed. They say that I should be in the follies, hot tamales. Say that I got a pair of eyes just like old Svengalis. I confess that I possess the sweetest charms in town, and unless I miss my guess, the boys all follow me around. I could make a music master drop his fiddle, make a bald-headed man part his hair in the middle. I'm a red hot mama, but I'll have to turn my temper down. I'm the sweetest one in town. You can search for miles around, and no one like me can be found. I've got a smile, a beautiful smile, in a certain little way. Every time the boys get near me, they look at me and say, red hot mama, I'm the one you need. Red hot mama, some charmer, yes indeed. They say that I should be in the follies, hot tamales. They say that I got a pair of eyes just like old Svengali. I confess that I possess the sweetest charms in town, and unless I miss my guess, the boys will follow me around. I could make a Texas farmer forget his hay, make the devil throw his fork away. A red hot mama, but I'll have to turn my temper down. I'll have to turn my temper down. I'll have to turn my temper down. I'll have to turn my temper down.
Good morning, and good morning. How are you today, Hank?
Still in the process of waking my ass up.
I think that's all of us. It's day 6 of Karen Reid coverage. It's weird. Law and Crime usually has something going on by now, and they're not even starting for 4 minutes, or 3 minutes, it looks like. So I wonder what's going on. They were scheduled to start on time today, and...
Well, 3 minutes is on time.
Yeah, but Law and Crime usually is up a half an hour beforehand with advertising or whatever, so... I don't know. How's everybody inside chat this morning? It was a long one last night. If you're looking for something to do until we get going, we did post the newscast about 8:15 Eastern. 25 minutes of your favorite pants. Another long broadcast, and we go over the Lane Myers experience. Have you experienced Lane Myers, Hank?
Not in the last, besides getting the brief on yesterday's. I haven't watched the trial yet, or listened to the trial yet.
Can anyone else not hear me? Put a 1 in chat, give me a 5x5 if you can hear me.
What? Can you not hear me?
No, they can hear me, but they're saying they can't hear. Mrs. Tom says she can't hear me. Pat says I sound fine, so there we go. I don't know.
Okay. I hear you fine.
Okay, as long as you can hear me. I was yesterday going live for the Lane Myers. I was trapped under the desk trying to rearrange the USB cables for the microphone and the headphones and all that, because the cat keeps knocking them around. So I was changing them from the USB on the computer to the port over on the other side of the computer, or the hub on the other side of the computer, and totally forgot what was going on. And of course I had cats trying to jump on me the whole time. So there you go.
Could have been catastrophic.
Ouch. Ouch. Good one. For those who tuned in, Lane Meyer's experience, no new motions as of this morning. He had promised to put motions out there, but probably will flood us with motions later today now that he's his own attorney. And both cases are now one case.
I give it less than a week before the judge says, nope, you can't be your own attorney because you can't act right.
Well, the next hearing is in 2 weeks. And after yesterday, I could it felt like the judge was maybe having second thoughts because it was so hard to keep him under control. And he just won't shut up.
Yeah, if he acts the same, just my feelings from what I heard. I haven't listened to yesterday's case yet, but from what I've heard and previous warnings by the judge, I don't think he's got another if he acts the same way next time, he might get his ability to self-represent yanked back.
Well, that's one of the reasons why the judge appointed or is appointing the second advisory council now that Parvin is gone. Let's go to court TV.
Yeah, and it seems like he actually had a chance to at least get some change to the. I don't think he had a chance of getting off completely because it's Lane Myers, but
right,
make an impact on other cases.
Yeah, had they done the appeal with that law that, I mean, Parvin thinks is unconstitutional, honestly, it would have been a big change for the entire state if that was picked up, and actually a lot of folks are in jail for those very charges. So they could have had a positive impact on the community.
Yeah.
And according to Judy, Parvin himself believes in trying to get that law changed. And
yeah,
that's what they discussed in their few minutes of talking yesterday.
I mean, he would stand a lot better chance if his actions were taken, if the person he was harassing was actually responsible for a political figure that was responsible for what he's upset about. But he's going after somebody's spouse just because they happen to be what he perceives as a public servant because she works for a state university.
And people tend to forget what this all was about. Her husband was prosecuting him, and he was demanding she put pressure on her husband to drop the charges against him. So he was, it was kind of legally dubious to begin with, let alone make a free speech claim out of it when he's literally, I don't mean you any harm, but just like yesterday he said to the judge, I don't mean this as a threat, but, and then said he was filing to have the judge replaced. And the judge was not intimidated at all, but still.
Is the judge thinking, yes, please, I've had enough of this shit?
I think Metcalf is qualified, is one of the few people qualified to put up with Lane and his antics. And
is it just me, or does he sound like a fucking therapist? Excuse my French.
He does. Or the dad from Family Ties is what I keep thinking. The old TV show Family Ties. He's got that tone.
Yeah.
You know, oh, well, okay, but this is what's going to happen. You know, Lane, if you get rid of me, you're going to just have to start over with someone new. Sport, that may not be what you want. You're like, okay. Just, we're going to give a huge shout out to Griffey. The first sidebar today will be dedicated to Griffey, who is staying up late to watch our coverage. Griffey says that if he is holding the dislike button down until such a time as we give in to his demands. So Griffey, yes, we do negotiate with Australian terrorists, and there you go. You have a shout out. A big shout out. So he did not dislike us. But yeah, Lane is going to be interesting. He did tell, I did like how he told the judge, oh, I proposed a settlement and she didn't take it, with leaving out the part where his settlement was, let me out now and you can sue me and I'll maybe take the videos down at some point, but not today. So, yeah. And then Karen Reed, the voir dire was over yesterday afternoon. I don't know if we'll have a ruling on the ARCA experts or not. What I saw that, well, it still troubles me about the ARCA folks is that they didn't do any tests with like a body or ballistics gel or anything like that. The one who testified yesterday for most of the time made a potato cannon to simulate what he thought happened between John O'Keefe and the car.
Well,
he didn't actually. Go ahead.
The main the one that they had on the longest, my problem with him was he's obviously going out of his way to hide shit.
Right.
So,
and his wife is a member of the Free Karen Reed movement. She's been active in the Facebook groups. So there can be some perceived bias there as she's actively posting in support of this thing where he claims to be neutral on. It's just a bad look all around, even though it may not reflect on him. But like the second witness, they briefly had the second ARCA witness on who was like, yeah, I went to the party. Yeah, I was there. Yeah, I talked to them before testifying. You know, everything the first guy said, the second guy was like, no, I talked to them. I went to the party. Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't think the first guy helped the judge's decision, helped an outcome that they want from the judge.
Right. What do you think? What are your thoughts on actually getting them in?
Excuse me. From what I remember of the last trial, they really didn't. Their impact on the jury was just from speculation, more or less. They didn't really back their theories up with fact.
and they used the specter of the that they were the feds, that these witnesses were from the feds investigation, and that the feds could come in and act at any moment. They were there as a reminder that the U.S. attorney was involved in the case. And to me, that was their whole point of being there, was, well, the U.S. attorney thinks there's a case here.
Yeah, including keeping the billing going to the original contract with the government's contract number.
Right. And then turning around, turning around and then billing the defense for their travel expenses.
Yeah. And one thing that kept running through my head yesterday, my experience with government contracting, we were obligated, the companies I contracted with the government were obligated to maintain all communications that were contract related for like a 10-year period.
Right.
So they're deleting the text and all would have some pretty good penalties.
Yeah, that was a bit odd because in Massachusetts, it's come up that they were supposed to save those text messages for 7 years. And they were scoffed at by Alan Jackson and the rest of them on the defense. Oh, we just don't do that. It's routine that we get rid of these messages. And then on top of it, Alan Jackson is using Signal to talk to witnesses, which is encrypted, and you can't, those messages are gone forever.
Yeah.
Which
it just felt,
go ahead.
It just screams that they're trying to deceive. Open deception is not something I think is a good trait between a expert witness and
right. And there's the whole, why are you using that app specifically knowing that you're supposed to be recording all your communications? You know,
yeah.
It just gave me the opinion, it lessened my opinion of Alan Jackson. It couldn't really go any lower, but this was like, ew, that's slimy.
And it kind of lessens the impact that Alan Jackson has for admonishing the two officers for deleting or getting rid of their phones.
Right. Yeah, he'll be screaming fire and brimstone with those two. But for this, it happens all the time. We use Signal. It's just convenient.
I mean, Signal is a good choice, I would think, for between the attorney and the client, because helping protect the attorney-client privilege.
Right.
But I don't think that really I don't think that should be a thing with your witnesses.
Especially when the witnesses are claiming to be neutral.
Mm-hmm.
They're supposedly they would have worked with both sides. All this nonsense. So I'm not sure what the delay is, folks. Both Court TV and what do you call it, are not airing it yet.
You are unmuted.
Oh, here we go.
Dun dun dun.
We'll stick with Court TV today unless they have problems again. Get your sidebar predictions on the side chat before we get going. How many do you think today? We've got a full day today, Hank.
I'm going to go with 14 today. Can I be right 2 days in a row?
Griffey says 8 sidebars.
Court is now open. You may be seated.
Becca's in at 13.
Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. I do have to ask you those same 3 questions. Were you all able to follow the
That
instructions
says
and refrain
one.
from discussing this case
One
with anyone
sidebar.
since we left yesterday? Everyone said
Mrs.
yes.
Tom's
and
in
no
at 12.
independently. Were you also able to follow the instruction and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? Everyone said no or shook their head.
So
Before we
Thales
start,
in at 6.
At the end of the trial, when I give you
Serio's
your
in at
instructions,
7.
I'll explain to you what a stipulation is. But essentially, a stipulation really is just something, a fact that the lawyers agree to. So what the lawyers want me to tell you, what they agree with, is that last Friday, when we were on our view at 34 Fairview, you may have seen an object in the front lawn. It looked like a rock. If you saw that, please disregard it. They want you to know that that was not there on January 28th to January 29th, 2022. With that, could we have Mr. Whitten back, please?
What they're talking about is someone placed an object in the shape of a heart-ish. It was a rock with the Alberts written on it, and I think flowers and a smiley face or something like that. They were accusing the Alberts of placing it there when I believe they've sold that house.
All right, Mr. Lessie, you all set?
Yeah, they sold that house before the last trial.
Yeah.
May I approach?
Yes.
Which the defense is trying to use that as proof of the scandal.
Your Honor, if I may address the court. Mr. Brennan and I have agreed, as we did yesterday, to stipulate into evidence portions of Mr. Whiffin's March 2025 report. So if I could have it marked. Thank you.
Exhibit 43.
Thank you.
Oh.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Morning, Mr. Whiffin.
Good morning.
And welcome back.
Thank you.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Whiffen, I've just handed you, which is in evidence as Exhibit 43, and this is a portion of your March 2025 report. If you could just take a moment to look at it, and when you've had a fair opportunity to do that, I'd ask you to turn to page 28.
Who is this guy again?
And just if you
This
could,
is the
sir, just pick up your head and let me know when
expert.
you're ready to proceed.
Okay.
This is the one who was testifying all day yesterday before they went to the voir dire. Or voir dire.
Yeah, that voir dire is kind of throwing me off a little bit.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You ready, Mr. Whiffen?
I am.
Thank you. So what I'd like to
Internet
do
God,
is
she
to,
was not
with your honor's
very
permission, is to publish pages 28, 29, and 30, and start with page 28.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Wolf? And if you could enlarge the text down below as much as you can so the jury can see it. Thank you, Mr. Wolf. So, Mr. Whiffen, this summary section of your report is a summary of the location section that you wrote in your March 2025 report, correct?
That's correct.
And it states the location data on this device contains a vast number of records while traveling between 12/19/33 and 12/24/38. These records all have a high horizontal accuracy value as well as bearing and speed information which conforms to the streets being traveled. Next paragraph. The device arrived outside 34 Fairview at 12/24/38 where it remained static for about 30 seconds. Do you see that, sir?
I do, yes.
And did I read that correctly?
You did.
Did I read that correctly?
Sorry, yes, you did.
So at the end of it says, show the device moving west from the roadside towards the house. That's what you wrote, correct?
Correct.
I would like you to, Mr. Wilk, if we could switch back to the timeline of Mr. Whiffen that we had published yesterday in Deck 79. Mr. Whiffen, if you could please, we just read that portion of your report that says at 25:30 the device bearing shifts to a westerly direction as location records also show the device moving west from the roadside towards the house. Did you put that in your timeline?
I did not.
It's kind of important information, isn't it?
I believe with the declining accuracy, the value that those records provided was more limited.
But it was important enough for you to write it in your report, but you didn't put it in the timeline, correct?
Correct.
Now if you could continue on your report, page 29, Mr. Wolk, if we could put, and we're going to be flipping back and forth between the timeline in your report.
Okay.
If we could go to page 29, enlarge it, the text, so the jury is able to read it along with us. We're going to start from the top. So the next says, from the combination of device location and bearing, it does appear that the device started to move towards the house. However, since the bearing information appears to be based on the location records rather than the direction the device is facing, it is difficult to say with any degree of certainty if the device actually moved. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
So the first part is again a statement that the device has started to move toward the house. Now, if we could go to the next paragraph. This location data is immediately followed by 12 minutes of low accuracy records which offer no reliable location information. So I just want to make sure I've got the time period here. The 12 minutes is from 1225, correct?
Yes.
And
that's
so
correct.
1225 plus 12 is 1237. So the range we're talking about here is from 1225 through 1237, correct?
Correct.
Then, if we could go to, Mr. Wolk, please, back to the timeline, slide 82. So, I want to discuss with you the very entry, Health 123156, where you have the entry start of health event, 36 steps, 25 meters, and yesterday we agreed 25 meters is approximately 84 feet, correct?
Correct.
And that is what you have in the timeline. Let's understand what that means.
Sorry, we're switching over.
Graph
They're
at the top
clicking too
from
much.
the combination of the device. From the combination of device location and bearing, it does appear that the device started to move toward the house. However, since the bearing information appears based on the location records rather than the direction the device
Karen.
is facing, it is difficult to
Karen.
say with any degree of certainty if the device
Karen's in
actually
with
moved. So
17
you're talking about
sidebars.
difficulty saying with certainty, correct?
Correct.
But it is certainly possible that the device was at that location and was moving toward the house. That's possible, correct?
Based on location data, yes.
Now what I'd like to do, please, is to go, stay on that report, and the third paragraph says, the reason for such low accuracy location data at this time is not known, as there are many possible reasons why the accuracy was reduced. There's a little grammar issue there, but
Correct.
in fairness to you, sir, we do that when we write long reports. But I think that your intention here is, you know, why the accuracy is reduced at
Was
this
reduced,
point,
yes.
correct?
Correct.
Thank you. This could include reasons such as the device entered a building covered area, the result of weather conditions, geography, poor connectivity, or interference, to name a few. So those are the reasons you gave, which could contribute to some low accuracy, correct?
Correct.
And interesting, the very first reason you gave is that the device could be entering a building or covered area. And that phraseology could include a house, correct?
Correct.
It could include a garage attached to the house, correct?
Correct.
And it could include the house at 34 Fairview, and it could include the garage attached to the house at 34 Fairview, because both of those are buildings or covered areas, correct?
Correct.
Then you go on in the next paragraph to say it is known that the device was not being used at this time, and is this time that include that 1237, 12-minute range, 1225 to 1237?
Yes, it was not being used for location purposes.
So that's another reason why, right, the accuracy could be a little bit on the lower side.
Correct.
Now, the next paragraph says, at 12:38:13, when the device begins recording higher, and that's relative to what it was recording before. It's not that it's high, but it's higher than what it was just moments before.
Correct.
The data centers on a location slightly closer to the house than the roadside. Although several records show the same center coordinate with differing accuracy radii, some of these location records are shown in the map below in white. So let's go down and look at what you had in your report for the area in white. In the area in white that you're referring to, there are two white circles, the largest one there. This, in fact, was a depiction that you included in your report on page 29, correct?
Correct.
Interesting and notable, you did not include that depiction in your timeline that you discussed with the jury yesterday, did you?
I did not know.
But it was important enough for you to put that depiction in your report, correct?
Correct.
And notably, the larger white circle covers a substantial amount of the house at 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
So, given your testimony on direct yesterday with Attorney Brennan, the phone of John O'Keefe, according to this depiction, could be anywhere within the largest white circle, correct?
Correct.
And this depiction was not offered by you or the Commonwealth in your presentation to the jury yesterday, correct?
Correct. Not in the PowerPoint.
Now, if we could go back, Mr. Wolk, to page 29 of your report, into the text, and if we can enlarge the text just a little bit, please, for the jury, Mr. Wolk. So, the paragraph that begins with at 12:38:13, when the device begins recording higher accuracy information. Again, the data centers on a location slightly closer to the house than the roadside, although several records show the same center coordinate with differing accuracy radii. Some of these location records are shown on the map in white below. And I repeated that just to tether, to connect this part of the text to that diagram with the big white circle. Have I done that correctly?
Yes, correct.
Thank you, sir. The next paragraph. Over the next few hours, the GPS coordinate and the associated accuracy radius jumps around numerous times between the house and the road. Did I read that correctly?
Correct.
And therefore, over the next few hours, according to your report, the phone of John O'Keefe could be in the house, correct?
Based on the low accuracy information, yes.
The answer is yes.
Yes.
The next paragraph. Well, we'll stop there for a moment, and I would like to, Mr. Wolf, go down, scroll please, to that diagram that's right below that text again. Yesterday, you discussed the Waze application with Attorney Brennan, correct?
Correct.
And you stated that Waze location data is more accurate than the data that comes from the Apple apps like health data and location, correct?
Incorrect, no.
I'm sorry, is Waze location data, in your view, accurate location data?
There isn't really a thing such as Waze location data.
I'm having trouble hearing.
Waze location data doesn't really exist. Waze is requesting location data from location services, and location services would respond with high accuracy information.
Okay, I appreciate that correction. So, when someone is using a Waze application, is the information they get through that Waze app accurate?
It tries to be accurate, yes.
And as a general matter, is the Waze application more accurate than the Apple information regarding location?
It's the same thing.
It's the same thing because it's coming essentially from the same source, correct?
Yes, Apple provides that information to Waze.
Right. So you had testified yesterday that at a certain point, the Waze application ceased functioning, correct?
Correct.
But just because it ceased functioning, the Waze, the Apple applications were still taking effect, and that's why you could make this depiction on this item that is on the screen now, correct?
Correct.
If we could, Mr. Wolk, go to page 30. What I'd like to highlight, please, is the text. So if we can enlarge it up at the top. So you then state, while location data from this data source, cache SQLite, is usually able to identify the location of the device with a high degree of accuracy and reliability, these records are so close that making a distinction between the device's actual location on the front garden is impossible, correct?
Correct.
Your words, impossible.
Correct.
Did you provide any of the information in that paragraph in your timeline or to the jury in your direct testimony yesterday?
Not in the PowerPoint, no.
Next paragraph. If the location records are limited to just the records between 0025, which is 12:25, and 6 a.m. and with an accuracy radius of 10 meters or less, there are 46 records, all of which fall within the red circle shown below. Go ahead, Mr. Wolk, if you could scroll down. And that is the only depiction there that you included in your timeline yesterday, correct?
Correct.
So you took one of two depictions in your summary of the location, this one, in terms of your timeline presentation, correct?
Correct.
Now, in terms of the timeline, and Mr. Wolk, if we could go back to the previous with the other depiction. It's on page 29. If we could enlarge that depiction, please. So, you testified that the flagpole and the fire hydrant are more down toward the small black circle. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
And yesterday, you rendered an opinion that you believed that the phone was mostly in the location by the flagpole in the fire hydrant, correct?
Objection.
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar comment, please.
Sidebar number one.
Change that out. Sidebar one.
Bombadita, bombadita.
There we go. Just a reminder, we're back with you at 8 o'clock Eastern tonight for the semi and quarterfinals of the Torture Gym tournament. Tonight we've got semi or quarterfinal matchups of McDonald's versus Jimmy John's, Sonic versus Popeyes, Burger King versus Wawa, and Pizza Hut versus Dairy Queen. The winners of those would go on to the quarterfinals. And then we'll have the finals and the third place runner-up tomorrow night.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. We could dim the lights again, please. Thank you. So, if we can enlarge that depiction. So, yesterday, Mr. Whiffen, you focused your testimony and your opinions on the smaller black circle, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't discuss at all or disclose at all this depiction, and therefore didn't discuss or disclose at all the larger white circle, correct?
Not when discussing my overall opinion.
Right.
Yeah.
So the answer is
No.
right. So the fair way to interpret, and this is what you put in your report, this is your depiction, is that, and based upon what you said yesterday, the phone could be at the very edge of the top of the circle, correct?
Correct.
And the phone could also be at any point, so you can, in theory, put a phone anywhere around the very edges of that entire circle, correct?
There's caveats to that, but yes.
Well, I'm just asking
Yes.
you a question. That, according to your testimony yesterday in this depiction, the phone could be anywhere in that location
Yes.
within the area of that white circle.
Correct.
I would like to now go back to the timeline, Mr. Wolf, where we had left off, which is slide 82. And at the very top entry, you have health, time 31:56, and then the description, start of health event, 36 steps, 25 meters, and we agreed about 84 feet. And this is where the device began moving toward the house for a period of 20 seconds. Is that correct?
It's the time that 36 steps started to be recorded. I've got no idea of the direction of travel.
I want to focus on the time, 12:31:56. Are you aware that a firm called Aperture, on behalf of the Commonwealth, has submitted a report that states that there was a trigger event at 12:31:56 that they refer to as the supposed collision? Are you aware of that?
Objection.
Sustained.
I recall seeing a report. Sorry.
You don't have to answer that.
Sorry, apologies.
And that's okay.
Mr. Whiffen, are you familiar with a firm called Aperture?
I'm vaguely aware of them. I've heard of them once.
Are you familiar with a person by the name of Dr. Judson Welcher?
I'm not, no.
But you're familiar with the firm Aperture?
I am.
And do you know that the Aperture firm is working on this case?
That's the only reason I'm aware of this company.
Right. And do you know that the Aperture firm has used your data in your report? Do you know that?
I believe I saw something about that.
You believe you saw something, or do you know that they've used your data for a report in this matter?
I recall seeing a report. I don't recall whether it was my data that was being referenced.
Do you recall seeing a report from Aperture?
I do.
So you reviewed a report from Aperture?
Several months ago, yes.
And did you read the whole report?
It was a PowerPoint presentation, I believe.
Yes.
Yes, I reviewed it.
And you recall reading that entire PowerPoint presentation?
I don't recall what it said, but I remember reading through it.
Fair enough. Do you remember, as you sit here today, reading about a trigger of a number 11622? Do you recall reading that?
I recall seeing reference to a trigger event.
What did you understand the Aperture firm that's retained by the Commonwealth, what do you understand they meant by trigger 11622? Objection.
Sustained.
Do you recall the specific slide that discussed a trigger? Objection.
Do you recall that, Mr. Whiffen?
Very vaguely.
Okay.
Would it help your recollection if I showed you a slide from that report that you said you reviewed to refresh your recollection? Objection.
All right, so why don't I see counsel at sidebar? Bring that with you, Mr. Leslie, please.
Sidebar number 2. We are really cranking up on the sidebars today.
Oh, they're kind of behind schedule since I didn't start with the sidebar today.
Yeah, that was also unusual. They've been starting with sidebars. So, since it is the second, that puts Pants out of the running. Pants had said 1 sidebar total today. And the man sitting in the defense area is their media guy. It's weird to see him on both sides of the screen, though. You see him looking one way and then looking at himself the other way. In front of you on the right side is Karen Reed's family. In front of you on the left side is the family of John O'Keefe, the victim in this case. Later today, not a lot going on, but tonight again, we're back with you at 8 o'clock. We'll be discussing what went on today in the Karen Reed case, along with torturing me for the next couple of years by picking what fast food restaurants move on to the quarterfinals and semifinals. So it should be a fun time tonight. We're picking the next ones to be added to the list should we hit 3 years, 4 years, and 5 years. So these are restaurants I'll be banned from. How to participate is in the chat below. Lisa, I think the record was 21 or 22. It was really high. It was past 20 because I was about to run out of, last time we did these with images instead of the built-in functions within StreamYard, and I had to make more sidebars during the broadcast.
I thought we got close to 30.
I think it was low to mid 20s. I don't think we ever got to 30, but I could probably go back and look at how many. See if I can find those files. Because we had. What if we still have them in media assets? Let's see. The highest sidebar we have in old media assets is 20.
Well then.
Oh goodness, I am not awake. On the left side of the screen, towards the top of that screen, is the press box, and no, we don't see Turtle Boy so far today. Unless he's standing in the very back. No, that's not him. That's a man with dark hair. And of course, he's not in his usual spot where we can see his crotch the whole time. Griffey, I'm struggling. Remember, I get up at 2 to 3 a.m., so Pants has something to read for the newscast. And then the newscast goes out at 8 a.m. Eastern Time. So I get an hour or two sleep after that, or before the newscast goes out. And yeah, Becca, Alessi is, well, I can take Alessi more than I can take Alan Jackson at this point. But, yeah. They're both kind of cringe. What about you, Hank? Between Jackson and Alessi, who's more annoying?
Oh, it's no question. Jackson's more annoying.
Looks like Karen Reed's computer is back. Wonder if she'll be playing solitaire. I think that's a Dell. Didn't Shuggy used to work for Dell?
I believe so.
No, IBM, sorry. Well, no. It's got the mark in the corner. I can't tell.
All the Dells I'm familiar with at the center, so I don't think that's the Dell.
That's something in the corner. Shuggy says it's an IBM.
May I, Your Honor?
You can approach.
Thank you. Mr. Whiffen, I'm handing you this. Excuse me, Mr. Brennan. I'm handing you this document.
Thank you.
May I stand by the witness? Sure. Tell me when you've had a fair opportunity to take a look at that.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Whiffen, does that refresh your recollection with regard to an aperture report that discusses a trigger of 1162.2?
It does, thank you.
Pardon me?
It does, thank you.
And how does it refresh your recollection?
I remember seeing that several months ago.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. there's a blower on here that I'm having trouble hearing Mr. Whiffen. If you, sir, could bring the mic, it's not your fault. If you could bring it and speak a little louder, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, I recall seeing that as part of the report that I read 2 months ago.
And you recall the time of 12:31:38 now, correct?
Correct.
Let's go back to your timeline. '82. So you just spoke about a trigger 1162.2 associated with a time of 12:31:38, and we are now at the timeline of 12:31:56, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
We are now going back to the timeline, deck 82, and you see up at the top where it says health 31:56. You see that, sir?
I do.
And then it says start of health event 36 steps, 25 meters, which we have said is 84 feet or so. And this is when the device begins moving, correct?
Correct.
And that is after the trigger of 1162.2, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Let's go to the next entry on the timeline, which is 1232.03. You see that? That's Doppler.
I do.
And then you state pocket state cleared. Is the phone at that time in a pocket?
It's impossible for me to say. I can say that the camera was blocked, but I don't know what was blocking it.
You're saying at this point the camera is blocked?
It had been blocked, and at that point it became unblocked.
So at this point it became unblocked from a previous block status, correct?
Yes.
Does there have to be some human manipulation of the phone at 12:32:03 for that to happen?
Technically not. There are scenarios that wouldn't require it.
Is it more likely than not that there had to have been some human contact in action for this pocket state clearing event to occur?
Yes.
12:32:04 is the next. It's a type unlock. Device unlock with Face ID. You see that, sir?
I do.
Is there some human action that has to occur for the device to unlock with Face ID?
Typically, you must be paying attention to the phone.
Sorry, sir?
You must be paying attention to the phone, assuming that that setting's enabled.
So someone had to be looking at the phone.
Yes.
At 12:32:05, application focus. What does that mean?
That the messages application was at the foreground of the device being used.
Next entry, 12:32:06. We discussed this, it says read message, pull behind me, and that is associated with a Jen McCabe, it's a Jen McCabe message of 31:47, correct?
Correct.
And does a human have to be reading that for that entry to be made?
The message needs to be on screen. If the conversation with Jen McCabe was already on screen when the device was unlocked, then that message would automatically be considered read.
Next entry, app lock, 12:32:09, end application focuses messages, and then it says device locked with lock button for the last time. That requires human interaction with the phone, correct?
Correct.
And it actually requires somebody to take the cell phone and press the side button to do that, correct?
It does, yes.
So there has to be some degree of coordination for that to occur, for a human to be able to have something that hits that button, correct?
Certainly, yes.
That's Do you understand what a term fine motor skill means? Do you
Yes.
understand that? And would that person have to be using fine motor skills to do that?
Yes.
Next entry, 12/32/16. End of health event, 36 steps, 25 meters, again 84 feet. That is in your timeline because that's when you believe the end of the health event, the end of the 36 steps occurred, correct?
That is the time that the device data shows the end of the health event, yes.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm hoping sometime this morning he gets to his fucking point.
Yeah.
Do you need the light, Mr. Alessi?
Yeah, that would be helpful. Thank you,
Could we
Your
have the
Honor.
lights, please, Dave?
I mean, even Karen Reed is playing on her phone right now.
Do you recall writing in your March 2025 report the following? The final health activity of note on John's phone can be seen to have occurred between 12/31/56 and 12/32/16, during which 36 steps were recorded, covering a distance of 25.4 meters, again that 84 feet, according to healthdbsecure.db. Do you recall writing that?
I do.
And you used
Those would be some
in
huge
your
steps
report,
to cover that distance.
36
Yeah.
steps were recorded covering a distance of 25.4 meters or 84 feet, correct?
Correct.
I mean, that would be over half a meter per step.
Right.
Do you know a trooper named Nicholas Garino?
I'm aware of him, yes.
Are you a little more than aware of him? You've worked with him on this case, haven't you?
He sent me some of the files related to it, but further than that, I've got no relationship with him.
But isn't someone sending you files on a case you're working on, working with the person? Isn't that a fair conclusion?
It could be.
Do you recall reading any reports of Nicholas Garino?
I don't recall reading a report by Nick.
Does that mean you didn't read it, or you just don't recall reading it?
I honestly can't remember if I did or not. I remember some of the reports that I read for this case. I don't recall if one was by Nick.
Would it refresh your recollection if I showed you a portion of his report to determine whether you would have read it?
Please.
Thank you. Moment, Your Honor, please.
Sure.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Show Mr. Brennan?
Yes. I just want to make sure I've got the entire report. Mr. Whitman?
Thank you.
And may I stand by the witness, Your Honor? Thank you. I am providing you with a document, and I would ask if that refreshes your recollection as to whether you've read a report of Mr. Garino.
A report or this report?
This report. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
I don't recall ever seeing this report.
Have you ever had any conversations with Trooper Nicholas Garino?
Very briefly.
But you had, the answer is yes.
Yes.
Did Trooper Garino tell you that he measured the distance from the flagpole to the front door and it was 72 feet? Did he ever tell you that? Objection to fall.
Sustain.
Did you ever have a conversation with Trooper Nick Garino about the distance from the flagpole to the front door of 34 Fairview?
Maybe.
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 So is it maybe then you had a conversation with him in which he stated to you that that distance is 72 feet?
It's maybe.
So if we go back to what we were discussing earlier about the steps and the distance covered, and this is in your report of March 2025, where we've talked about this, and it's the final health activity of note on John's phone can be seen to have occurred between 12:31:56 and 12:32:16.
Is this the correct slide?
No, it's not.
So let's take it down.
Thank you, Your Honor. Let me start that over. The final health activity of note on John's phone could be seen to have occurred between 12:31:56 and 12:32:16, during which 36 steps were recorded, covering a distance of 5.4 meters, or 84 feet. 84 feet is greater than 72 feet, correct?
Correct.
So if the distance from the flagpole to the front of the house is 72 feet, and your report notes steps, 36 steps covering a distance of 84 feet, that would put those steps within the house, correct?
It would.
Let's continue on with the timeline. Deck 83. We now have Doppler 1233-14 and then Doppler pocket state. Do you recall in your report adding a word to this, that your report said pocket state detected? Do you recall writing that?
More than likely, yes.
Yes. But the detected word is not on that slide, is it?
It's not, no.
What does pocket state detected mean?
There was an active check by the Doppler function, and it detected that it was in a pocket state.
May I have a moment, Your Honor? Yes. To switch? Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Do you need this slide up there, Mr. Alessi?
I was just going to check that. I think the answer is going to be no, Your Honor.
Okay.
Person in the puppy jacket when you need him.
I would now like to change gears a bit and go to temperature with an iPhone. You recall that discussion in your direct testimony?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Wilk, if we could please have the slide deck, but a different page, slide 60. And just tee it up, but please don't put it on the screen yet. iPhones don't record ambient or the environmental temperature where the phone may be at any given time, correct?
Correct.
But the iPhones, including the iPhone of John O'Keefe, log the temperature of the battery inside of it, correct?
Correct.
And as a result of that function, examiners and folks like you can use the battery temperature of an iPhone to identify increases or decreases in temperature within the environment that the iPhone is physically located in. True?
I believe so, yes.
And that's right out of your report, right? Your March 2025 report makes that very statement, correct?
Yes.
The battery temperature of an iPhone generally matches the pattern of the rise and the fall of the thermometer temperature, correct?
From my testing, yes.
And when an iPhone is in a lock state with little activity occurring on the device, the battery temperature is heavily affected by the ambient temperature in the environment, again, matching the pattern of the rise and the fall of the thermometer temperature, right?
Correct.
And what I just read is right out of your March 2025 report, correct?
It sounds like it is, yes.
And you actually established this in various temperature testing and test scenarios in your March 2025 report, correct?
Correct.
Let's discuss those two tests. You had an appendix to your report that discussed two test scenarios with regard to temperature, correct?
Correct.
Can
And
I
that
just
was
ask, I'm sorry, Mr. Whiffen, do you have your report with you, sir?
I don't have a copy.
I'd be happy to provide him with a copy of his report so we can have him follow along.
I think that's great, thank you.
Okay, sure.
Would that be helpful, Mr. Whiffen?
Very, thank you.
Yeah, approach it.
Yes.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
There you go. And Mr. Whiffen, feel free at any time to reference that report.
Thank you.
And if you could, turn to page 77.
Okay.
So, are you ready, sir?
I am, yes.
Thank you. So let's look at test scenario 1. Test scenario 1, you took an iPhone, if I'm remembering correctly, same model as John O'Keefe's?
I believe John O'Keefe's was iPhone 11. I used an iPhone 10.
But sufficiently
Very similar.
similar for purposes of this experiment?
Correct.
Or this test?
Same iOS version.
Yes. So it's the same iOS version, the software inside the phone, just a different model.
Yes,
And it's a software that's important for this test, correct?
I believe so.
So you state that you placed the iPhone inside a freezer, correct?
Correct.
And now if we could, Mr. Wolf, if we can put that, do we have that in would be page 77? And if we could enlarge that chart, please. Enlarge it just a little bit more. We're not concerned with the text at this point, so we can just get the chart as large as possible. Thank you. Thank you. So what I'd like to do is focus on January 29th. Excuse me. This is your experiment. When did you do test scenario 1, approximately, the date?
This is a good question. It was sometime probably in December last year.
I'm sorry.
In December last year, I believe.
December 2024.
Correct.
So what you did here was you took the phone, you put it inside a freezer. What was the temperature of the freezer?
I actually don't know.
But it was a freezer.
It was freezing. Yes.
It is sort of your just regular freezer that everybody has.
A regular chest
Nothing
freezer.
special about
No.
it. Let's look at some of the data that you have from this. Let's start at the 1710 time frame, where it's placed in the freezer and you've got, and we're going to go with Fahrenheit, if that's okay with you.
Of course, yes.
Thank you. 73.4 degrees, correct?
Correct.
And then if you go all the way down to the 1725, which would be 15 minutes, correct?
Correct.
Can you state what the drop in temperature is of the battery temperature in just 15 minutes in a freezer?
Approximately 50 degrees Fahrenheit.
So it drops 50 degrees Fahrenheit in just 15 minutes.
Correct.
And is it fair to say that if you do the math, that that's about a little over 3.5 degrees per minute? And if Your Honor, if he wants to use a calculator, or just accept my estimate, whatever Your Honor thinks is appropriate.
However you can answer the question, Mr.
I'm happy to accept your answer. That's fine.
Let me just make sure. I have a moment, Your Honor. .33, would that sound fair, sir?
That sounds fair.
So it's about 3.3 degrees Fahrenheit per minute drop, correct?
Correct.
Now let's go to the next page of your report, page 78, where test scenario 2. And in test scenario 2, you took the same phone with the same software and you placed it outside at a temperature of 33.8 degrees Fahrenheit, correct?
Correct.
And we could enlarge that, please, Mr. Wolf. And if you could just scroll up, well, just if you just leave it there, it's fine. So if we take the time that we start out with a control temperature, and then we've got a battery temperature at 9:02, and this is the battery temperature of the iPhone, correct?
Correct.
And we've got 66.2 degrees Fahrenheit, correct?
Correct.
So is it fair to call that a baseline for purposes of what this chart is?
The device had already been outside for 2 minutes at that point, but yes.
Okay, so we'll just refer to 66.2. And then if we go from 9:02 down to 9:15, a period of 13 minutes, correct?
Correct.
So at 33.8 degrees and 13 minutes, what is the drop in temperature in degrees? What's the drop?
Sorry, between the 9:02 and the 9:15?
Right. So does it go from 66.2 to 35.6?
It does.
And sir, so I don't have to have you do a math on the fly. I've calculated that drop at 30.6. Does that sound about right?
That sounds correct, yes.
So you got a drop of 30.6 degrees in just 13 minutes at an outside temperature of 33.8, correct?
Correct.
We're going to come back to this, but what I'd like to do is to compare these two test scenarios. The one we just saw at 33 degrees Fahrenheit, where it dropped 30.6 degrees in just 13 minutes, again at an outdoor temperature of 33.8, and then test scenario 1 in a freezer, where it dropped 61.2 degrees in just 15 minutes. Now let's go to the slide 60, which was in your slide presentation yesterday, of what you stated was the temperature change in the iPhone of John O'Keefe on the morning of January 29th. You with me, sir?
Yep.
Thank you. So if we start out at 12:13, we see a battery temperature of 82 degrees Fahrenheit, correct?
Correct.
Then it drops a little bit to 77, a little bit to 72. And what I want to focus on is keeping the starting point for my questions here at the 12:37 time period on the morning of January 29th. And that's 72 degrees Fahrenheit, correct?
Correct.
So if you take the time period from 12:37 to 12:53, that's a 15-minute interval, correct?
Correct.
The phone only drops 11 degrees Fahrenheit in 15 minutes, correct?
Correct.
If you then go to 12:37 and give it a little bit more time, down to 1:36 a.m., the temperature, and that's just about an hour, right?
Correct.
And the temperature drops from 72 to 50, only 22 degree drop in an hour, correct?
Correct.
Because none of his experiments
Now,
had a warm body laying on the phone.
Compare
Yeah.
this chart in the drop in temperature. For example, 12:37, 12:53, in 15 minutes, it's only dropping 11 degrees, to your experiments, where with the first scenario with the freezer, it dropped 50 degrees in a 15-minute period. Is it correct to say that there was a much more dramatic drop in temperature in your test scenario 1 than what actually occurred on John O'Keefe's phone for the time period we just covered in January 29th?
Yes.
And then with regard to even test scenario 2, where the temperature is 33.8 degrees, that's the ambient, the outdoor temperature,
Correct.
right? At that temperature, just above freezing, you've got a...
Sorry,
Third-
that's below freezing.
I'm sorry?
It's below freezing.
What is freezing in Fahrenheit?
Don't know, but it's 0 degrees Celsius,
Right.
and it was -5 degrees Celsius at the time.
Right, but would you agree that, and I want to be fair to you because I know you use Celsius more
Yes.
than Americans who use Fahrenheit, but would you agree that 2 degrees Fahrenheit is the freezing point in Fahrenheit?
I honestly wouldn't know.
Okay, fair enough. So, in any event, in your experiment at 33.8 degrees Fahrenheit, you're getting a drop in your experiment in 13 minutes of 30.6 degrees, right?
Correct.
But much less drop in temperature on slide deck 60 of the actual iPhone of John O'Keefe on the morning of January 29th, correct?
Yes, correct.
Do you know what the temperature was in Canton in January 29th, 2022?
I do not know.
Don't you think that that would be an important piece of information in analyzing where the phone of John O'Keefe was on the morning of January 29th?
I didn't think it was.
So you didn't think it was important, even though you issued a report discussing the temperature of the iPhone, and you did 2 test scenarios, one in a freezer, one in an ambient temperature of slightly above 33 degrees, and you didn't think it important to take the final step to see whether there was anything to be gained from that comparison to determine where that phone was located?
My testing proved that the battery temperature is affected by ambient temperature. My report shows the data that was on the device. I also don't know the condition that the phone was found in, whether it was in a case, whether it was in a pocket. So to me, the ambient temperature in Canton at the time wasn't particularly relevant. I just wanted to show what data the device had recorded.
The information that you create from your digital forensics analysis, including everything that's in the slide, in your report, including battery... One set, sir. I'll go back to the question. In digital forensics, you work with law enforcement often, correct?
Correct.
And you work in law enforcement in investigating cases, do you not?
Yes.
And so oftentimes, the law enforcement is using your digital forensics information to help them solve cases, correct?
Correct.
You didn't suggest to anybody on law enforcement that they might want to take a look at this temperature information to assist in determining where this phone could have been by the temperature? You never raised that with them?
I did not.
And do you know whether any law enforcement person was aware that you had done all this temperature analysis?
It was in my report.
So you create a report as part of this case, and you deem the temperature important enough to do 2 test scenarios, important enough to put it in a slide presentation to this jury. Yet there's no discussion of that between you and any member of law enforcement as to what it means?
The details were provided in my report, and there was discussions, but it never came up as to say what was the temperature in Canton that night.
Oh, so there were discussions.
Not with law enforcement.
Oh, who
As
were the
part of my preparations for trial.
Oh, tell me about who you discussed this
Tell me about that.
information with.
It was with Hank.
You're hesitating, and I can't hear you. Who did you discuss
with
it
Hank?
Excuse me?
With Mr. Brennan.
Attorney
Sorry,
Brennan?
yes.
You discussed temperature with Prosecutor Brennan.
I thought I
It
was
was in
out
my
of there
report.
for a minute.
It was in your report, but you said you discussed. Which is it?
It's in my report, and the discussion was that it is in my report. I'm not in a position to suggest that investigations take place and change based on my report findings.
Oh, sir, I'm not suggesting what you just stated. I'm just trying to get information about, you
The
mentioned the
morning
verb
break can't come
discussed.
soon enough.
Didn't you, in your
Yes,
answer
I
moments
can't
ago?
take this guy's voice.
Isn't discussed a verbal thing? It's not a written thing?
It was discussed in preparation for trial, yes.
Oh, so there was a discussion, a verbal discussion with Attorney Brennan about temperature in your preparation for trial.
Yes.
Was there any interest at all as to what this could actually mean for the potential location of Mr. O'Keefe's phone on these very important time periods in January 29th that might assist to determine at various times whether Mr. O'Keefe is in a covered building based upon the temperature rather than outside in a nor'easter on January 29th?
I'm sorry, what was the question now?
Yeah, the question is, there was
He's
was
just
there any
throwing
discussion
word salad out there.
about the investigative value of what
Is
you
he
had
trying to
done
suggest that
in
the
determining where that phone
that
could
the
have been
house
on
was
key
only like
time
50
periods on the
degrees?
morning of January 29th?
That wasn't part of the discussion, no.
It wasn't part
I
of
don't know
the
what the
discussion.
hell he's doing now. He's
We
babbling to
went
babble.
through, you may recall in my questioning, in your report, where you stated that it was
He's just trying to sow
possible
doubt in
that
the
the
jury's
phone could
mind
be
on
inside the house
on the
34
impact
Fairview
of
based upon that
his
big white
experiments.
circle. You testified that
But right
the
now, he's just
low
grasping.
accuracy at certain points could be because of it entering a covered building, correct?
Correct?
And you do a temperature experiment to
And you do a
track
temperature
the
experiment?
very accurate temperature change of an iPhone, and it doesn't match up the actual data with either of your test scenarios, and you don't raise that with anybody. Objection.
Sustained, you can ask it differently.
Did you ever put together in any kind of form your test scenario 1, your test scenario 2, and the actual temperature chart of the iPhone of Mr. O'Keefe?
So how do you mean put it together? As in compare the two?
Exactly. Compare the two and reach any conclusions about location, because you spent time, did you not, sir? A lot of time in your reports on location of the phone.
Yes.
But yet, with all that data, all that testing, all the experiments that you did, you didn't include in your slide presentation and you didn't include in your report what that could mean for the location of the phone, did you, sir?
I'm struggling to see the comparison there.
Let me see if I can
As
ask
are
it
we
in
all.
a different
Please.
way. Nowhere in your slide presentation did you have any discussion yesterday about how your test scenario, did you bring up, by the way, in your slide presentation yesterday, your battery temperature at all? Your tests?
Not the tests, no.
Right, so you didn't even raise yesterday in your presentation about where the phone might be located. You didn't even raise the experiments that you did, correct? Objection.
Sustained as to the terminology. Ask it differently.
Did you did you yesterday, in your presentation to the jury, in any way discuss your battery test scenario 1 and 2 in your March 2025 report?
I believe there was mention of testing, but not to the amount of detail to say what the testing was.
Right. So there was no detail given at all
No
about
detail.
it. You just mentioned that it occurred, but no detail in your discussion
Correct.
at all. And are you aware, with regard to the battery temperature, that battery temperature in investigations can be used to determine locations of phones at certain times? Are you aware of that?
No.
So you have never used battery temperature information in all your years in any way for any investigation of a case in determining location of a phone?
Again, I don't see how you can determine location of a device from a temperature reading, other than to say whether it was inside or outside.
So battery temperature and the chart that you gave that is up there, in your opinion, has no relevancy to the topic of where a phone might be to investigators in a case? Is that what you're saying?
Objection.
Is that what you're saying, Mr. Whiffen?
I'm saying I can't take a temperature reading and make a determination about a GPS location based on the temperature reading.
That's not my question, though,
Okay.
sir, and I appreciate your answer, though. My question is, you work with law enforcement investigators regularly,
Yes.
correct? Isn't this information of potential relevance based upon your experience with investigations? Isn't this information at least potentially relevant in investigations?
I believe it could be. That's why I included it in my report.
Thank you. But you didn't include a discussion of it in your testimony yesterday, correct?
Correct.
I just want to be clear on a final point as regards to temperature. Were you aware of the temperature in Canton on January 29th, 2022?
I know it was a blizzard,
Asked
but
and
I don't know
Ender.
what the temperature was.
May I have a moment to switch
Sure.
topics? Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Whiffen.
Oh,
I'll be right
God,
back.
what's going on? Morning break. Come on, Judge. Morning break. La 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 la.
Your Honor, if I may, I have one last point to make with temperature. If we could put deck 60 back up, please. Mr. Whiffen, if you bear with me, I just have one final set of questions. If you look at this chart, and you, under January 29th at 12:13, battery temperature of 82 degrees, but you then go down, what I'd like to start with is 12:37 again, and this is a key time point, 12:37. You've got a temperature of 72 degrees, and then 8 minutes later, 8 minutes, the temperature only drops 6 degrees, correct?
Correct.
again, using 1237 is what I refer to as the baseline. You go all the way down, and you see to 1253 a temperature drop of only 11 degrees. Do you see that?
I do.
Thank you. That you can, excuse me, Your Honor, one moment.
Okay.
The final data point on this slide, Mr. Whippen, and thank you for bearing with me on this. At 136, there's a temperature of 50 degrees Fahrenheit, correct?
Correct.
Several hours later, at 6:06, 4.5 hours, the temperature drop is only 7 degrees, correct?
Correct.
And if he was inside of a building that I would assume the heat was on in a blizzard,
Okay.
it would go up, not down.
Right.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I have Exhibit 42, please?
What is Exhibit 42?
It's
Okay, thank you. We've got it. Thank you, Tori.
May I hand it to the witness?
Yes.
Mr. Whippen, I'm handing you Exhibit 42.
Yes.
Do you recognize Exhibit 42 from your March 2025 report?
I do.
And sir, just take a fair time to familiarize yourself with the exhibit before I start asking you questions. They're going to be very brief. And I'm going to be, you look what you need to, but I'm going to be focusing on just under detailed analysis communications on paragraph 3, on page 43, the top 3 or 4 entries.
Okay.
Tell me when you're ready, sir.
Okay.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I have 43, which is in evidence public?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Wolf, please. And if you could enlarge, we don't need the text, so if we can just go to detailed analysis, communication, call history, and now if you could just super enlarge the first few entries. Yes, that is great. So what I want to do is just cover
Good morning, Gia.
the
Hey,
information
Gia.
here.
Morning, everyone.
Whose phone is the subject of
Yo, yo,
the
yo.
entries on this chart?
This is
Yo,
John's
and
phone.
yo.
And if we start with the first entry, reading left to right, 12:14:36, end time 12:15:20, incoming call from Jen McCabe. Duration 44 seconds. You see that, sir?
I do.
You see, and is that a call that is answered?
Yes.
If you go to the next entry, 1847, that's 12/1847 to 12/1923, outgoing call duration 36 seconds to Jen McCabe, duration 36 seconds. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
Is that a call that is answered?
Difficult to say. That could be a outgoing call that lasted 36 seconds of ringing, but I believe it was answered.
Well, how is it that you can tell the first one was answered but not the second one?
Because it's an incoming call.
Okay, fair enough. So if we go to the third entry, 12/29/44, 12/29/51, incoming call from Jen McCabe. You see that, sir?
I don't mean to interrupt. Could I ask about the display?
Mr. Sidebar.
Sidebar. Gia caused the
Sidebar number
sidebar.
Sidebar.
It's all Gia's fault. She blocked the screen.
Yep.
So sidebar number 3. How you doing today, Gia?
Me and my sandwich.
Your sandwich? What kind of sandwich do you got?
It is a sourdough, toasted sourdough, turkey sausage, egg sandwich.
Okay then.
No cheese?
Yep. Half a slice of cheese. Trying to cut my dairy. But it's yummy. It's very yummy, and Zoe is right below me with the I haven't eaten in 12 seconds face.
Oh, yeah?
That
we've
sad,
got-
sad animal shelter face that she does so well.
With the Sarah McLachlan in the arms of the angels playing in the
Yeah,
background.
yeah.
In
Yeah.
the arms of the angels.
I need a sandwich, mommy.
I need my sandwich. That's
Well,
right.
Chief doesn't bother trying to use that face on me anymore, but he does have it perfected for the wait staff of any place we go to eat.
Yep. They are so smart.
Mm-hmm.
They are so smart.
Oh, good Lord.
Yeah, she's like, look at me, I'm withering here. I'm withering away. Give me sandwich.
Mommy, I need to finish that for you right now.
Oh, I know
now.
she would too.
The cats don't normally bug me for food like that, but anytime I open a can that has like a peel off top on it,
Yep.
I get 10 cats
Well,
immediately.
this seems like an appropriate time to take our morning recess, so why don't we take a
Yay!
15-minute
Hey, see what I do for you guys?
Okay, so we're gonna play as soon as they're done. We're gonna play about 2 minutes of music so everybody can get a bathroom break in. Just remember to shut off your microphones.
Yes, dear.
Yes. Or don't
But
share
doesn't
it with
everybody
us.
want to listen to me tinkle?
I hope not, but we are gonna go with the longer song, Phantom, Stand Here and Wait. And we'll be back in about 3.5 minutes.
I'm screaming!
Back when I was just a little lost. Right now myself, I'm not just gonna stay here and wait.
Yeah, I forgot that loop goes on automatically. Welcome back, everybody. We are back with you here on the Karen Reed Trial Day 6.
Yay.
Yay. As we're enjoying the cross-examination of a Celebrex, break, whatever, witness that's gone on for God knows how many hours now, and seems pointless, but we're going to go probably 2 more hours on it because reasons. What do you think of the testimony so far today, Gia? Are you eating your sandwich?
I haven't been watching until just now. He annoys the crap out of me. And everything he says is going to be debunked very soon. Also, somebody did graffiti all over the Kobe Bryant and Gina Bryant mural downtown Los Angeles, covered it up completely with gang symbols, and I am disgusted.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
How about you, Hank? What do you think of the testimony this morning?
Still waiting for a point.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, that's, yeah, because the temperature only went down a couple of degrees an hour. Yeah, because John's body was covering it.
Yep.
I mean, this is probably going to be
we don't have any experiments to prove it, but I don't think you really need it.
Right. Oh, Lord.
They're claiming the temperature went down while he was in the house.
Yes.
Yes, they're saying
because apparently they don't have any heat in their home.
Yeah.
Yes.
And they show a picture of a broken thermostat.
Yeah, they're saying that, well, maybe the phone was inside a house, and that's why it didn't go down.
Or the garage. Yeah, it's cold in the garage.
Yes. But anything but it being found under his body like it was found under his body.
Huh.
Yeah.
Gee, go figure. In outside world news, Chile de Castro pulled his Ironton chat GPT guide yesterday without anyone actually watching it or knowing why he pulled the damn thing. It apparently went live while we were on air, showing exactly how he was fighting the Ironton in Nevada case using chat GPT, and was pulled soon after it went up. So
does it still call him Playboy?
Oh, yeah. It still calls him Playboy, and it still gives him positive interactions even when it's being negative.
Oh.
Because his
everybody
ego is
needs a friend
fragile.
like that. Yep.
Yeah.
At 50,
Playboy.
almost 51. Yep.
Yes, Playboy. Try that again, Playboy. It's not quite right. But you're super duper. You're super cool. Hank, you're super keen. You know
He's
that?
so
you're
pathetic.
super keen in the AI world.
Oh, I'm just feel complete now.
Okay, then. And more Chile news. Chile finally set up the Craig Hendry GoFundMe, promoted it for a day, and then was promptly outdrawn by Clash with Bow, who's seeking money for his defense in his arrest last week and outside of the Karen Reed murder trial.
I would love to see Clash with Bow and Lane Myers wrestle.
Shirtless wrestle or just regular?
Yeah, okay. Shirtless wrestling with patriotic bow ties.
There you go.
Can we make it a death match?
Yes. Whoever dies first wins, obviously.
Well, Clash with Bow took in $465 over the past 4 days. Well, Chili's escapade is just over $200. So, what does that say about Chili?
Or dueling competency earrings.
Chili. What we've always known as Chili.
So what we found out is that if you don't tell people about the fundraiser on a consistent basis, every day plugging, doing events for it, doing a scroll like the one we have below if you want to take part in ours, or just reminding people, just constantly talking about the fundraiser, doing things to support the fundraiser. Angry Vet has brought in nothing to his GoFundMe campaign after Friday night announcing this big thing that by May whatever, he needs $1,000.
For what?
To cut off, well, he's going to cut off his split ends, and then if they raise $10,000 by August, he's going to donate 10 inches of his hair to Locks of Love.
Yeah, you got to get paid to do stuff like that.
Yeah, well, they're literally doing nothing to promote this. They put up a live stream, which was seen by 200 people, and then nothing. You know, they cut up the live stream just a little bit, but they're not doing anything, promotional events or anything.
Well, they have attention span of a gnat.
Yeah. But plus, there's the whole thing of having to be paid just to donate to a charity.
Yes. Yes.
So give me $1,000. I'll cut off the split ends, and then maybe we'll give some hair to Locks of Love.
Uh-huh.
Now,
if it'd be one thing. $10,000.
It'd be one thing if he's doing like a matching. Well, not matching, but okay, you donate X amount through this GoFundMe to this charity, then I'll do this for the charity.
Yep. No, that doesn't make any sense, though.
Yeah.
My daughter donated 18 inches of her hair. It was down to her butt. And she cut it to her shoulders. Yep.
He's claiming he has 19 inches of hair.
Uh-huh.
So if they take the minimum 10 away, he'll still look good.
I don't think they want that hair.
but is that hair what you're supposed to give away freely worth $10,000?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Would you give someone $10,000 just to get
Hey there, Karen Reed trial watchers. You know, a lot of the trials we cover
essentially.
that the world
you give $10,000 to the organization, and they can do what they want with it.
Right.
Take somebody to Disneyland, or get them a wig made, or pay mommy's mortgage for a month. I don't know.
Right.
They don't have the capacity. Yeah.
He's claiming all donations are going to his own charity, the Scars Foundation for Veterans, which recently apparently got a 501c3 status, according to those who have seen it on the IRS website. So he finally has status, I guess.
Isn't he the one that didn't he start something that wasn't on the up and up, and like some website? I forget what he did. Is this the same guy?
Well, yeah, it's the Scars organization, and everyone
who's get a free attorney or something, or they weren't really attorney.
The attorney turned out to be a pig farmer and not an attorney.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, and they were selling legal services from this attorney who was not an attorney, but a farmer.
Yep. Yep.
So, yeah, and
Yep.
they were targeting veterans who needed legal help and selling those services to veterans.
There is not a hell big enough for those kind of people.
And they actually provided service to Carolina and Fort Worth, allegedly, and it's one of the reasons she lost the cases she lost over the summer, including the conviction in the case where she was thrown to the ground. She had purchased legal advice from them and followed that legal advice over her attorney's recommendations.
Does Floyd have a job yet?
Floyd has disappeared.
Uh-oh.
So Floyd still puts out things on his main 2 channels, but has not touched Foreign Only for a while.
Oh.
In fact, let me check on that. I've been meaning to. He hasn't gone live.
Since the car incident?
Well, he, a day or two later, or actually a couple weeks later, he went live again.
Because he didn't get the job.
Yeah, because he didn't get the job. Yeah, his last live was 3 weeks ago. And there are no updates on his website.
Yeah, my daughter's hair. Anybody would be grateful for that hair. It's got like 8,000 pounds of hair.
But you don't think the Angry Vet's hair would be worth anything?
I don't think Angry Vet's toenails are worth anything.
But he might be a leprechaun and his toenails are made of solid gold. Mrs. Tom points out that her attorney wasn't from Parsonshield. That's right.
Oh,
folks,
Jeremy DeWitt. Jeremy DeWitt has court today.
Oh, what's the court for?
For the criminal portion of his
it's a pretrial hearing for, well, there's one of the cases today, and then he's got 2 more in May. I don't know if I briefly looked at it. I'll post it this afternoon in Jeremy DeWitt's room.
Okay.
Yeah.
Other than that, there's not a hell of a lot going on. Lane Myers, of course, we're waiting for the motions that Myers said he would be filing, but so far nothing.
Good. I need a break from that man.
It's only 8 o'clock on the West Coast.
Yeah. Arizona. Yeah.
Yeah, nothing's been filed yet.
Poor Judy.
What? She's turning into a celebrity. They know her. Seriously, the victim knows her.
Parvin knows her.
Yep. The guys for Lane Myers apparently knew her too. But I mean, it's a very small courtroom, and there's only under 10 people in it. So after a few hearings, you're going to know everybody if the same people keep showing up. So
I wish the judge was a little more firm with him. I really do. But oh well.
Well, Hank and I were discussing it. He's got the tone of like an 80s sitcom father.
I said therapist.
Therapist. I brought up Family Ties. The father on Family Ties.
Yeah.
Who I believe was a therapist.
Sounds about right.
Yes, always in control, always keeping things calm, always being rational and fair when Lane deserves 25 contempt charges.
So you're telling me he sounds exactly like our own Pope Phil II?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
On a good
Solid but
day.
fair.
On a good
Yes.
day. Yep.
And obsessed with his meat.
Yep. Yep.
You said it with a straight face too. I applaud you for that one.
Yep. Yep. We each have our little quirks, and we accept each other, whether it's twisted and sick or rational and fair.
Speaking of sick and twisted, tonight the cast gets to help you guys vote on the next restaurant that's being taken from me for up to the next 5 years. Dear God. We're doing the semi and quarterfinals tonight with the winner of the tournament. The winner of the tournament will be the next restaurant to be added at 3 years, with the one after that added for 4 years, or the second place one being for 4 years, and the third place one being for 5 years. So 3 of the following list are gonna be eliminated from my life at one point if we get that far.
Okay, so if one of the businesses goes out of business because of tariffs, do we replace it?
Yes. Maybe we'll do another tournament, but I don't know. Out of this group, I don't think any of them are going to go out of business, and that includes McDonald's, Jimmy John's, Sonic, Popeyes, Burger King, Wawa, Pizza Hut, and Dairy Queen.
Actually, Burger King is not doing too well financially.
Yeah, the only one they have by me now is in Walmart. All the restaurants are gone.
I miss when Burger King would do the fun. This was like 2 or 3 owners ago, because they keep changing hands. One time I worked for one of the previous companies I worked for. We did social media for them, and that was back in the days when they were doing like the different Angus burgers every month, or fun promotions, or back when they had the mac and cheese. That really had fun campaigns and things to work on. And when
they had the mac and cheese balls.
Do they have them back?
I thought I saw them on the menu not too long ago.
Well, these were just, you could get mac and cheese at Burger King. You know, they also had the tacos back then.
Well, one of the fast food restaurants that I was cruising through their menus had mac and cheese balls. They took made a ball of mac and cheese and fried it.
Yeah, fried mac and cheese. I haven't had that in a while, actually. So Becca is bringing up that BK is Hungry Jack's in Australia.
Never understand anyone putting mayonnaise on a hamburger. Never. Never.
Well, that's a hallmark of the Whopper.
Never.
Is
That's
the
why.
Mayo.
Yep. Ew.
A homemade burger, I do like some mayonnaise on it.
Well, growing up where I lived, McDonald's was closest, and then Burger King was a trip across town. And I always knew a Burger King burger because of the mayo. You know, the mayo and the vegetables on it. Well, if you get like a quarter pounder with cheese at McDonald's, you ain't getting nothing but onions. So.
And a shit ton of ketchup.
Yes. And that was back when Wendy's smelled funny. Every Wendy's had a distinct grease, and up until the mid 80s, you would smell like Wendy's for the rest of the day if you had a Wendy's sandwich. It was one of the distinct things from coast to coast that we found out.
Was it Wendy's that did the "Where's the Beef" ad in the 80s?
Yes. Yes, Wendy's with "Where's the Beef." And no, Gia did not star in those commercials.
I did get sent home from school for wearing a "Where's the Beef" t-shirt.
Yeah?
It was old man and woman in bed, and the old woman's looking under the sheet saying, "Where's the beef?"
How old were you?
I think this was middle school.
Okay.
Maybe early high school.
Yeah, they in my junior high, they changed the shirt policy because I discovered t-shirts. The more outrageous, the better. And I ignored said policy and just kept wearing them.
Yeah, they tried doing the "wear your t-shirt inside out."
Right. I just stopped going to school at some point, you know. I'd be gone 5 days at a time, but still pass all my classes. Thankfully, I could blame allergies for that. But I think my senior year in high school, I finished 8th in my class and missed like 67 days of school.
Yeah.
Which is saying how bad my school was if I can miss that much time and still come in 8th in the class.
Yeah.
And this is a long-ass short break. We've been here for a while now. Over in side chat, Becca is saying that Miracle Whip is not mayonnaise. What do you think, Hank?
It's not mayonnaise.
I like Hellman's.
I've been doing the Hellman's made with extra virgin olive oil.
Okay. That sounds good. I mean, I rarely have sandwiches at home. When I do, it's usually a ham and Swiss sandwich with the dark yellow mustard, the Dijon sometimes.
I like to put the spicy brown, a little bit of spicy brown mustard on my sandwiches, but the main, it's mainly mayo or mayo-like dressing.
For me, if it's like roast beef, I'll have just horseradish sauce with it. That substitutes for mayo.
There's a mayo with wasabi that is really good on the sandwich.
There you go. I should send you at some point the Hers chips. They're a local brand, but they make kettle chips, and they are cheddar and horseradish. And there's so much horseradish in this that more than one occasion, it's hit me like an ice cream headache where you go, your senses give out for a moment, and it's actually painful. So I gave one to my nephew Jesse when he was visiting the first time, and he just started crying afterwards. That was awful. I'm like, puts hair on your chest. Haven't you ever had... Yeah. then ate the rest of the bag in front of him. So, not my fault he wanted chips. That's all I had.
Uh-huh.
Hers potato chips also has weird flavors of cheese curls, including grilled cheese and tomato soup flavor.
Okay. I've never been a big fan of the grilled cheese. Instead of grilled cheese tomato soup, my mom did the grilled cheese and the beans and weenies.
Oh, there you go. Huh. They also have a blue cheese flavored cheese curl, which is a lot better than it sounds.
Which that reminds me, I need to put some Duke's baked beans on the on my grocery list.
And it looks like we are finally coming back from break.
Okay, guys, I'll be back.
Okay.
Alrighty.
See you in a bit.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. I hit. Is it me or is it them? It's me.
And it's per stipulation with Mr. Brennan.
Yes, please. Which one's going to be ID? C. Thank you.
See. May I present it to Mr. Whiffen?
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Mr. Whiffen. May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Will he get to his
And Mr.
point
Wolf,
before
if you could
lunch?
Again, please enlarge. We're going to be focusing on the top entry of the chart again. May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Whiffen, we had started going through the top three entries. The first one you had indicated was answered. The second one you, as I understand it, could not tell. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then the third entry, which is reading left to right, 12:29:44, end time 12:29:51. Incoming call duration 8 seconds from Jen McCabe.
Correct.
That's the third one. So because it's an
So,
incoming...
Mr. Alessi, we need to enlarge this.
Okay, Your Honor. Mr. Wolf, can you enlarge that pursuant to the judge's order?
It helped if I unmiked before I said, and that's what she said.
If you can make it as large as possible for the jurors, please, even if you have to do smaller segments.
If we have to, Mr. Wolf, knock off the final right-hand column, that's insignificant. There you go.
All right, that's better. Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. So I want to now go to the last one for this Exhibit 42. It's reading from left to right, 12:29:44, 12:29:51, incoming call duration at seconds from Jen McCabe. Again, it restates duration 8 seconds.
Correct.
Given that it's an incoming call, you can conclude that that was answered, correct?
Correct.
Now, if we could go back down and focusing on just the first three by way of example, Mr. Wolf, do just as Her Honor has requested, enlarge it as large as possible. Those three, after the first three, yep, starting there, just take the first three by way of example. All right. Mr. Whiffen, you should feel free to look at the hard copy Exhibit 42 if that's more helpful to you. But what I want to do is to focus on start time 12:33:35, reading across activity, incoming call unanswered, and then to the right, Karen Reed. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
And do you see the same types of entries for 3409 and 3438?
I do.
And those calls are unanswered, correct?
Correct.
So in contrast to the, and now Mr. Walker, we can go back to the chart, trying to capture 6 and enlarge those ones last time. Thank you. So in the first one at 1436, and then skipping 1 to 2944, those are answered, but then starting, excuse me, at 3335 and 3409, those are unanswered, correct?
Correct.
You can take that down, Mr. Wolf. Thank you. We have a moment, Your Honor, to switch topics.
You can't stay on one topic long enough to make a point, so let's switch around.
That's what Lisa's saying inside chat. Anybody remember what the point of this was again?
Mr. Whiffen, when did you start working on this case?
He hasn't made any points at all yet today.
On this case or on this exhibit?
On this case.
Approximately September 2023.
So, over a year and a half?
Correct.
How many times have you been in Norfolk County?
This is my second time.
So you were here once previously?
Correct.
Do you recall yesterday discussing what you had done with an iPhone, driving around and then moving it with your hand?
Correct. Yes.
In the year and a half that you've been on this case, did you ever take an iPhone and do the same activity on the route that you were discussing yesterday between 34 Fairview and One Meadows?
I actually did it on Sunday night.
I'm sorry?
I did it 2 days ago on Sunday night.
And with regard to your time on this case, what was the results of that?
I object, Your Honor. I'll need to be heard briefly.
I'm sorry?
I object, I need to be heard briefly.
Okay. Come on over, please.
Sidebar.
Sidebar 4.
I completely blame Gia for this one. She got us worked up for testimony, then she left.
She only likes to come in for the breaks.
I think that's Jen McCabe in the back row there. The lady with the striped shirt that just passed. Looks like her at least, or did.
Oh.
Don't mind me, I'm doing some household chores in the background here. Gotta break down some cardboard boxes. On screen right now is Peggy O'Keefe and John O'Keefe Sr. course, as soon as I started breaking down boxes, I'm joined with Cecilia, who is up to no good. She is trying to get into the bag I'm using to put the cardboard in.
It would be a shame to throw away a perfectly good cat.
I know.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Whiffen, I am now going to proceed to a different topic.
Okay.
Do you recall discussing the Google search, how long to die in the cold?
I do.
And you discussed that in your direct testimony, correct?
I did.
You were a police officer for years before getting into the data forensic analysis of cell phones, correct?
Correct.
You were a response officer of the South Yorkshire Police from 2004 to 2009.
Correct.
You continued policing with the Calgary Police, working patrol, correct?
Correct.
You work frequently with law enforcement.
I do.
Indeed, law enforcement is the predominance of your work, correct?
Probably about 80% of the work, yes.
What percent?
About 80%.
80?
80.
Your work is used in investigations for law enforcement, correct?
Sometimes, yes.
In your area of work, you use and apply various forensic methods that are extracted, that data is extracted from a cell phone, correct?
Correct.
And you have various forensic methods to analyze that data, correct?
Correct.
And that data that you analyze is often used by law enforcement in their investigations, right?
It can be, yes.
It can be, but it also is, from your experience, correct?
I'm sorry, are we talking about my actual analysis or analysis that's created by the tools that me and Cellbrite create?
Your analysis.
Okay, my analysis is typically used in investigations, yes.
So it's typically, your analysis is typically used by law enforcement.
On the cases I work, yes.
Right. And you know that is going to be the case oftentimes when you're doing your analysis, correct?
Correct.
And
I keep
forensic
hearing that as
software
your analysis.
is used to gain access to people's devices, correct?
Correct.
Such as cell phones,
Well,
right?
we are live streaming right
So-
here on Really Cool
And there's
News.
something called an extraction process from a cell phone that you discussed in your direct testimony.
Yes.
Now, I'm not going to go into too much detail, but I want to cover, because it would be covering old ground, but I want to cover some of it.
Okay.
It's important, is it not, that the extraction process on a cell phone be performed correctly.
Boogie, we made a
is,
cent
yes.
and a half off of that ad.
And that's so that the
So-
data that's extracted from
Don't
a cell
complain.
phone is complete, correct?
Correct.
So that
Or
the
open your wallet
data
and
is correct,
donate.
Correct.
and so that the data is reliable.
Correct.
And data forensic examiners and people in your area of work need to ensure that the extraction file has not been tampered with, correct?
Correct.
Because if an extraction file has the possibility of tampering, then the information and data from it can be unreliable, correct?
Correct.
And Shuggy, if
And
you
there's a
subscribe to
generally
the premium
accepted
version of
methodology
YouTube, you
For
won't see
how
the
to perform
streams,
an
but
extraction
we will
of
get
data from
credit.
a cell phone, correct?
Or you won't see the ads.
Typically,
we'll
yes.
get credit.
Shuggy can't open his
One of
purse because the
key
moths will get
ways
away.
to determine whether the data
I heard he had
extracted
a
from
whole
cell
colony
phone
in there.
is valid and has integrity is to evaluate whether the extraction process created what is called a hash value, correct?
Correct.
And a synonym for a hash
I
value
hear he's
is
got
a hash signature,
some of the death
correct?
moths from
And a hash value or hash
Silence of
signature,
the
I'm just
Lambs.
going to use hash value.
Oh,
Is that
Lord.
acceptable to you?
I had to
I'm
go
fine with that.
somewhere.
Thank you. So a hash value is a unique and usually consists of a long string of numbers and letters that's generated from the data file from a cell phone using a computer algorithm, right?
Correct.
And one of the computer algorithms is Shaw SHA-256, right?
Correct.
And is it a fair analogy to state that a hash value can be thought of as
But
fingerprint
you realize
for a
he
data
calls
file
his zipper
from
his
a cell
hedge
phone?
or shed
Yes.
thingies.
And is it also a rough analogy that a hash value can function like the seal
The
on a
question is,
milk
does he?
container? In other
How
words,
often
if
does
you
he
open the
do the
milk
tuck
container
dance
and
from
the seal's broken,
Wild Bill?
that the same
Oh, dear
analogy
Lord.
can be provided that if you don't have a valid hash value, then there is a question with regard to the contents of a cell phone, just as there might be concern about contents of a milk carton. Is that a fair general analogy?
Yeah, if the hash doesn't match, then something has changed in the data.
So if the hash doesn't match or you can't determine a valid hash file, it's sort of like opening up a milk container and that seal cap is off, correct?
Okay, I'll accept that.
Thank you. Now, if a data file is altered in any way, the hash algorithm is going to produce a different letter and numeric string than the previous hash value for that same alleged data, correct?
Correct.
So that alphanumeric number is important because it can, if it's different, then it means something happened to that data, correct?
Correct.
And isn't it important for examiners, anybody in data forensics, to know whether or not the data they're looking at has a valid hash value?
It would depend, in my opinion, on the origin of the data.
But you would agree that it's much better to have a valid hash value for data than not, correct?
I'd like to see the hash value match, yes.
You would like to see the hash value matching,
Yes.
correct? Now, once data from an iPhone is properly extracted and you get a hash value, then the examiners of the data seek to pass and decode the data to try and make some sense of the data in a more user-friendly format so that a report can be created for investigators, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall preparing a report for the iPhone belonging to Jen McCabe dated December 2024?
I do, yes.
And in that report, you discussed your views of a Google search of how long die in the cold, correct?
Correct.
And in that report, you rendered various conclusions about that Google search, correct?
Correct.
And you rendered various conclusions about what is called a timestamp.
Correct.
And the timestamp that was in question was 2:27:40 a.m. on January 29th on Jen McCabe's phone, correct?
Correct.
And the question that you were looking at is that timestamp that appeared 7:40 a.m., whether that belonged to the Google search, "How long to die in the cold," correct?
Correct.
Good morning, Sean.
And you
rubba
testified yesterday
Shahid.
with regard to that very issue, correct?
Correct.
Now, in your report
Rubber, fuck you,
of
Jim.
December 2024, you discussed the hash value of that cell phone, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Yesterday, in your direct testimony, you didn't mention anything about the hash value with regard to Jen McCabe's phone, did you?
Not in my testimony, no.
The answer is no, correct? However, isn't it correct that in your report of December 2024, you had an issue with the hash value from the data from that phone?
I didn't have an issue with the hash value at all, no.
So you didn't note that it was not possible with the gray key extraction as the PDF containing the extraction has its value, that it was unsigned? That was not an issue in your report?
The hash value matches, but because I didn't do the extraction, I'm unable to actually validate that was an original hash and hadn't been modified.
Exactly. So you didn't do the extraction, but you couldn't validate the hash value, could you?
No.
So you couldn't determine whether or not any of the data on that cell phone of Jen McCabe had been tampered with, correct?
I take a holistic view of the data and try to find anomalies and didn't see any that raised any flags.
That wasn't my question, sir.
Okay.
I'll try it a different way. You concluded that the hash value was unsigned, correct?
Correct. They were always unsigned. Okay, apologies.
You concluded that the hash value was unsigned, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. And you went on, did you not, in your report to say that this hash value could be used as a suggestion of authentication, but cannot be guaranteed 100%, correct?
Correct.
Did you discuss any of that doubt, that suggestion of authentication but can't be guaranteed 100% at all in your direct testimony yesterday?
I didn't know.
And again, hash values are very important concepts for data forensic examiners, correct?
For integrity, yes.
Do you know the chain of custody of Jen McCabe's iPhone?
I don't, no.
So you don't know the chain of custody of her iPhone. You have an unsigned hash value, and you can't guarantee the hash value authentication, correct?
No.
The objection's overruled.
Not from the hash value, no.
Twiggy, that's the implication that if Whiffen didn't mention it, it's being deliberately withheld.
Let's go back to the 22740 timestamp and the question of whether that timestamp is associated with a Google search, "How long to die in the cold?" You understand there is a dispute as to whether that search was performed at 2:27:40 a.m. as the timestamp states, or whether that was performed later in the morning, say around 6:23 a.m., correct?
Correct.
You understand there's a dispute?
Yes.
And do you understand that the defense asserts that that timestamp means what it says, the Google search occurred at 2:27:40 a.m.?
I'm going to allow it. Do you understand that?
I do.
I didn't hear your answer, sir.
I understand.
You understand that?
Yes.
So there are various data forensic tools, are there not, to evaluate what is called an artifact, this timestamp, correct?
Correct.
And those data forensic tools include Celebrite tools, your company's tools?
Yes.
And some of those Celebrite tools are called Physical Analyzer.
Correct.
And then you have another tool, I believe, called Insights.
Insights is a suite that includes Physical Analyzer.
Okay.
But yes.
So it's Insights is a
It's
suite.
essentially the same tool.
Essentially the same tool. So does Insight, well, essentially, but they're two different tools, correct?
The two different versions of the same tool.
Thank you. Two different versions of the same tool.
Yes.
But there are other tools from other companies, are there not, sir?
There are.
And a competitor of Celebrite that can be used to analyze that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp and to potentially resolve that dispute of whether the Google search "How long to die in the cold" occurred at 2:27:40 a.m. or later at 6:23 or so a.m. There's other companies and tools that can be used for that, correct?
Correct.
And isn't one of the companies that can be used a competitor of Celebrite called Magnet Forensics?
Correct.
And they have a tool called Axiom, A-X-I-O-M, that evaluates questions such as this, correct?
They do.
And is Magnet Forensics a reputable company?
They are.
Am I correct that yesterday you essentially said that as of today, no Celebrite tool, no Insight suite such as Physical Analyzer, today shows that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp?
Correct. If you use any version from the last approximately year, that timestamp won't show up.
It won't show up as you sit here today.
Correct.
But that's not always been the case
Correct.
with regard to Celebrite forensic tools, correct?
Correct.
As a matter of fact, in the first proceeding in this case, in June of 2024, when you testified under oath, the situation with the forensic tools was Celebrite Forensics Insights did not show the 2:27 a.m. timestamp, but another version of Physical Analyzer did show it, correct?
Correct.
In that second program, that second tool, Physical Analyzer, not only showed it at 2:27:40 a.m., but it showed it as a deleted state, correct?
It's a deleted record, yes.
A deleted record.
Yes.
Did you mention that yesterday in your direct testimony?
I don't believe so.
You don't believe so?
No, we changed it since then.
Exactly, you changed it since then.
Yes.
Your company removed it
Yes.
after the first trial.
Before the first trial.
Well, you removed it from one tool before the first trial, but you didn't remove it from the other Physical Analyzer program, did you?
Up until the following version was
Yes, they
released.
changed it
No, no, I'm
just
talking
for
about
this
the
case.
time of trial when you were testifying.
I appreciate that. There's some complexities with how we released the software, which resulted in one being released several weeks later and one being released several weeks earlier.
At the time of trial,
Yes.
last year in June, when you were testifying under oath, one of the Celebrite tools showed the timestamp of 2:27:40 a.m., correct?
Correct.
But that timestamp doesn't exist anymore, and it doesn't exist today, does it?
Correct.
Celebrate removed it.
Yes.
All right,
You mentioned...
could I see Counselor Sidebar for just a minute,
Sure.
please?
Sidebar.
Sidebar number 5. Yes, they removed it because they figured they had a flawed system and they were trying to fix the flaw.
But no, you removed it because Karen Reed's innocent. That's why you really did it. You changed your entire company's software to frame Karen Reed. That's right.
Yeah, got to muddy the water over a pretty cut and dry explanation of why that timestamp originally was there.
Weird, yeah. Okay, this is interesting. Why are they going all the way up to Lieutenant Fan? You know, that's weird. You get calls all day, but since my dad died, I've stopped getting spam calls. I get 2 or 3 a day, and ever since he died, I no longer get the spam calls.
Yeah.
It's weird. You know
Oh,
what I
that
mean?
call actually wasn't a spam call. That was my mechanic telling me he got the part. Well, he's tracked down the
Go ahead,
part.
Mr. Lessing.
They'll have it
Thank
in
you, Your
before
Honor.
the end of the
So
day.
with regard to the first proceeding, there was one Celebrite forensic tool that still showed the 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp,
Correct.
and it was shown in a deleted state.
The record was deleted, yes.
The record was deleted. And then after that, Celebrite outright removed the timestamp from so none of its programs had it. Correct?
Again, if I could explain a little bit about how it works.
No, I'm sorry.
Okay.
If you could just respond to my question. Is that correct?
The timestamp's been removed, yes.
However, the competitor of Celebrite that we just talked about, Magnet Forensics Axiom,
Yes.
that program at the first proceeding showed the 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, correct?
Correct.
And as a matter of fact, as you sit here today, the Magnet Forensics program, Axiom, still shows the 2:27:04 a.m. timestamp, correct?
As far as I know, yes.
And Magnet Forensics Axiom is a reputable company, correct?
Correct.
Celebrite removed that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, which is in a deleted state, in response to issues raised in the first proceeding, correct?
It was changed because of the research that I did, and that was verified by the forensic research group.
But the issue arose because of what had come up in the first proceeding, correct?
In the first investigation prior to the proceeding, yes.
In the first investigation in this case, correct?
Yes.
So Celebrite, after the first proceeding, after the investigation, just outright went and removed the timestamp.
It's not unusual to change the
I
code.
didn't ask if I just asked whether
Yep,
they
we removed it.
But Magnet Forensic Axiom still shows that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, right?
Again, they refer to it differently, which is why they can
But they
do that.
still show.
They do still show it.
Can you just finish the answer?
So,
Sorry. Just let him finish the answer. Is that what you said, Mr. Bennett?
yeah, my apologies, but I'm having trouble hearing, but I'll pause more just to make sure you're done. In that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, the dispute is whether it's associated with the search, House Long to Die in the Cold, correct?
Correct.
talk a little bit more about the first proceeding in this case. In terms of your testimony under oath in that first proceeding, do you recall stating that it was your opinion as to whether that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp was associated or not with the Google search, "House Long to Die in the Cold"?
I believe so.
Right, so you called it your opinion.
Yes, probably.
You didn't describe it as a fact, you described it as your opinion, correct?
Correct.
Because you realize that there are other fair interpretations of that timestamp and when the Google search occurred, correct?
I think even if I believe it's a fact, it's my opinion.
Right, so it's your opinion.
Yes.
So you also, do you recall stating that there's plenty of other evidence on that extraction that shows what activity was occurring at 2:27:40? You recall that?
Correct.
And you used the word evidence, correct?
Correct.
But that evidence on the Celebrate program is now gone, correct?
No,
It's not gone?
it's not gone.
So the 2:27:40 timestamp still exists in Celebrate programs?
Sorry, are we talking about the additional evidence that shows what
Well,
happened at 2:27:40?
No, I'm just asking whether,
Okay.
I thought we had that clear, but I thought, is the 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp show up on any Celebrate program as you sit here today?
The decoded value does not show a timestamp for
Thank you.
that artifact.
Sir, does your work include shaping how examiners will see the data when they open it?
Yes.
So you shape how the data is going to be, correct?
Yes, we have
Yes?
ways to create the data so it's usable. Yes.
So the answer is
shape it.
yes,
Yes.
you shape the data.
Yes.
These various forensic tools, Celebrate, Insight Suite, including Physical Analyzer, Magnet Forensics Axiom, these are all tools, and we know that no one has access to the Apple source code on iPhones, correct?
Correct.
And the best source of information about what may be happening inside of an Apple iPhone would be if one could get the source code and look into the source codes to see what's actually happening, correct?
Correct.
So what happens is, in data forensics, because Apple considers it proprietary and people can't access the source code, there's these various data forensic tools that in some ways try to serve as a surrogate, given the fact that there's no access to source code, correct?
Correct. That's fair.
So the best information would come from the Apple source code, but nobody has access to that, or few people do. Therefore, these other forensic tools are used.
Correct.
So sometimes examiners have to give opinions, like you give, because you don't have access to the source code, correct?
Correct.
So it's your opinion, oftentimes, with regard to ultimate conclusion.
Based on research and testing. But yes, it's an
Not
opinion.
100% absolute certainty, because you don't have access to the source code, correct?
Correct.
It is of my opinion
Your
that
Honor,
he is an idiot.
topics, please.
Yes.
Thank you.
I cannot prove that 100%, but I believe it to be true, and I stick with my opinion.
What was he taking a
Before I
dump?
do switch,
Or was
switch
he
topics, one- a couple
leaving a
points,
dump?
on the 22740
Well, if he
timestamp
was
finding.
taking one, I hope he washed his hands.
The Google
Yes.
search in question associated with that timestamp, the dispute over that, is house long to die in the cold, correct?
Correct.
And you understand, sir, do you understand the significance if Jen McCabe made that Google search, house long to die in the cold, at 2:27:40 a.m. instead of 6:23 a.m.? Do you understand the significance of that?
Of course.
Sustained.
He said yes, Your Honor.
I'm sorry? I said sustained.
Oh, thank you, Your Honor. I didn't hear that.
Jurors, strike any answer that may have come.
What do you understand to be the significance of the dispute over 2:27:40 timestamp?
Sustained.
Mr. Whiffen, with regard to the 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, have you looked at any forensic tools to answer that question other than Celebrite tools and your tool Ardex?
I've used Axiom as well.
So you used Axiom, and so did you therefore see that that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp still appeared?
Yes.
Did you discuss that with the jury yesterday, that you analyzed the Axiom program and that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp still appears?
I didn't. No.
You did not.
I did not.
When he woke up yesterday morning and discovered the world was still
we
there, did he
please,
discuss that with the jury?
With the court's permission, put the PowerPoint presentation back up and go to deck 26. Mr. Whiffen, does an iPhone discriminate between whether it's in a car, a bus, a bicycle, or walking?
It can, but I don't have the research on that.
Right. So as you sit here today, you can't say that an iPhone can tell the difference between a car, a bus, bicycle, or walking, correct?
The iPhone can, but I don't. Well, I haven't researched that data fully enough to understand it forensically.
So you as you
I
sit here,
can't, but
you
the phone
can't.
can.
Does an iPhone merely register movement? Let me rephrase that. Does an iPhone register movement?
It does.
Do you recall yesterday discussing movement at a speed of about 1.4 miles per hour at 12:24:37 a.m. on
Yes.
January 29th, 2022?
I do.
A person walking at a normal to even a slow pace can walk at approximately 1.4 miles per hour. Is that correct?
It sounds reasonable.
And does it sound reasonable that a normal speed of walking is between 2 and 4 miles per hour?
Reasonable.
Switching topics, Your Honor, if I could have a moment.
Switching topics, Your Honor.
You can take that. Okay, thank you.
If I may have a moment.
Live from the car
Welcome
wash. Live from the car
Yay.
wash.
Is Zoe with you?
No.
When you were examining Jennifer McCabe's
The
Phone.
car wash
Somebody
used to
needs to
freak
wash,
Keith
too.
out.
You
No,
used
she is
an
at camp
operating system
being a
called
dog.
iOS 14, correct?
She is
That's
more
one
than a
of the
dog,
versions
and we
of iOS
both
I
know
used,
it.
yes.
That
True,
was one of the
true.
versions. Do you understand that Jen McCabe's
She's almost a
phone was
registered
actually
voter in
using
California.
iOS version 15?
Yes, I do. 15.2.1.
15.2?
2.1.
Thank you. And do you recall saying, with regard to iOS 15.1, etc., that the iOS operating system, your words, had fundamentally changed, correct?
Correct.
Okay, guys, I'll be back.
Now, with regard
Okay,
to,
see you in a bit.
we're back to Jen McCabe's phone, we're back to 2740, the issue of deletions. You stated yesterday that that deletion occurred after January 31 of 2022, is that correct?
Correct.
But you couldn't determine how that deletion occurred with certainty, correct?
Correct.
And you gave 3 possibilities that you analyzed, correct?
3 or 4, yes.
3 or 4. And one of them was deleted by user, correct?
Correct.
Another one was that the search occurred but never loaded.
That would be the reason that there was no data found in the history.db file.
But that was another of the 3 or 4 reasons, correct?
That wouldn't cause the deletion of the record,
Right, but-
necessarily.
Right. And then you you discussed those possibilities, but you can't state with certainty how that deletion occurred, can you?
Correct.
You have doubts about how it occurred, is that fair?
Yeah, I have an idea how it occurred, but I can't
You
prove
had,
it.
I'm sorry. I didn't,
Yeah, no, it's okay.
No, please finish. I want to make sure you finish.
I have an idea of how it occurred, but I've not been able to replicate it, so my idea is unsubstantiated.
So is it fair to say you have some doubts
Yes.
about how the deletion occurs?
That's fair.
And you believe your doubt is reasonable
Yes.
under the circumstances?
Yes.
Your Honor, that is the extent of my questions of the witness at this time.
Okay.
Oh, thank God.
Mr. Brennan?
Thank you.
Yep.
Still have an hour till the lunch break.
So what are you doing for lunch, Jim?
Nothing. I had yogurt and applesauce earlier.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'll probably skip eating.
As a forensic analyst, do you study data?
I do.
Do you consider it a science?
I do.
Not going to call
Are
it
you a
lunch, but I got a
criminal
dragon fruit I'm going to
investigator
have
like a
for a
police
snack
officer
here in a
your
little
present
bit.
role?
Not anymore.
There you go.
Are you a detective in your present role helping aid one side or another in an investigation?
I'm not, no.
At some point, you and I spoke about reviewing phones.
We did.
You had begun your whole process in some of this work before you had met me.
Correct.
And I'd asked you to look at Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
Correct?
Did I ever tell you what you should look for?
No.
Did I ever tell you what I wanted to see or what I wanted the results to be?
No.
Did I ever share with you parts of the investigation that had nothing to do with your actual data analysis?
No.
Would it be inappropriate or not helpful for an advocate to provide you information that might taint or influence your thinking when you're looking at data in a case? Objection, Your Honor.
100% it would be problematic.
When I asked you to look at data in this case, did I ever express any opinion whatsoever that I cared, one way or another, what your results would find?
Holy
No.
crap.
Did I ever attempt to
We
shape
can write
or
another
influence your
restaurant
process by offering you
eliminated.
information that had nothing to do with
They just
your
tore
assessment of
down
data?
our Long John Silvers. My mom just sent me a picture.
And so
It's
as a
completely
scientist,
gone.
What a legal investigator or
The
an
only
advocate
Long
for either
Johns
side
left
thinks,
near me
is that
needs to be
relevant
torn
you?
down.
No.
The data is the data.
The
The data
whole
is the
building
data.
is
I can explain
gone.
my opinions on the data.
The science is the science.
Just the
science is
sign
the
left.
That's sustained. Watch the form.
Now, counsel showed you some parts of your report regarding John O'Keefe's cell phone, didn't he?
Yes.
You saw select pages from that report,
Correct.
a few pages you were asked about,
Yes.
but you wrote an entire report, didn't you?
I did.
And do you think that your entire report puts into perspective some of those select pages that you were shown?
Definitely, yes.
You know, I move to introduce Mr. Whiffen's entire report.
May we approach your eyes?
Okay.
Sidebar.
Sidebar.
Number 6.
Hey, Jim. Do
Yeah.
you have the time to listen to me whine about anything and nothing at all?
Sure. We've got enough time to the end of the sidebar.
I don't remember any more of the lyrics at this moment, but hey.
Good Lord. Sidebar number 6. Sidebar number 6. So you guys get a freebie. I just added one because the building is gone. So, I mean, if they're rebuilding by the time it's done, I may be off of fast food restriction. So as it's coming up in the scroll below, you can donate $5 to add another day to my punishment from now to June 5th.
Yeah, none of the Long John Silvers that they've closed down in my area. Out of the 3 that I know in my area that have closed down, 2 of them have been bulldozed, and the other repurposed into a taqueria.
That's also so strange because Long John Silver's was my dad's favorite fast food. And now it's gone too, so wow.
I used to love Long John Silver's, but they just slid downhill.
Right. Well, the checkout or the drive-through was always 20 minutes. It was
if you're the only person at the restaurant.
Car, yeah. I remember going once, and we waited 45 minutes and there were only
And-
2 cars.
Yes, you have to wait that long, and they always get your order wrong.
Yeah. When I was a kid, I used to love Ivers in the Seattle area just because they had TVs.
Do you still have your report with you, Mr.
and you could
Whitman?
watch TV.
Okay.
For a quarter.
Let's start with questions that council asked you about the battery. When you were trying to determine how the battery worked, you shared with the jury that you did certain testing.
Correct.
What was the purpose of that testing?
To make sure that the battery temperature sensor would be affected by environmental temperatures, such as being in the freezer, such as being outside, being brought back indoors, and to make sure that the fall and rise of the temperature sensor, at least the pattern would match the expected pattern and would match the thermometer that was alongside it.
When you put the batteries or the phone in the freezers, did it matter what the temperature of the freezer was when you put it in it?
I didn't believe it did.
What was the purpose again of putting it in the freezer?
Just to remove the device from a warm environment, which was outside of the freezer, placing it inside the cold environment of the freezer and just seeing how the temperature dropped.
As you mentioned, you look at data through science, correct?
Correct.
And so, did anybody ever share with you the important points of the decrease in temperature of the cell phone battery to try to influence your results?
I'm sorry, could you
Did
rephrase?
anybody try to tell you important points of the evening on January 29th, 2022 in an attempt to influence your studies on the fact that a battery or a phone, when it gets colder, the battery temperature decreases?
No.
So when you developed the graph of the battery temperature and you followed the progress of that temperature declining through the night, was there any other scope or focus of yours other than to simply track the data?
Just tracking the data.
Similarly, when you looked at healthcare data, were you asked to try to see if the healthcare data could fit a certain theory or argument?
No, I was not.
You were looking at the healthcare data, were you looking at it independently?
I was.
Now, it's not your opinion, or you're not taking a position what the meaning of that data matching up is, are you?
No.
No one's asked you to give an opinion about the coordination of data, have they?
No.
So if the data just coordinates on its own, that has nothing to do with your opinion.
Objection, Your Honor.
I sustain it as to
You mentioned when you put a cell phone in a colder environment, like a freezer, you noted that the temperature goes down.
Correct.
Do your studies also show that when the cell phone is taken out of a certain temperature and put in an increased temperature, the cell phone battery temperature goes up?
It does.
Do you have available for the screen the battery graph that we had on your PowerPoint?
I do. 2 seconds.
At any point in your experiments, did you put
If you
a
could go
body
back one to where it's just
on the
start,
phone?
please. And if you could enlarge it, we'll start near the top.
2 seconds.
Okay. At 12:20:43 on January 28, 2023, the battery temperature is 77 degrees.
I'm sorry, that's 8:43 p.m.
That's
all right?
8:43 p.m.?
Yes, the first record.
77 degrees?
Yes.
And if we look down to the last box on January 28, 2023,
Yes.
so at 23:28, that's 12:23:28? Objection, Your Honor. When you approach, please.
Okay?
Bye. Sidebar number 7. That's right, folks. Sidebar number 7. They're coming fast and furious today. Even though Pope isn't here, the day-old sidebars are going well. Lemon zest, and I believe that's a touch of cinnamon. Cinnamon and sugar sidebars. They're left over from yesterday, where we had far less sidebars than we prepared for.
There was only 4 sidebars left over from yesterday, and they was already gone.
Now we've got to hunt down where Mr. Pope Phil has gone off to and get some more sidebars out of him, because we're running low. Running low.
Has he gone to Integrity Farms?
He might have.
I'm going to ask. Mr. Whiffen, I'm going to ask you to start at 12:13 on January 29th, 2022. Battery temperature 82 degrees.
Yes.
And now you were also tracking healthcare data, weren't you?
Correct.
You were also tracking location information.
Correct.
At 12:22, the battery temperature is 77 degrees Fahrenheit.
Correct.
And during that time, 12:22, that is the time with the location data where we see Mr. O'Keefe's car traveling near Cedarbrook, isn't it?
Objection, Your Honor. The form sustained.
And at 12:22 on January 29, 2022, where
His
does
phone
the
was only
location
traveling,
data
so it did not
show
require a driver's
Mr.
license.
O'Keefe's phone in progress?
It's around Oakdale Road, I believe.
And the travel that you're noting, is that consistent given the speed of being within a car?
I believe so.
And do you know whether or not that car had heat on?
I've got no idea.
You have healthcare data that the phone moves for a 20-second period, right?
I believe so,
And
yes.
That is after the Waze information stops.
Correct.
So you have to watch the form. I know it's hard to orient, but you have to watch the form.
In your PowerPoint presentation, you are tracking the Waze information, aren't you?
I am, yes.
And at some point that switches to more local location data?
Again, Waze is not recording the location data. Waze is requesting location data from Apple's location services, and location services is doing the recording of the location data.
So if we're following the phone through Waze, at 12:24:25, is it in the car moving at 16.6 miles per hour?
According to the data, yes.
And at 12:24:26, according to the data, is it still in a car moving at 17 miles per hour?
Sustained is to forms.
Can you pull up your PowerPoint, and we'll start at 12:24:25. We can show the jury the progress of that phone.
Okay.
And at 12:24:25, how fast is Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone moving?
The data on the device says that it was moving at around 16.6 miles per hour.
Next page, 24:26.
17 miles per hour.
Next page, 24:27.
15.9 miles per hour.
Next page, 24:28.
14.5 miles per hour.
24:29.
12.1 miles per hour.
24:30.
11.5 miles per hour.
24:31.
10.4 miles per hour.
24:32.
8.9 miles per hour.
24:33.
7 miles per hour.
24:34.
5.2 miles per hour.
24:35.
3.5 miles per hour.
24:36.
3.2 miles per hour.
2437,
1.4 miles per hour.
and 2438.
0 miles per hour or 0 meters per second.
And at 2438, that phone is stopped near the flagpole?
I would say so, yes.
Then the location data gets more broad.
It does.
There is no movement at that time after the car stops. Is there any movement when the car stops at 2438, between 2438 and 2430? Is there any movement indicated on the healthcare data?
Not from the health data, no.
At 12:31:57, does the phone demonstrate any movement?
If I may just look back at my report,
course,
just
please.
to recall. What time was that, sorry?
12:31:57.
Yes, around 12:31, 56 or 57 is the start of the health event, 36 steps.
How long? How many seconds does that phone move for?
20 seconds.
12:31:56 to 12:32:16.
Correct.
And is that the only time that the phone moves from the point it stops at the flagpole until the next morning?
Correct.
The only time.
Correct.
12:31:56 to 12:32:16.
Yes.
And when that phone moves, you can't tell if it's walking a straight line or in a circle.
Correct.
You don't know if the phone is pacing
So
back
if the
and forth.
defense's story is correct, the phone should have been
Sustained
found in the
phone.
house.
Can you tell how far a phone moves from its origin, from its original point when you're counting steps?
No. iOS creates the calculation, number of steps times the person's gait, and provides the 25.4 meters value.
At 12:32:16, when that phone stops moving, John O'Keefe's phone stops moving, do you know the next time it moves again?
I'm going to allow it.
It's approximately 6:15.
Now, less than 5 minutes later, 12:37, that battery in that cell phone gets another temperature reading, doesn't it?
It does.
Does it go up?
It goes down.
And it goes down to what degrees?
72 degrees.
And over the next 8 minutes, does that temperature even or go up?
At 43 minutes past, there was another reading of 66 Fahrenheit.
And then at 12:53, that's about, what, 21 minutes or so after that phone stops moving? What's the temperature?
I'm sorry, at 12:53?
Yes.
Oh, 61 Fahrenheit.
61 degrees?
Yes.
And over the next 14 minutes, does it drop again?
It does. It drops to 55 degrees at 1:07.
And at 1:36 a.m. that morning,
It's down to 50 degrees.
and this health data shows that that phone hasn't moved. But does
Correct.
this healthcare data show that this phone hasn't moved since
There's
12:32:16?
no more steps were recorded.
Now, you had studies where you put the phone in a freezer.
Correct.
When you put the phone in the freezer, did you wrap it in anything?
I didn't know.
Did you use any type of heat source that would slow down the process of the temperature dropping?
No.
Let me ask you a hypothetical. If a person, a human, was lying prone on a cell phone outside and had a body temperature directly touching the phone, in your opinion, could that slow the process of the temperature decreasing as compared to just simply putting a phone in a freezer? Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
When you put the phone in the freezer, did you wrap it in any warmth?
No,
Any clothing?
nothing at all.
I object, Your Honor. That blows the theory of my defense.
Now, you don't know the temperature, but you said there was a blizzard outside?
That's my understanding, yes.
At 6:06 a.m., is there a change in the battery temperature of John O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, the temperature has dropped to 43 degrees Fahrenheit.
So there's a 7-degree drop in temperature at 6:06.
Correct.
Were you shared any of the facts or information that has nothing to do with data and science? Were you shared any facts or information about what may have occurred to that cell phone and its exposure to colder air that morning, minutes prior to 6:06 a.m.?
I may have heard that around that time is when John was found. But,
So could you answer the question, yes or no, that Mr. Brennan asked you? Did anybody share information with you about that, sir?
nobody shared it with me, no.
If the phone was in an environment and it was exposed to further colder air or drop in temperature, could it register a reading?
I'm sorry, can you ask that again?
Sure. Let me ask a different question. The phone drops to 43 degrees, John's phone at 6:06. 6:14, is there another change with this phone dropping in temperature?
Yes, it drops to 37 Fahrenheit.
Do you know what, if anything, happened as far as the environment that phone was exposed to seconds before 6:14?
I don't know.
Do you know if that phone at 6:15:01 was then placed in a warmer environment like a pocket or a car? Do you
I
know?
have no idea.
But your data shows at 6:35 there's an increase in temperature,
Correct.
doesn't it?
It does.
So at 6:14 you don't know if there's been any increased exposure, do you?
No, I know that according to the battery temperature, it's increased, but I don't know the reason for that.
Now, if you look at the battery temperature at 6:06 a.m., it's 43 degrees.
Yes.
That's a change in temperature, isn't it?
Objection, Your Honor.
Is that a change in temperature from 136?
It is.
Looking at your healthcare data, is there something happening relative to the phone at 6:04 to 6:11?
That is 432 steps were recorded at that time.
Can a phone record steps if it's being moved back and forth?
It may record some. It's difficult to say how many would be misunderstood as being steps taken.
If you're shaking an object that moves the phone violently, could it record steps?
Again, potentially it could record some, but it's not a consistent enough pattern of movement for it to be recorded as lots of steps.
Now at 6:14, the temperature is 37 degrees, and you just offered us that by 6:35, over the next 21 minutes, the degrees goes up by 6 degrees.
Correct.
You don't know what was happening with that phone at 6:15:01, do you?
I don't.
I'll allow it.
Do you know?
I don't know, no.
Next question.
But what you do know is this healthcare data at 6:15:14,
Correct.
and that demonstrates what?
At 6:15:14, it was the start of 180 steps.
So the phone at 6:15:14 is again moving.
Correct.
And after that starts moving wherever the phone may go, it starts getting warmer temperature?
Correct.
Now, you shared with us location data, and you explained the difference between Waze and other types of location data. I had asked you an opinion about where the phone was located, based just on location data, nothing else. And when I asked you that opinion, I didn't ask you to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, did I?
I don't recall.
I asked you if it was consistent
Yes.
with being near the flagpole the entire night.
Sustained.
Based on location data alone, are you offering an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty where that phone was?
It's difficult to say with a reasonable degree of certainty based on the randomness of the location data.
I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up, Mr. Whiffen. Could we turn the AC off, please? Thank you.
No, it's
Poor
difficult to
jury.
give an answer based to a high degree of scientific certainty based on the sporadic nature of the records that night.
Based on the data you have, just on location data alone, is that location data consistent with that phone being near the flagpole area from midnight until 6:15 the next morning?
It is, yes.
There's also information because the broadness that it could have been somewhere else.
Correct.
Yet it is consistent.
It is.
You didn't just rely on location data for your opinion, though.
I didn't know.
Watch the form, Mr. Brennan.
Yeah.
Sustained.
Did you rely just on location data for your opinion?
No, I did not.
Did you also consider the health data?
I did.
And did you also consider the battery temperature?
Sustained.
In addition to location data, what are the other things you considered, in your opinion, to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that that phone was at the flagpole the entire night from 12:30 until 6 the next morning?
I'm going to allow that.
It was based on the location data that recorded high accuracy, based on the health data that showed when the device moved and how far, based on the battery temperature information, and based on the Doppler face detection information.
Let me ask you some more questions about the health data. You were shown pieces of information on examination. You told us that that health data, well, the phone was it your opinion the phone was in the car until it stopped at the flagpole?
Sustained.
At 12:31:56 and 12:32:16, does the data show that is the time that the phone was moving?
At what time, sorry?
12:31:56 to 12:32:16.
I'm sorry, the rest of the question was?
Does that demonstrate movement of the phone at that time?
Yes, it did.
Okay. You shared that you can't tell the direction or the distance of steps. If...
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, please.
Pardon me.
If that phone moved from the flagpole in a straight line away from the flagpole, like, for example, towards the house, wouldn't it have to move again before 6:04 to get back to the flagpole?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow it.
I would presume so.
All right, you asking me to strike that, Mr.
Yes, Your
Lacy?
Honor.
I'm going to strike that.
Does health data register when a phone moves?
It does.
I'll ask you some more detailed questions about your research into a phone that's been attributed to Jennifer McCabe. You looked at one piece of your report on the screen, and that was a phone call register.
Yes.
Could you turn to that phone call register, please?
What are we doing with the slide that's up there, Mr. Brennan?
I would like to change it to the phone call register if possible.
Oh, it's not me.
I believe it's Exhibit 42. If you, it's a. Do you have the report that you could put on the screen regarding
I
the
don't
phone call
have.
register?
I don't have this one that was shared as
Okay.
Exhibit 42.
This is now marked as Exhibit 42. In the phone call register, you noted that there was a call at 12:14:36.
Yes.
Have you found it? Is that your?
This is not me. No.
Oh,
I think it's Ms. Gilman.
thank you, Ms. Gilman. Could you enlarge that, please?
Which portion of it?
Up the top part. The first 4 or 5 calls. Thank you.
And we need it larger, Ms. Gilman, please. All right, that's better, thank you.
On examination, you read that at 12:14:36, there was a phone call incoming
Yes.
that appeared to be from Jennifer McCabe.
Correct.
At 12:14:36, the location information is the John O'Keefe's cell phone at Fairview by that point?
Objection, Your Honor.
So the question, is it?
Yes, is it?
No.
And then at 12:18:47, there's another call, and again from Jen McCabe.
That's an outgoing call to Jen McCabe.
It's an outgoing call to Jennifer McCabe.
Yes.
12:18:47, the location
Come back to
information.
you.
Does that place?
Disappointingly, I
Mr.
did
O'Keefe's
not
cell
get
phone
arrested.
at Fairview?
No, it does not.
Uh-huh.
Then at 12:29:44, there's an 8-second call. That
Did you
said
have to
believe is answered.
threaten
Do
to
you know
take
if there was
away,
any conversation in that call?
No,
The
no
officer's
further
qualified
conversation.
immunity to keep from being arrested?
And at 12:29:44,
Well, the cops never even showed up. That's
does the
how
location information place
what
John
bad news I
O'Keefe's
am.
cell phone somewhere?
It does. At
They
Fairview
don't
Road.
even want to
the
deal with
flagpole.
you anymore.
Yes.
Nope.
Your Honor.
I'll strike that.
Now, there is not a call. Well, let me ask you. The next call. What time is the next call?
33 minutes and 35 seconds after midnight.
And who's that call from?
From Karen Reed.
Is that before or after John O'Keefe's health data stops?
After.
At 12:37, you offered us that the cell phone battery's temperature is decreasing.
Yes.
How many calls have been made from the defendant to John O'Keefe by the time that cell phone battery stops dropping in temperature?
7.
I want to turn now to some questions about your analysis of Ms. McCabe's phone. You were asked about hash values, a way of trying to confirm the integrity of the data on a extraction.
Yes.
When forensic analysts look at phones, do you sometimes get to actually see the phone?
Yes.
Do you sometimes have to use an extraction, a copy of the phone?
Yes.
Is it important to try to look and research or search the item to determine whether or not there's been any tampering?
Yes.
You were asked if hash values is one way to do that.
I was.
And you were shown or read part of your report about hash values.
Yes.
There's a second part to that, isn't there?
There is.
You didn't get a chance to share the second part, did you?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
In this case, there was a hash value, wasn't there?
There was.
Now, just so we can understand simply, how is a hash value created during the extraction process? What does that mean in very, very simple terms?
Yeah. At the end of the extraction, an algorithm is run on every piece of, every byte of data within the extraction, and it comes out with a value at the end. The idea is that if any of that data ever changes, be it through user interaction or through corruption of data in how it was stored, then that value will change at the end.
You mentioned Gray Key. Is that a software, hardware that makes the copy of the phone?
It's
Is
a
this
piece of
guy from
hardware
Wales?
and includes software.
How commonly
I
is Gray
don't
Key
think
used
so.
in the industry?
It's very common.
Did I hear you say that
I
with
think
Gray
he was
Key,
from the
hash value is
actual
never authenticated?
UK.
Objection, Your Honor.
Oh, okay.
Sustained is to fall.
Does Gray Key authenticate the hash value?
But he's
The hash
Canadian
value
now.
is placed inside a PDF which is not signed.
And is that common or typical in the industry?
That is the way that Gray Key do it.
Was there anything anomaly or untoward or different about the way this one was done?
No.
Did the hash value from the Gray Key extraction match the hash value?
It did.
Anything irregular whatsoever about it?
No, not that I could see.
Now, you don't just read software programs when they spit out reports, do you?
No.
As an analyst, as one of the leaders of Celebrite, do you have a history of being a researcher?
Yes, I do.
A history of study?
Yes.
Have you written reports and papers for people to learn?
I've written multiple blogs, done multiple presentations, webinars. Some of my blog posts have become peer-reviewed articles.
Okay. Is it sufficient to simply look at a report that is generated by Celebrite or Axiom or any other service and make conclusions just on the report?
I don't believe it is, no.
Why do you think that's imprudent?
Sorry?
Why do you think that is not prudent to simply rely on a report?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow him to answer.
The tools are very good at surfacing data, but I believe it's up to the examiner to understand what that data means and to provide context to the information which the tool itself can't give.
And when you were considering the hash value and determining whether or not you thought there was anything wrong with the data, aside from the hash value, how do you do that?
How do I do
How
what?
do you make a determination whether or not this has integrity, the data hasn't been tampered with, so to speak?
Okay. So notwithstanding the hash value, I'd be looking for issues with the data that don't make sense. In this particular case, there was lots of data points that all appeared to work together. Like you would see one artifact change in one database and an artifact would change somewhere else. And it all just made perfect sense in how it was functioning. That kind of leads you to believe that it's not been tampered with, or the person tampering with it did an exceptional job to be able to cover all of these different tracks and make it undetectable.
Did you try to summarize that perspective in the part of the report that wasn't read to you on examination?
I did.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty if there was any data integrity issues in the information you reviewed?
I don't believe there was any.
Well, Scottish or Welsh, they're both questionable in their
It was characterized on examination. There was a
character.
dispute
Yep. Yep.
about the time origin of
Yep.
the search, how long to die in cold. Do you remember being asked the question about a dispute?
Yes.
Have you, in your studies and in your position, is there any viable dispute in the forensic data scientific community about that issue?
I don't believe there is anymore.
Now, you got involved in this case because you received a complaint from a consumer.
I received a question from a consumer, yes.
And you attempted to resolve that?
Correct.
Sustained is to
Other than that source, have you received any information, feedback, opinions that would make this issue in any way a dispute?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that.
I'm sorry, could you rephrase the question?
Other than that one person, that one consumer, have you received any information in the forensic community which you're part of?
Oh.
Any data, any information that would suggest that your conclusions are in dispute?
Yeah, I received a very similar question from an examiner in Europe. Fairly similar circumstances with a case and with a timestamp that didn't make sense, that was originating from the same database. I applied the same logic and theory to his question, and he confirmed it solved the issue for him. It all made sense then.
And since then, has in your world, academic and research world, forensic data science, other than the person who originally raised the question, has there been any dispute brought to you by anybody about your conclusions about when this search actually happened?
No. If anything, I've heard people who have confirmed the research that I did.
Do you know Jessica Hyde?
I do.
Is she well known in the forensic community?
She is.
You were asked questions about your law enforcement background and the fact that Celebrite is used as a forensic tool oftentimes by law enforcement.
Yes.
Did you go into your company's software and change it to accommodate law enforcement?
No, definitely not.
Would you ever do such a thing?
No.
Why wouldn't you do something like that?
Aside from being unethical to change the data in that way, this is an artifact that is easily validated by any examiner. And if I was to tamper it for the purposes of changing the outcome of the case, it would be detected by all of our customers immediately and would destroy the reputation of Cellbrite, which I've got no intention of doing.
Before a prior proceeding, the printout from the software, when it was showing the timestamp of the Safari search, was it labeled something in particular before?
The Cellbrite search
Yes.
was labeled last visited time.
Last what?
Last visited time.
And when it was labeled last visited time, did it show 227 on the report?
It did.
Cellbrite, after research and consideration, removed that label?
We removed the timestamp when we determined that it was not relevant to the last time that that page was visited.
Why was it important to remove that timestamp from the program and the software?
It was clearly causing confusion.
Does the company have concerns when consumers are confused about information?
Of course, yes.
Do companies have concerns if a consumer tries to manipulate the use of that information?
Of course.
Are companies concerned that a label could be misleading for somebody who may not have a higher level of experience?
Yes.
When that decision was made to change that for clarification, do you make that solely by yourself?
No, I did not.
Who do you consult with and who's part of that decision process?
So again, after my research, I passed the results of my research to the Forensic Research Group. This is a team based at Cellbrite whose sole job is to do the research, do the coding to make sure that what we're giving to customers is correct. They spent some time validating the research that I did, verifying that my research was correct, and then they were responsible for making the change based on the updated research.
It was suggested that a separate software program, not the company you work for, Cellbrite, but Axiom, reflects this search as deleted. That's not entirely accurate, is it?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained as to form.
Running an Axiom program, would it reflect this search as deleted?
Yes, and it is a deleted search.
Does it have a label on it?
It does.
Is that carved?
Yes, it would be.
Now, are you familiar with the Axiom Artifact Reference Guide when it talks about the dangers of relying on the timestamp?
I'm not familiar with it referencing dangers, but I'm aware of the document.
Are you aware of the reference guide when it talks about Safari's suspended state tabs?
Yes.
And offers that since these are local tab states, results from this artifact may contain an earlier date and time compared to the results in the Safari history artifact if iCloud Safari synchronization?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Are you aware of the reference guide?
I am.
Are you aware that it cautions that a timestamp can be misinterpreted?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Karen looks bored.
Well, they told her to stop playing on the computer.
Yeah,
Maybe
she wants to
too.
be shopping. She needs to go shopping.
And she was
So
playing
when
with
you
words with friends
came to
with
your
the
opinion
Shuggy
that the search
until he ran out of
How long died in
words.
the cold at 6:23 and 6:24 in the morning of January 29,
He
2022.
just started talking in
was
Scottish
the
to her. You
time
know
that
that's
they
all
were
made
actually
up.
Inputted,
Yeah,
not
that's hard.
2:27.
That's very hard.
In forming your opinion, did you consider both Celebrite and Axiom software?
I did.
Did you consider other tools as well?
Yes, my own.
And tell us a little bit about your own tool.
Again, this is a tool I've been writing for
Hank,
approximately
tell
5
us
or 6
about your
years now.
tool.
Partially for fun, partially for research purposes. And it's a tool I make available to other examiners globally.
And sir,
Ian
when
Whiffin's
you were
tool.
trying to examine these searches that
The
in your
Whiffin
opinion,
tool.
6:23 and 6:24 a.m. Did you ever try to test it yourself and actually take a phone so you could either prove or disprove to yourself that that earlier timestamp didn't mean it was the time that it was searched?
Oh, definitely. Yes, that's the kind of thing that I do all the time when verifying artifacts.
And in your opinion, is that helpful in understanding how a timestamp earlier could relate to a later search?
Exactly, very helpful.
Would you be willing to do a live demonstration for us on the screen and show
I
us
can.
how that works?
Yes.
Okay. How long would that take?
Probably about 5 minutes.
Okay. Could you show us?
Of course.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Okay.
Goodbye. Ian
Believe it or
whiffing
not.
his tool. He's whiffing his
Judge,
tool.
Judge, you can't let him do it because it'll disprove our defense.
Don't let him whiffin.
So this is sidebar number 8, and it is totally Gia's fault.
Yep.
And it still sounds like you're streaming.
Yep. Yep. The flavor today is coconut cream sidebar.
Now, we haven't even seen him today. Oh, Bill is off. Maybe he's playing with the sidebars.
Mmm. Pineapples and coconut cream.
Only if the pineapple's upside down.
True. True.
That's right. That's right. Hope Bill's with us in spirit as he's filling us up with his sidebars.
Yeah, he's probably out getting annulment forms.
Well, he was a little embarrassed by
Yeah.
his latest wedding.
Yep. Yep. Yeah, I had to break the news to Mrs. Pope, and they are in couples counseling as we speak.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be thrupples counseling?
Yes.
You haven't seen NCR either this morning. What can we say about that?
He's getting fitted for his new GIMP suit.
Better.
Yeah, his flamingo feet shoes. It's a long sidebar.
Yes, it is.
Can they hear? I mean, especially John's brother. He's closest. Can he hear what they're saying?
I don't think they can.
They turn the mic off.
Yeah, apparently without mics, it's hard to hear you in that courtroom.
They did have to turn the AC off because...
Seems like a great place to take our lunch and recess.
Now they're going to
45 minutes.
argue in court.
Okay. Mr. Whitman, I'm
Oh, they're going to have lunch.
The rest of us are in recess.
Please rise to the jury. Leaving no folks on the chairs. Thank you.
Okay, folks. Well,
Just give John 5 minutes alone in a room with Karen. That's all I ask. John's brother.
John's brother.
John's brother,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, I was about to say,
Well,
someone would have to put a pillow over Karen's face to meet John.
well, I'm not implying anything. What the hell?
They're doing outside. They usually show the outside. But we are going to go to our very special news report from this morning from Mr. Pants.
Ooh, Daryl. Daryl. Daryl Brooks.
So, for about 10 minutes, we'll have a Pants report. Do what you gotta do.
Okay.
And we will be back with you.
Lane Myers' Monday hearing goes off rails again. Monday saw another off-the-rails Lane Myers experience play out in audio form on the Pima County, Arizona website. As star of the show, Lane Myers successfully fired his attorney/advisory attorney, William Parvin, while indicating that he had every intention of firing Judge D. Douglas Metcalf as well. Before the hearing started, our court reporter, the lovely Judy, had time to have a short talk with Attorney Parvin. She described him as a nice man who really believed in his causes, including having the law governing aggravated harassment overturned. She was surprised that he knew her by name, and the encounter was described as pleasant. Myers' supporter, Mark Brown, was back, along with a man who had made a scene before the previous hearing in the case. That man had again stated his intention to record in the courtroom before being shut down by Judge Metcalf's law clerk, who told him that the judge had ruled that there would be no personal recording devices used in any of the hearings involving this case. When Myers arrived, he immediately began bickering with Parvin about disclosure. Myers complained that he did not have anything from the prosecution. He would later take this complaint directly to Judge Metcalf. The hearing started, and Judge Metcalf immediately began the Ferretta hearing to determine if Myers could indeed have Parvin removed as his attorney. Myers became outraged when Parvin said that at one point he was considering objecting based on Myers' inability to control himself in court, but was satisfied that Myers had the ability to keep things together enough to move forward. Parvin also disclosed that he had been assigned another case that brought him into conflict, as he was defending someone who was accused of harassing Myers' romantic partner. Myers made his views on Parvin known, saying they had irreconcilable differences, and eventually demanded that Parvin be removed from the courtroom, as his very presence was causing him outrage. Judge Metcalf would eventually grant Myers' request, and Parvin would be dismissed from the case. Parvin, however, stayed in the courtroom to serve as advisory attorney for the session, as Metcalf made it clear that he would be assigning another advisory attorney to help Myers prepare for the case. Myers again was outraged by the judge's decision and demanded that attorney Mark the Shark Randazza be assigned to his case. Metcalf did not recognize the name and said that the next advisory attorney would simply be the next available attorney on the list of public defenders, and implied that if Myers wanted outside help, he could hire an outside attorney. Myers then informed Judge Metcalf that he would ignore the advisory attorney completely, as he was now in control of his case. All discovery would need to go to him directly, and the advisory attorney would only be informed of information about the case through him. They would otherwise have no part in the case. He also informed the judge that he was filing a motion to have the judge removed. So Metcalf, who Myers said was committing crimes on the bench and refusing to follow procedure, had no say in the future of cases against Myers. Metcalf reacted with an "okay," before moving on with the other issues related to the case, including moving forward with consolidating the two separate sets of charges and cases into one big case. The judge then held on to the July 21st trial date set by Judge Scott MacDonald, who had sat in for Metcalf at a previous hearing. Myers then demanded that the trial be moved up because his wife would be leaving the United States on July 4th. Metcalf refused to move the trial up, telling Myers bluntly that he had 300 cases on his docket, and some waiting for a trial date a lot longer than Myers did. Prosecutor Rachel Stiles interjected that she would depose Myers' romantic partner before the time Myers indicated that she was leaving the country. This set off Myers, who said that he was sick of everyone calling his partner anything but his wife. He said that marriage was just a way to share assets, and that the court should recognize his partnership as a marriage even though they weren't legally married. Both Stiles and Metcalf had to remind Myers that, legally, they could not refer to his partner as his wife because the term wife brought legal rights in court proceedings that would not be afforded to his partner as they weren't legally married. Myers was again outraged, yelling that if his partner wouldn't be called his wife, then he would call the victim in this case the alleged victim. Metcalf admonished Myers for this, stating that he would not allow Myers to use that term. Myers began to state things like, "This isn't a threat, but," to Judge Metcalf, in reminding the judge that he would be filing the motion to have him replaced, and anything he could do would likely be overturned by the new judge. Metcalf again proceeded as normal and said that if he was removed from the case by the Chief Justice, Myers could see significant setbacks in his timeline, as he would have to start over. Addressing Myers' complaints about discovery, Metcalf ordered Prosecutor Stiles to include addresses for the handful of witnesses in the case, other than the victim, and provide those to Myers. Myers argued that he needed to be provided with the address of the victim's husband, Matt Walker, which was denied by Metcalf. Myers then stated that he should have hundreds of pages of documentation from the case and indicated that Stiles was lying when she said that she turned everything over to Myers through attorney Parvin. Parvin attempted to object to Myers' accusations, resulting in Myers going into what could only be described as a blind rage, to the point where Metcalf excused Farvin from the courtroom. Discovery then continued, with Myers talking over both Metcalf and Stiles and indicating his belief that he would be able to interview prosecution witnesses without the presence of Stiles or anyone else. He then complained that Stiles refused to talk to him directly, and Stiles responded that she had not been talking to him outside the presence of his advisory attorney. Metcalf told Stiles from now on she needed to talk directly to Myers, but seemed unfazed when Stiles indicated that she would set up a series of Microsoft Teams meetings between herself, Myers, and his new advisory attorney once appointed. A great deal of time was spent correcting Myers on the differences in policies between Arizona Superior Court rules and those of the local courts he had previously dealt with. Metcalf made it clear that Myers' advisory attorney would be there to help navigate the differences should Myers decide to listen to the attorney. Myers brought up settlement hearings, and that Stiles had ignored his previous offer of a settlement without detailing that settlement to Judge Metcalf. That was his previous "release me from jail now and you can sue me to take down the videos at the heart of the matter" offer. Stiles again offered to set up a settlement conference, should one be needed. The next hearing in the case has been set for May 21st, to set a trial date for the combined cases. Myers' plight did nothing to spark Myers' fundraising efforts, as his Give, Send, Go campaign has gone 6 days without a new donation. Newcomer Clash with Mao took the day, with a $65 donation to his GoFundMe campaign, followed by $20 taken in by Craig Hendry's generic to support Craig's work campaign, and $5 to Hendry's Chili de Castro created Freedom campaign. Journalism in crisis. Both.
I'll save you from Parsons' favorite bit. We're back. We're at the afternoon break from this trial. It's gone on all freaking day. How you doing, Hank?
Oh, trying to figure out what to do for lunch.
Well, my mom just surprised me and brought me 4 slices of Little Caesars pan pizza along with the Dr. Pepper. Did their lunch special, I guess.
Excuse me. I can't remember the last time I had Little Caesars.
This was pretty good. It was. I ate 2 of the slices, put the rest away for dinner. So very filling. Very, very filling.
Well, for the price, Little Caesars is not a bad pizza.
No, it's not. And yeah, it's. I don't particularly like their pan pizza style, but when you're starving, you can't really. Beggars can't be choosers, and it was a really good meal today. We also have nothing going on, folks. Nothing going on. I've been checking cases, legal stuff, everything to see what's going on. But nothing that we follow has any updates as of yet. Lane Myers' supporters have something scheduled for later today. I'll watch that until I get a headache and maybe write a news story on it. But we could be light on news tomorrow morning if this continues. Parsons, it's kind of hard to cook food at home right now when I'm in front of a computer hosting you. You have that. But yes, Lord. I would go for anyone but this guy that they wasted a lot or used a lot of time on. I am glad that they're finally letting him rebut, but really, the defense took so much time to say nothing. What do you think, Hank?
Today has been a complete waste. The defense going around and around in circles trying to prove whatever, have not made a single point yet today. And anything they think they did make a point on in the cross-examine, getting slapped right back down to you idiot level of questioning.
Person's asking, how did you get Little Caesar pizza? I just said my mom just brought it. So she was out, picked up lunch, and came home.
Well, they do deliver. There is ways to get Little Caesars delivered now.
Yeah, I don't know if we're in their area or not.
Well,
We're kind of far out.
It's like Grubhub, DoorDash, that type of thing to get it delivered.
Right.
I don't think Little Caesars themselves has delivery drivers.
Right. I think like our Little Caesars only has one person working at a time. You know. Okay, let's go and find personal wife. How about that?
Sounds like fun.
Let's play past the disclaimer.
Be unaware, or maybe just unwilling to stop. This isn't a movie scene, it's real life, and what unfolds next is nothing short of jaw-dropping. Stay with me because this story takes twists you won't believe. A police officer spots the vehicle, struggling along the road, its front tire completely gone. As he pulls up behind it, blue lights flashing, the driver doesn't hesitate to stop. But as soon as she steps out, the situation takes a bizarre turn. The woman, standing in front of the officer's cruiser, seems dazed. When asked what happened, her story shifts like sand in the wind. First, she claims she simply had a flat tire. Then, she says she hit another car. But when the officer presses for details, she suddenly blames an inconsiderate person
go north
who
of me and check what she hit, if there is another car involved or not. Her car is basically was driving on the rim, the front passenger side tire.
Like she's short, she's
not there anymore.
She's in good shape, and she knows how to drive
All
on
right,
the rims
stop moving,
of her
okay?
tires.
Okay. I need you to
You
stand
don't
in
have
the front
to
of my
buy
car.
tires that
What's
often.
going on?
Nothing. I just was trying to get home, and my
no, we have
tires
not
aren't
played this
working.
one before.
Your tire is not working?
Yeah.
Okay, where are you coming from?
Summerland.
Okay.
Yeah.
What did you hit? Did you hit anything? Did you hit another car? Can you stay with her? Single volt. Yeah, I'm gonna have extensive front end damage too. I'm gonna need a rotation offense number, please. It's the 21 mile marker right here. There's the sheriff's office substation. Looks like she hit the wall right here. Guessing this is her rim.
I hope it's not a
Right
rim.
here was in the road. There's a big gash in the road right here that's definitely fresh. And
Ouch.
here's a bumper. All right, ma'am. So you're being detained now, okay? You're not under arrest. I just detained you, okay? So you crashed your car. Can you tell me what happened? How you crashed your car?
I don't really know.
You don't remember or you don't know?
No, I know. It was just like an inconsiderate person that just was parked in the wrong place.
Okay.
I actually backed into that.
You backed to the
I did.
car?
Correct. Yes.
So why you have a damage to the front in the front of your car?
That is not my fault. That was like a previous job. I live on Waddell in Alberta.
Okay.
And unfortunately, like tourists, things like that, they just like back into.
Wait. They just found her bumper on the other side of the road.
Uh-huh.
But that's not new damage. That's old damage. So the bumper
Yeah.
must have been lying there for a while then.
It just spontaneously flew off her car.
Okay.
My car, I don't care.
So do you know why I pulled you over? Do you know why I stopped you?
Yeah,
Why?
because I was being bad.
Because why?
I wasn't very like good.
Good in what? What do you mean?
Well, I wasn't definitely like taking accountability of the road. I was definitely like thinking more about myself and not about
Okay,
people.
where were you coming from?
Summerlin.
Okay,
Did that
what's the
make
name of
any
place
sense
again?
whatsoever to you, Jim?
Charlie?
I think
No,
I'm
there.
dumber.
What's
for
this?
hearing that.
It's a salon. Yeah. NALU.
You know what she's talking about?
Is it a nail salon, a hair
No,
salon?
it's a hair salon. Yeah.
Okay, and at what place you crashed your car? I'm sorry?
I in my bunker like 15.
You crashed
That dude like just traveled a little bit like.
Okay, so what happened? Because I didn't see. Can you describe me how you crashed your car, please?
Mile marker 15, you said?
About that, yeah.
Okay, so how you crashed your car?
I mean, I just hit him. It was awful.
You hit who?
I hit the driver.
You hit the driver?
Out. I'm sorry. I like choked my hands. Yeah, he like pulled out and I didn't have time to brake.
This is she is definitely person worthy.
Copy, thank you. Okay, how about, did you crash into the concrete barrier?
Parson is complaining that we've played this video 15 times before. Do you recognize this woman at all? Because I do not.
Yeah. I do.
Okay, did you
This is my
see it
first
on-
time watching it.
Oh, watch it then.
Yeah, mine too. So,
Parson is complaining. That's a shock.
yes, he's complaining, and he passed on her within the first 2 seconds.
Oh, that's illegal.
Yes. He said it was she was an NCR person.
Oh. Hmm.
Yes.
She
And
looks
he's seen it
confused,
on-
so that makes sense.
Well, she lost her bumper in the middle of the road, some miles away, and then said the missing bumper was old damage and
Yeah.
not something new.
Is she a hairdresser?
She had just come from a salon.
Yes, she owns that salon. I've seen this.
Okay.
She's boiled. Go ahead.
But she's worthy of either person.
Yes,
or NCR.
yes, yes. She's loose.
And
She's ready to bring it. Yeah.
Okay. If she has been married off to NCR already, and we marry her off to Parsons, does that mean Parsons is now married to Pope?
yes.
Okay.
Yes,
Yes.
we are at the end of this video. If either Pope or NCR show up, they will be marrying her off secretly to Pope and NCR
Yep.
and Parson.
Yep. Yep.
And
Kinky
because
twister.
of the rule
Kinky
of
twister.
3, we eject the girl, and the 3 are 1, and
Okay.
therefore the thruple. The thruple. So the thruple. Parson claims that because he's already seen it, he's able to reject her already.
He's making
But
his own
he-
rules again. Yep.
Between her and Pope Phil, who would you rather be married to?
In the construction zone?
No.
No,
No.
that was not you.
5-hour zone.
I'm sorry?
That's a 35-hour zone. So no, I don't like.
It's a 35-hour zone.
Yes, a 35 mile per hour zone.
Okay.
Her mouth
so I
is weird.
definitely do not like do that over.
So that's not the place you crashed?
No.
So why we have a pieces of the car over there?
Fuck fun up.
Come and knock on our
Do you-
door,
honestly,
Sumer.
Why did he continue to drive?
Why did I continue to drive?
Yes.
Because I want to be
Mr.
home.
Furley is new.
Okay, so you crashing your car and you just driving home?
No, he was like an alright
Hers
person.
and hers
I didn't
and
think there
his.
was like that much
Three's
damage.
company too.
And
Oh, so now there
it
was a
full.
crash.
So okay, so let's get it straight. On a what place, which my marker you crashed?
If you're going south, I would say like 20.
So marker 20?
Yeah.
So before you told me 15. So which one is
I
it?
really understand like that. Like I know I'm like living in mile marker 0.
So why you failed to stop after the crash? Why you didn't stop?
Of course I did.
Did you call us?
No.
Why not? You are required by the law to report it, right?
I'm really sorry.
Did you speak to the person that you crashed into?
No. Dude, that person zoomed off real quick.
Oh, so they fled.
100%. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Of course I would stop and ask if you're all right. There was actually like a fatality in sorry.
Okay.
In this crash?
This is frightening.
Who are you?
Here comes her boyfriend.
Her friend? Yes. Stay over there, don't approach. Okay. Stay over there. I'll stay on this side. You all right? You okay? How are you doing?
Only interested
Well,
in what he's doing.
well,
Are you okay?
well, you're gonna talk to me now, okay? She called you?
Yeah, she called me and said she had an accident.
Let's get here off the roadway, okay?
Yeah.
She's drunk, okay? She's drunk.
She just left work. You don't know him
That
at all.
doesn't
You don't know
mean
that guy
anything.
over there who randomly decided to stop with you or come out over here?
She doesn't know him.
All right, just
But
take a
you
seat on the
can't
bus
see
if you
it.
want to sit down. Just
Were they in your car?
my friend called me and said she had an accident. She needed me.
When did she call you?
Let's see. Pardon me if I'm not like overly excited, right?
Oh, I wouldn't be either,
Sorry,
buddy.
I called her like 97 times on the way here because she wasn't answering. You guys gonna let her have her phone back, huh?
So you're just a friend, right? Or this your girlfriend or what's going on?
Well, we can always be hopeful, but yeah, she's just a friend.
Okay.
Oh,
I
he's
did
a
not
sim.
take out the radiator, kill the engine.
Unfortunately, I didn't notice.
Her
you
car
guys,
has
but
massive
there was-
front-end damage, and the evidence doesn't match her words. The officer investigates the crash site. A deep gouge in the road, a shattered bumper, and a clear impact point on a concrete barrier. This wasn't just a fender bender. Yet, the driver continues to deflect. She admits she was thinking about herself rather than the road. But then, in a shocking moment, she blurts out something even more telling. I wasn't very good. Good at what exactly? The officer is determined to find out. As if the night couldn't get stranger, a man arrives on the scene. He claims to be her friend, one who frantically called her nearly 100 times when she wasn't answering. But here's the kicker. He admits, right in front of the officer, that she had been drinking. In fact, he doesn't hesitate to say it outright, she's drunk. Yet, the woman still insists she did nothing wrong. Inside the station, the officer gives her a choice, take a breathalyzer test or face the consequences.
Yep.
I didn't do nothing, officer.
I get
Jesus,
drunk.
I thought that was her screaming. Oh Lord, I look away for a second, just
All
like,
So I'm done with crash investigation at this point, okay? What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna start criminal DEI investigation.
Okay.
Okay, I believe that you are impaired.
Okay.
So before I'm gonna start with anything, I'm gonna advise you about your rights, okay?
Thank you.
You have the right to remain silent.
thank you.
Anything you say can be used against you in a court.
Am I being arrested right now?
Right now, I'm investigating you for suspicious of impaired driving, okay? We are not in the custody yet.
Okay.
You're being detained, okay? You have the right to talk to a lawyer for advice before we ask you any questions. Do you understand it?
I do.
You have the right to have a lawyer questioning. If you cannot afford a lawyer, one will be appointed for you before any questioning if you wish. If you
Can
decide
we,
to answer questions now
Can
without
we
a
have
lawyer
another
present,
wedding? I'll take this
you have the
cop.
right.
Which cop?
The Italian one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Where is? Let's see if
Yep.
Phil's available.
Yep. Giuseppe. His name is Giuseppe or Giovanni.
Okay, I texted Phil to see if he's here.
That's okay. We can do it later.
That's what she said.
Tomorrow.
Literally. Tomorrow.
To stop answering at any time. Did you understand each of these rights I have explained to you?
All of the above, yes.
Yes. So with those rights in mind, do you wish to talk to me?
I don't think so.
That's fine.
Okay.
So now, because I'm suspecting that you are impaired, I'm going to ask you if you're willing to participate in some field sobriety exercises.
Let's do it.
To disprove my belief that you are impaired.
Let's do it.
Yes, okay. What we're going to do is...
Oh, this is good.
Over there.
Oh, actually, you know what? The longer I think about it, I'm going to reject all of that.
Let me explain you something, okay?
I'm not going to do it.
Okay, let me explain you something, okay? You don't have to do them,
And I will.
okay? Those exercises are voluntary,
Yeah.
all right?
And I'm not voluntary.
However, I'm required to let you know in a case if I'm going to decide that you are impaired, and in a case I'm going to arrest you for DI today, the fact that you refuse to take those exercises, it can be used against you in a court later. Do you understand it?
Makes total sense, yes.
Do you
Absolutely.
still refuse to take those exercises?
Yep.
So right now I'm placing you in custody for
Thank
DI.
Brilliant idea.
Oh,
That come off.
Get really drunk and get some scissors out.
You have anything else on you? No guns, knives, needles, anything like that? Nothing hidden?
not that cool.
We ask everybody.
I'm gonna transport you to a USDI room and I'm gonna offer you a breath test. So we're gonna measure alcohol content in your breath. Are you gonna take it?
No.
Okay, because you have a prior refusal, so I'm gonna...
Hold on, relax.
Listen, man. So now let you know, because you have a prior refusal in the past.
Ooh.
Yeah. No, I refuse it over and over again.
Let me explain you something.
Hold on, listen to him.
Okay.
I'm not done yet, okay? Can you listen to me for a second, please? Because you refused in the past, and if you refuse today, that's gonna be extra charge. Refusal to submit to the test. Do you understand it? Did you understand it? Yes or no?
Yeah, I comprehend.
I'm sorry?
I comprehend, yes.
You understood
I
it?
comprehend.
I comprehend, yes.
I'm not asking if you're comprehending.
Well, that is the... Yes, I do understand.
Perfect, thank you.
comprehend. Yeah.
All right.
There you go. I understand as I've been here
Just
before.
hang out. You're fine. Just relax.
I'm usually not like sitting often.
All right, just hang out.
It's not that often.
Is there anything on you I should know about? Any needles? Anything was gonna poke me, cut me, stick me? Any knives? Any illicit
Knives.
Unfortunately, I don't do drugs.
You just drink.
I wish I did.
No drugs, nothing like that. Nothing
You
hidden
wish
anywhere.
you did drugs?
Because when you do get to the jail and they check you, if you have something on you, you're going to be charged with it.
It'll never happen.
All right, I'm just gonna check your waistband, okay?
Okay.
Yep. She is one smart
Let's
lady.
go for the back of my car.
Okay.
This way here.
Okay. Thank you. I don't like this.
Just let me move this out of your way, okay?
Okay.
I'm gonna open the door because you know it's hot. I'm gonna open the window for you and I'm gonna try to put some AC, all right?
What's up, buddy?
Wait till you see the front of her car. There you go.
Murdoch.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
pass silver to you, okay? Can you?
He's a
buckle
class
it for me?
act.
All right, you can step out. We're gonna walk this way. Be careful.
I mean, it sucks.
By the way, I can smell it on your breath, okay?
Making sure.
One female DI. We're gonna go to this room here, okay?
Okay.
Do you need to use the restroom?
I'm good.
You need some water to drink?
No,
No?
no, I'm good. Thank you.
All right, then take a seat, please. What's going on?
Well, I guess I couldn't sit in that seat.
Too much to drink?
I don't know what it is. I think I have like a plug.
Wait, she missed the chair completely?
Yeah, go back.
Oh, good lord.
I'm good.
You need some water to drink?
No,
No?
no, I'm good. Thank you.
All right, then take a seat, please.
Oh,
Oh dear.
What's going on?
well, I guess I
The
couldn't
chair
sit in that
moved.
Wasn't
Too much to drink?
wasn't even close to the chair.
Yeah.
I
Oh.
have like a blood sugar, but I'm not diabetic.
All right, stand up and take a seat on the chair, okay?
I think I may be diabetic.
Then you shouldn't be drinking.
It's like really weird.
Yeah.
Because if I don't get enough sugar in the blood system,
Yeah, so that's why I drink vodka
I
Yeah.
can operate.
instead of orange juice. Yep.
That reminds me, last week, where was it? The woman who was arrested, I believe, was in Texas for the Christmas party for her 5th grader daughter,
Yeah.
where
I
she
was-
brought them Jello shots, but assured the school they were non-alcoholic.
Oh my God.
Until one of the kids had 6 of them, barfed and passed out.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
they-
That's child endangerment.
Yeah, they finally arrested her after doing the investigation.
Oh my
The
God.
local shop that she bought them from asked her why she wanted them, and she said for her daughter's party, and they were like, well, there's alcohol in this, right? And she said she didn't care.
Wow.
The box was clearly labeled Smirnoff. That's why
Wow.
I bring it up. So
I hate
I
when
don't
that
know.
happens.
the one kid who had 6 of them.
It's lucky she didn't kill him.
Yeah, seriously. I mean, I'm
Yeah.
doing gallows here.
Yeah.
Here. I'm not.
Yeah.
I don't think it's funny, but dear God,
Yeah. Yeah. He could have died easily
Yeah.
from alcohol
Yeah, fifth
poisoning.
grader.
Yep.
Even without dying, could have caused
Yeah.
developmental issues.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, she'll get sued.
Let alone she's facing charges.
Yep. There'll be a civil case, guaranteed.
Mom of the year.
I think there might be room to sue the damn business that sold them to her to take to her daughter's party if they knew her daughter was that young.
Right.
Wow.
They didn't specify if they asked her how young the kid was.
Well, they must have suspected something if they said there's alcohol in it.
Right.
Well, I could buy Jello shots for my daughter, and she's 34. You know what I mean? They didn't know how old the daughter was.
Well,
That
how
would
old
be-
how old was the woman?
I don't know.
30s or 40s.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, she's old enough to have a of age daughter, but
Yeah. They'll go everywhere they can, Hank. Believe me. You know, if it's a chain store and they got money, they'll go there. They'll go where the money is. Yep.
I know a bar owner that lost his bar, and they were very strict on not letting people drive from there well intoxicated. But they ended up getting this person a cab after a lot of argument to get him in the freaking cab. But he finally got in a cab about a block away from the bar.
He got in a car.
He jumped out of the cab with the cab still. It was still rolling, approaching a stop sign, but he jumps out of the car, goes back, gets into his car, and on his way home hit a vehicle, killing 3 of the occupants.
Yep. Yeah, Long Beach had a case like that. They overserved the guy. He went out and killed a whole family. They sued the bar. They sued the bartenders. The guy lost his business. All the employees, yep.
This bar did not serve him. He came in, he was already intoxicated. The bartender refused to serve him. Got the manager. The manager agreed not to serve him.
Yep. Wow.
But he lost the bar. They were never found liable. But the lawsuit just ended up costing so much he lost the bar.
Yeah, terrible.
Which, yeah, I mean, what else could they have done?
Right. Other than physically holding the man back and holding him captive, and
which would have been kidnapping.
Right. They were taking the responsible position. Sometimes you just end up taking the loss.
And a lot of Ubers won't take somebody that drunk.
I remember we did the one on. Okay, they're not back. The one we did downtown Atlanta with the Uber driver. The girl already barfed in the back of his Uber like 3 times. And he was just like, nope, take her. Take her. I'm not dealing with this crap. I told the cops to take her.
Yeah.
Won't do it because of liability, like this guy getting out while he's moving.
Right.
Yeah, well, the family was also suing the cab company too.
Right.
I understand. I feel for their loss, but sue appropriately.
Right. Well, let's hop back in the last couple of minutes of this before they come back.
Oh, it's normally an hour or so for lunch, so.
You have diabetes?
I think I might, yeah.
You think you might, or you have diabetes?
I think I do, yeah.
You think you do?
Unfortunately.
You think you
Okay,
do.
which type you have? You have a C or D?
He's trying to trick
You
her.
don't know, okay.
Uh-huh. It's 1 or 2.
What? Okay.
Yeah, you'd be amazed at how many people fall for that.
Yeah.
Do you have anything in your mouth?
No.
Open
My
it
tongue.
for me, let me check. Tongue up. Open your mouth. Thank you. So that's what's gonna happen, okay? Are we gonna have to wait 20 minutes? All right, so for the next 20 minutes, don't touch your face, don't place anything in your mouth, like your fingers or anything else. You understand?
Yeah, I do understand that.
Okay.
I will dismiss every test that you want to subject me.
Like I told you, if you wanna take that, okay, let me explain you something, okay? It's your decision. I'm not gonna try to make you or force you to take this test. But I need to let you know that if you're gonna refuse this test, you're gonna lose your driving license for 1 year. Actually, 18 months in your case, because you had a prior refusal. So you're gonna lose your driving license for 18 months, and that's gonna be extra charge. You're gonna be charged with misdemeanor refusing to take this test. And decision is yours. Like I said, I'm not gonna try to make you force you or like convince you to do it. You have to decide on your own.
Do you mind if I call my lawyer?
Not now.
No?
We are not allowed to have it during the breath test. It's
I can't call my lawyer right now?
not at the moment, no. I'm not done with my investigation yet.
Okay.
But you're gonna be allowed to do this later, okay?
Thank you. Yeah.
How many DIs you had in the past?
I had a reckless driving.
It was dropped to the reckless driving?
Reckless driving, yeah, about like 6 months ago. 8 months ago. I don't know. It was less. But yeah.
Here's proof that
I've never
that
done
bullshit
anything
should
before.
never happen.
She's a mess.
Like I'm not like
I
Do
mean,
you understand what happened today?
I do, yeah. But like I
dropping it
I've never like
dropping
done
it below a
anything
drunk driving charge just doesn't work.
I'm trying to like
Yeah.
I guess I'll hold myself accountable because the responsible thing to do. But I don't want.
I'm responsible.
I drive around with an open bottle of Smirnoff.
I drive around without a bumper because I hit somebody and ran.
You just
Yep.
express them.
Well, at least it was only a concrete barrier that she hit.
Who knows what
and
else
she
she
also-
said?
But she was babbling that she backed into
A
somebody
refusal.
and then
And it's not her
other
first
thing.
time. She's refused this test before, and now she's facing an even bigger charge. The officer warns her this could mean losing her license for 18 months. But she's defiant, insisting she doesn't want to take any tests. At this point, the reality of the situation starts to sink in. She's no longer just a driver with a flat tire, she's a suspect in a criminal investigation. And as the officer places her in custody, she mutters one last thing, a phrase that sums up the entire
You know
night.
if you
I don't
hit
like
car
this.
or if you hit anything else. You have no clue.
Like
I
get
don't
it,
like this.
But I know that it can be hurt.
Thank you for the of the RBTO. All right, let's move to the chair over there, okay?
Okay.
Excuse me.
I think I broke it. I'm sorry. No. I've bought so many of these shoes.
Oh, that's what she
All
cares
right, like I
about.
said, it's your decision, okay? However, I have to read it to you so you are well informed what's gonna happen to your driving license if you're not gonna take it.
Okay.
I'm now requesting that you submit a lawful test of your breath for the purpose of determining its alcohol content.
Yeah,
Will
it
you
would be
take the
2
test?
years if she had been convicted of DUI the first
If you
time.
refuse to take the test, I have requested of you, your driving privilege will be suspended for a period of 1 year or 18 months if your driving privilege has been previously suspended. You're gonna lose your driving license not for 1 year, but for 18 months because it's the second time you're refusing. Do you understand it?
I do.
You understand?
Okay. In addition, if you refuse to take the test, I have requested for you, and if your driving privilege has been previously suspended, you will be committing a misdemeanor in addition to another penalties which can be imposed by law. You understand it?
I understand.
Okay. Refusal to submit to the test I have requested is admissible into evidence in any criminal proceedings.
Have at it.
So did you understand all of it?
100%, yeah.
Okay. So do you still refuse to take this test, the breath test?
Yes.
She just told him to
Wait,
have
what?
at it.
Yep,
And that was it.
yep.
That was it.
I hope they held her to the DUI this time instead of letting her off with some bullshit.
Hey,
reckless
NCR.
driving.
You just got married again, NCR.
Yeah.
Didn't he?
No big deal.
How was Thruple's counseling at NCR?
You, Phil, and Parson are in counseling with Mrs. Pope, as you're all married now.
Hold on, what was this?
Karen Reed said, and then we'll talk about it.
Karen, how do you feel about the Gertie incident? Stay.
Please. We're loaded for bear, ready to get the show on the road, and we're happy with the whole process today. This
Karen,
week, last 2 weeks.
How do you feel about Hank Brennan planning to use your interviews as opening statement?
Come at me.
Come at me.
Oh, this was previous.
I may have seen it. I would not have said anything that I wouldn't say again.
Are you like to have more time than openings Tuesday? Did you guys want originally hoping?
Oh, SDR. That's our job.
Are you happy with these jurors, these 9 men and 9
Very
women?
pleased,
You've seen them
absolutely. Yep,
up close,
and I
what do
believe
you
they're
think about them?
truthful and they were
How do you
questioned
know?
thoroughly. So I have confidence in that part of the system.
Do you think you might testify this time?
There'll be no comment.
Are you feeling
confident about your case?
No comment. No comment.
That's it.
Okay, that was an old interview, apparently.
I can't wait for her to get convicted. Please, God. Please, God. Please, God. Please, God.
I might try to watch the HBO documentary again.
Oh.
See how bad it was. I made it halfway through the first and fell asleep, so I don't know.
Yeah, I never watched it. Hey, Rose.
Hey, dear. How are you?
I ended up being able to sit through it and watch it, and the number of times she contradicts herself, incriminating herself, just unbelievable.
Yep. That's narcissism, though. She's unaware.
Rose, these meanie heads advanced Wawa to the semifinals, so we couldn't have our first date at your favorite restaurant.
Meanies. Mm-hmm.
These
I didn't even vote.
Yeah, I think you kicked out early last
I
night.
got thrown off 4 times and I gave up. I blame Pope. Phil.
These meanie heads, I was going to take you out to Wawa, and now that's in doubt. They may ban Wawa.
Whatever.
You're allowed to have Wawa as long as it's the day old sushi aisle.
At least I didn't put Publix on the list. They got good.
Why would they put a
sandwiches at
grocery
Publix.
store?
They serve food. Publix is known for their wonderful subs.
Never been there.
Okay. I haven't been to a Publix since, well, since I was like 5 or 6 years old.
Okay.
Didn't they have a mass shooting at one?
I don't know.
Quite possible. I mean, there's so many damn shootings these days.
No, we're not going to stop marrying you off, NCR. It is our job. What I live for.
And you could have been here a few minutes ago when Gia was asking to be married off, but you didn't respond.
Yep.
You could have had the pleasure of marrying Gia to a police officer, you to Phil, Phil to NC or Phil to Parson, and Parson to the drunk girl to be named later.
Working, schmirking.
We had it all ready for you.
And I audited a car wash and didn't get arrested.
Yes, Gia was out and about.
Yep. Was screaming, eat my shorts at everybody, and nobody did nothing.
That's right. That's right. All of this fun stuff. Remember tonight we're back at 8 o'clock Eastern with part 3 of the depraved, whatever, Jim of his rights to eat fast food.
Both. Deprived and
tonight
depraved. Yep.
Eating fast food is not a right.
We'll be doing the semifinal, the quarterfinals and the semifinals tonight. The finals
I think the court's
and
back.
third place.
No, I didn't say Copper because no Copper showed up.
It is ordering her to come up. I'd also wonder if part of that is because
No,
she
they're
doesn't
not
want...
back.
Okay.
Yeah, they do that a lot. I got. See, Rose, I can read his mind, and we wanted Wawa, and they put Wawa on this list over my objection. And they voted Wawa to advance to the quarterfinals.
Yep. I was throwing chip bags all over the place. I was knocking shit off the counters.
She was out of control. She got kicked out of the room by YouTube for her actions.
Yep. 4 times.
Yes. Well, NCR did nothing but laugh.
Yep.
He laughed.
Yep.
Also, yeah, Pope and NCR may have gotten married at one point, but we're not sure. Well, we are sure, but Mrs. Pope paid us to be quiet about it.
Alan Jackson. His beard is ridiculous.
That's not a beard. That's that he forgot to shave one day.
Yeah, because it doesn't connect.
No.
It just sort of stops halfway up his face.
Yep. It reminds me of somebody else that has one of those. Who shall not be named.
I have a real beard.
Yes, you do. It's sandwich, not sandwich.
Huh. Damage.
Sandwich.
Oh, good Lord. I have a headache. I want a slice of birthday cake. Like with triple frosting of flour and some of that jelly icing.
Oh.
What?
Nothing.
A strawberry cake with the jelly separating the two levels and chocolate icing.
Ew.
What? And flour spelling out GS sucks on the top of the cake.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yep. There you go.
There you go.
That's better.
That's better.
Zoe puts the window down in the car now.
Oh, does she?
Yep.
She's figured that out?
Yeah, she has for a long time now. She pushes the button.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, that's why I have to keep my windows locked.
Yeah, she's harnessed in, so she can. The window can be, the back windows only go down 80%. They don't go all the way down. And she's harnessed to the headrest, so she can stick her head out, but she can't climb up or anything, which would be my only fear. But she loves her head out the window.
Yeah, I just keep the windows locked because during the winter I don't want all the cold air coming in.
Yeah.
And during the summer I don't want my AC. My AC has enough problems without getting sucked out of the window.
Yeah. Yeah,
So-
she has
so
conversations with people in the next car, you know. Everybody sees her ginormous ears and she starts talking.
So Rose, can you hook me up with the strawberry cake with chocolate frosting and flowers and all that stuff on it?
I don't think I've ever seen a chocolate cake with strawberry frosting.
No, strawberry cake with chocolate frosting.
I don't think I've seen that either.
So I'm a trailblazer. Trailblazer.
Okay.
I'm a trailblazer. Looks like it's live, and the defense is going to be allowed to permit to use the dog bite theory.
Stuff. So these things have happened.
Oh, they're not live.
Right. And
The chocolate cake with strawberry frosting.
No, the strawberry cake with chocolate frosting.
Both of them are disgusting. I could see chocolate with raspberry.
That'd be good too.
Yeah, chocolate and raspberry is great together.
That would be good.
At an event I went to a while ago, years ago, they had a Valentine's cake that it was a chocolate cake with chocolate dipped strawberries on top.
Oh, nice.
Rose, I don't want actual strawberries. I want the artificial strawberry flavored cake.
God. I made a cake for my husband that was German chocolate cake with real whipped cream frosting, and then I put maraschino cherries all over the top of it and shaved chocolate. Oh my God.
And
sounds delicious.
Now it looks like.
Oh.
Mr. Whiffen, I'd like to ask you a couple of general questions.
Yes.
You mentioned with reference to location data that the scope of identifying a location of a phone can change depending on what information the phone is receiving.
I'm sorry.
Yep. I'll try
Rephrase.
again. You've shown us a number of graphs and exhibits
Yes.
that show different circles. Some might be smaller, some might be larger than others.
Yes.
And you shared with us that location information is being received from a number of different sources.
Yes.
Can you remind us again what can affect that location data as far as receiving some high accuracy, mid, and low level? What could affect the receipt of that information?
So primarily, the requesting application defines how accurate it needs the data. iOS Location Services then determines the best technology to use in order to work out that location. And it can use GPS information for the most accurate. It can use Wi-Fi cell sighting, so it understands the Wi-Fi networks that it can detect close by, and it knows where those networks are. And from that, it can derive where it itself is. Similar idea with both Bluetooth beacons and with cell tower technology. It understands where the cell towers are, it understands where the Bluetooth beacons are, and if it can see those particular cell towers or beacons, it knows roughly where itself must be.
You share with us there are some factors that can affect that location data?
Yes.
In addition to being in a building, like a house or a business, that's one way it can be affected?
It is.
And there are other ways as well, isn't there?
There are.
And could you share again the other ways that location information could change?
Yeah, the weather can play an effect on it. The geography of the area, whether it's in a rural or urban environment, other kinds of interference. If there are other items close by that are emitting electrical interference, it could affect the location.
Body laying on it.
How about a body being on the phone? Could that affect location data?
Objection, Your Honor.
Ask it differently.
If a human being was covering the phone so it wasn't exposed to the air, could that affect the location data?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
I believe it could, yes.
You were shown Exhibit 40. It was one select piece of your report. It was a graph. With the court's permission, I'd like to show Exhibit 40.
Yes.
Exhibit 40 has two circles, one darker, one white.
Yes.
And do you remember being asked questions about this particular exhibit?
I do.
And in addition to this exhibit, is there other information in your report that wasn't shown to you that would put this in context?
There is.
This exhibit is to demonstrate a window of when location data was taken for a particular time.
Objection, Your Honor.
Watch the form of the question.
Okay. This photograph, what does it represent?
There were two particular time periods of approximately 5 seconds where multiple records showed identical latitude and longitude. So the same center point of the radius, but the radius themselves differed. So in this case, the white circle, or the white circles, show the lowest accuracy and the highest accuracy for 5 records that were all within a 5-second time period, and that shared the same latitude longitude as the central point.
And looking at this snapshot of 5 seconds, is this still consistent with your opinion that to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, you opine that the cell phone was in the flagpole area the entire evening of January 29th, 2022?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
Yes, it still aligns with my opinion.
When you provide a report with all the different graphs and explanations, do you expect it's going to be shared with the defense attorneys?
Of course.
And you understand in this case everything is shared?
Of course.
And when you shared your report with this piece of information, did you include a summary chart that wasn't shown to you on examination?
I believe I did, yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Showing you your
Thank you.
report. Do you recognize your report?
I do.
And what page are you on?
22.
Do you recognize anything in particular as far as the chart on that page?
I do. There's a chart at the top with the location data that was used to create the image shown.
Does that chart help explain this photograph?
It does.
Then move that chart into evidence.
Any objection, Mr. Lessing?
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
With the court's permission, I'd like Ms. Gilman to show us the chart.
Yes.
How long of a time period does that photograph encompass?
The photograph has got 2 time periods of 5 seconds each, which are approximately 40 minutes apart.
And what does this show us? Can you explain the chart that goes along with that photograph that was shown to you?
So this chart is, or I should say, the map shows 5 of the records from this particular chart. But we can see that all of these records have a consecutive timestamp 1 second apart. The latitude and longitude is identical for all of these records, but at the same time, the accuracy drops from 43 meters to 7 meters within that same 8-second time period. The idea was to demonstrate that if you had one of these records on its own, if you only had the 43-meter accurate record, for example, then the phone could be anywhere within that 43-meter radius. But as time goes on, the accuracy is refined, The same central point is used by iOS, but we've now got an accuracy of 7 meters. And again, if we were to say that the phone is anywhere within that 7 meters, it's a much more accurate representation, according to the data, than the 43 meters would be. And with an 8-second time period, if the device was actually moving during that time, I wouldn't expect to see the latitude and longitude remain exactly the same. There'd be some degree of movement in the coordinates.
When you're producing location information in the circles that represent the location change, small, medium, large, at different times, does this chalk help represent that there can be changes in the location data, but the item can remain dormant?
So ask that differently, Mr. Brennan.
What is the exact point of the demonstration or this chalk? How does that help us understand the movement or the lack of movement of a cell phone?
I believe it demonstrates the fact that the phone is constantly refining the location data or the accuracy of the location data, even though it's using the same central point, the latitude and longitude, as the reference point. It doesn't necessarily mean the device had to move.
If I could go back to Exhibit 40, please. So looking at your photograph that you were asked about, there are 2 different circles, one dark and one light.
Yes.
And those circles are in different spots.
Yes.
Based on the chalk, the chart you just showed us, are both of those different color circles consistent with a phone being in the same spot and not moving?
The previous chart that was shown only accounts for the white circles on this map. And it only shows the highest and the lowest accuracy. 20 minutes later, there was another similar scenario where there were multiple records with the same central GPS coordinates, but with different accuracy levels, and that's what was used for the black circles. Importantly, in my opinion, they all overlap, so it's possible that the device is somewhere in between those 2 circles for the duration of the time.
Now, finally, I want to turn back to the phone that was attributed to Jennifer McCabe. And you had shared with us your opinions about the time in which the searches at 623 and 624 were made.
Correct.
And I asked if you could just show us live right now how it works that a person can open a tab and there's a timestamp, a time when it's open, and then make a later search but still retain the original timestamp.
Yes.
Is that something you can do for us?
It is, yeah.
Okay. With the court's permission, I'd ask Mr. Whiffen to give us a live demonstration of this.
Do you want the light off, Mr. Whiffen?
The light off would be better, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dave.
Okay, first of all, I will highlight on the left side of the screen here, this is actually a live representation of what I have on a phone that's in front of me. So as I move this around, you can actually see on the screen that the screen refreshes. I'll also point out the iOS version here is 15.2.1, which matches that from Jennifer McCabe's phone. On the right side of the screen is the tool which I spoke about earlier, the one that I've been writing for several years. I make it available for free for any examiner who wants to download it and research primarily iOS devices. Here, you can see I've got a live connection to the device. So every file and folder that is on the device I can see within this directory view as you would normally see on a regular computer. And we can see the browser state.db database. If I open that database up, you can see there are 4 tables, one of which is called tabs.
Mr. Whiffen, I hate to interrupt you. Can we make this larger? I know jurors earlier were hoping
I can try to
have a larger view of what's up there. Is that going to impact your demonstration in any way?
It shouldn't. I should be able to work around it. Thank you.
Is that better for the jurors?
Okay, perfect.
Yes.
It's just a little closer.
Oh.
So we can hear you in the back.
Let me pull forward.
Thank you.
Turn the air conditioning on.
So at this moment in time, the tabs table has 2 records. I'm just going to ask that you ignore those for now. They're from a previous demonstration. I can't delete those without taking longer to do this demonstration. If I go back onto the phone itself, just takes a second to refresh and open up Safari. And I can open up a new tab. What I will just do now is search for the time that we're on now, so 14:10, and hit go. So right now that page is loaded, sure. And I can go back into the database and just hit reload. That will bring the most recent version of the database from the device back onto my computer and show it back in this window in exactly the same way as I was viewing it a second ago. And you can see right now there's still only 2 records. So the fact that I did a new tab and a new search has had no effect on what I can see. This is different to on previous versions of iOS, where you would already now see a new record with the 14:10 search, which I'd made. And I'm going to do another search. Hopefully it's going to catch up with me. It's now 14:11, so I'll do a search for 14:11. Okay, we can see the page is loaded, and I can go back over to this tool and reload the database. We still don't have a new record that shows that a search is being conducted. I'll just take the time to do another little search and just do 1411X. Reload the page again. Still, nothing's appeared. I can even close down Safari, just minimize it into the background, and then bring it back into the foreground by just pressing the Safari icon. I can hit reload again. We still don't have a new record, and I can do a further search for now 1412. 1412 is loaded, and I can reload the page. Still no records present. I can now go into Safari and just close the tab. So now that tab is closed, and I can just prove that. So that tab is now closed, and I can go back over here and reload, and you'll see a new record has appeared. I'm just going to change the time zone just so that this shows accurately, and tell my tool to treat the timestamps as Eastern time. So we look at this particular record. You can see the title is 1412. That's the last item that I searched for. You can see the URL is the google.ca /search 1412. Again, that is the content that I searched for. And then we see this field here, the last viewed timestamp. And the time here still says 1410 because that's the time that I first loaded the tab. The fact that I navigated between, the fact that I minimized and reopened Safari, bears no relevance to this timestamp. It is purely the timestamp that tab was created or brought back into focus.
To an untrained eye, can that development of a timestamp become confusing?
Yes, the name last viewed time clearly has implications that would make you believe that it was the time that the page was last viewed. It's a very simple test that I just demonstrated to prove that that's not the case.
Is there any other reason that Celebrite removed that process of timestamp other than to clarify that issue?
Objection, Your Honor.
No, I'll allow it.
Purely because we determined it was unreliable to use as a time that the page was last viewed.
If an examiner simply made a report from Axiom or Celebrite or another software but didn't have the time or skill to actually go into the data, could they be easily confused by this?
Yes, the way that Celebrite provided this information showed as last viewed timestamp. The way that Axiom provides this data is called last interaction time. So there is some leeway there to misunderstand it less from Axiom because it's talking about tab interaction rather than a web page that was last viewed.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, thank you. The light's on, please. Mr. Alessi?
Briefly, Your Honor, if I may. Thank you.
Do you want Mr. Whiffen to take this down?
Yes, please, Your Honor. Good afternoon, and hello again, Mr. Whiffen.
Good afternoon.
Magnet forensics axiom still shows a 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp on its forensic tool, correct?
Correct.
And Magnet Forensic is a reliable forensic tool company, correct?
As reliable as they come, yes.
The demonstration that you just performed, when did you create it?
The demonstration?
What you just...
Like literally just now as I was doing it live.
So you
Is how
just
you mean?
created the demonstration now live on the stand?
That particular demonstration, yes.
Yeah. So, that demonstration, therefore, was created after Celebrite removed the 2:27:40 timestamp from all of its tool programs, correct?
No, incorrect. I mean, that demonstration I just provided was right now, it was live. Initially, when I did these tests, I did the same kind of experiment, the same type of testing back in late 2023, I believe. And after I did those tests and used that research, that is when Celebrite removed the timestamp.
Maybe my question wasn't clear. Let me see if I could rephrase it. The demonstration that you just gave, when did you prepare it? The demonstration, not just the demonstration that you just showed on the screen. When did you create that demonstration on your computer?
Okay, when you have to describe on this level.
Hey, again, I've been doing this demonstration for 2 years.
My question, again, is the demonstration you just
not going to
gave.
give a crap about
When was the last time you altered that demonstration?
Other than to use different search terms, it's the same demonstration.
I'll try to differ.
Yes, please.
When was the last time you altered in any way the demonstration you just gave?
Right now.
So you altered it right now, and that alteration was made after Celebrite had removed the 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp from its programs, correct?
Yes. Okay.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Whiffen, you are all set, sir.
Thank you.
Very much.
Thank you.
May we be seeing why Mr. Whiffen is collecting his items?
Judge, feel free to...
Sidebar. Sidebar number 9.
Can we rename it Sad Bar?
Oh, today that's what it feels like. We got 2 hours left in this travesty.
Unless the judge has mercy on us and ends early.
Yes, that would be fantastic. I just want to get up and stretch. I did get all the recycling boxes broken down, so that's a plus. I've got the
Reminds me, I gotta get a hold of my buddy and get him to come pick up my recycling and take it on post.
I got a refrigerator for my in here, small one, for Christmas. So I filled that up while we were waiting. And Mr. Burns is on the screen, I see.
Excellent.
That does not appear to be Lisa Simpson, though, with the duck lips. Down from him. I think that's the brother's wife. Any plan? Oh, that's right. You may have plans for tonight.
Yeah.
And we'll be back as normal 8 o'clock tonight, where you can add to my torture. You guys got a freebie today because they tore down our Long John Silver's. So now I can't have Subway, Chick-fil-A, Taco Bell, Long John Silver's, Arby's, or KFC in this ongoing travesty.
Well, you can't have Whataburger either.
Well, I could if I drove to Texas. I forgot we had a Fat Burger about 20 minutes north of us. It's in a gas station of all things, but it's a Fat Burger location.
I've added a lot of gas stations with actual restaurant, fast food restaurants in them now.
Yeah, the one north of us has an actual, it's got a sign for Fat Burger, but it's just like a mom and pop gas station with a Fat Burger in it.
Yeah, it's just the only thing that really pissed me off about those is when people go out, start their gas pumping, walk into and get their fast food,
and then forget, or take so much time.
Yeah, it's rude.
I think the first time I had Fat Burger, we did whatever the biggest one was, and it was like a slice of meatloaf between a big slice of meatloaf between, because that's how many it had like 4 patties and just was this humongous piece of meat.
Well, if it's 4 patties, that would be pieces of meat.
Yeah, but the grease and all that, the cheese kind of fused it all together. So it was gigantic. Though their fries and onion rings were nothing good, not great. Haven't had their shake yet, and I'm looking forward to that once the 19th comes. We got 21 more days until I can have, or 20 more days actually, until I can have ice cream.
Well, once I get my car back, I've got to take Chief to Dairy Queen so we can get his pup cup.
Aw. Your favorite cat is sitting next to me, but she's being good.
Get him.
That is.
Get him, Olive. Yeah, kitty,
Olive.
kitty.
You're wonderful, sweet. You're a darling little girl. Yeah, stay on the heating pad. Stay over there. Yeah, you're wonderful, Ollie. Ollie. See if there's any news going on. Oh, and they're back from sidebar.
D for identification.
Thank you very much. Your Honor, may I call my next witness?
Please.
Call calls Jennifer McCabe.
I thought. Oh. No, that's not her in the crowd.
wouldn't think she'd be able to observe.
Yeah, until afterwards.
Well, even afterwards, in case they have to call her back.
The evidence to give the court and jury in the case down here, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
Good afternoon. All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready, Ms. McCabe, I'd ask that you pull the microphone close. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
It really does look
Good
like
afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hi, I'm Jennifer McCabe, MCCABE.
Ms. McCabe, how old are you?
I am 49 years old.
Are you married?
Yes,
She
I am
didn't look
married
happy
with
about
4
having to
daughters.
state that in public.
Without detailing your children's names, can you tell us a little bit about your family?
Sure. I have 4 daughters that are 16, 17, 19, and 21. 2 are in high school and 2 are in college.
In raising your children, was your family active in local sports?
Yes, all 4 of my daughters played multiple sports from when they were young. 2 now are playing in college. My husband and I both coached them. My husband coached them from when they were young up through 8th grade in soccer, and I coached them in basketball.
Without telling me your address, what town are you from?
I'm from Canton.
How long have you lived in Canton with your family for?
I was born and raised in Canton, and now I'm raising my family there.
So your family, their whole life, you've raised them in Canton?
1 year we lived in Stoughton with my daughter.
Who do you live with now?
I live with my husband and my 4 daughters.
Can you briefly give me a little bit more background on your children's school and your participation in that, in interaction with your children, raising them?
Yeah, so I was a teacher, and then once I had children, I stayed at home with them and basically was just kind of like your typical, I don't know, small town mom. I was the room parent. I coached them. No, I'll allow it, but why don't we
Yes.
move on? When I coached, I drove the kids back and forth on my team, would take them places, etc.
In the growth of your family and raising your children, at some point did you meet a gentleman by the name of John O'Keefe?
Yes.
Share with us meeting John O'Keefe.
Sure. When my 3rd daughter was in kindergarten, she became friends with John's niece. And during that kindergarten school year, unfortunately, Kaylee's mother and father both passed away, and John moved in the house and became Mr. Mom.
When John took over guardianship of the children, did you assist in an active role in helping him?
Yes, Kaylee and my daughter were very close, so she would come over and play. My daughter would go over there. Kaylee would come and have sleepovers. A lot of times it would be on Friday nights. I would have Kaylee, and then another individual would have Patrick.
Had you known John O'Keefe well before he took over guardianship of the children?
No.
During the time when he was the guardian of the children, did your relationship, not just with his niece and nephew, but with him, grow any closer?
Yes, we became very good friends.
How close of friends did you become over the years?
Well, throughout the years, obviously when they were younger, we talked more, just about the logistics of CCD, pickup, drop off, basketball, sports. But then he would also call me, about, as the girls got older, the girl drama, or, the hormones and things like that. He would also come over, and hang out and have a beer and, just talk about whatever was new in his life or going on, or, just the day in and day out struggles of his, life and raising the kids now and figuring it all out with, work and family and all of that.
Leading into January 28th of 2022, so the jury understands, how close is your friendship with John O'Keefe at that time?
He was a very good friend of mine that I knew I could call for anything.
want you to take us forward to January 28th, 2022. Do you remember that day?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember it well?
Yes.
Take us to the early morning hours, January 28th, 2022. Did you learn there may be weather or a storm coming?
Yes.
Tell us a
Oh,
little
this
bit
is
about
the
that.
real murderer.
We
Here
all
you go.
saw the report that there was going to be a big storm, a nor'easter. So we all knew that basically all the Saturday activities were going to be canceled.
That includes sports?
Yes.
Was and is the sporting events for the children a big part of your life?
Yes, back then I had, 2 in high school that played 3 sports, and they played club sports as well. And then the 2 middle school played club sports and town sports. So most of our weekends were taken up by kind of running from one sporting event to the next.
When you learned about the weather and the change in schedule, did it change your plans for that day?
No, not particularly. I had my day was pretty set out. I had my niece, and then I had sporting events. It was kind of my plans for the next day that obviously got changed.
Take us through the afternoon of the 28th. What's happening?
Well, I had my niece for the weekend. She was picked up. My oldest was on the hockey team, and she was having a team dinner at the house, so I picked up pizza, got desserts, set it up for them. And then I left with my daughters and my husband, Matt, and we met some of the parents from the high school basketball team at a local pub to grab a bite and a drink before the basketball game because my other daughter played on the high school girls basketball team.
What time was the basketball game set for that night?
I believe it was 6 or 6:30.
Did you and your family go to the game?
Yes, we did.
After the game, what happened?
After the game, I drove my daughter home. My sister, Nicole, sent me a text and said that she was going to be at the waterfall, and it was my nephew's birthday. He was going to meet up, and did I want to come by for a drink?
What is your nephew's name?
Brian Jr.
It was his birthday that night?
Yes, it was.
When you received a call to meet with friends and family at the waterfall, do you remember what time that plan was made?
I don't. My sister sent me a text at some point letting me know she was going to be there, so I don't know what time.
After the game and after some time, did you go to the waterfall to meet your friends and family?
Yes, I did.
Describe very briefly, what's the waterfall?
It's just a local town bar.
Do you remember about what time you got to the waterfall?
About 9 o'clock.
When you got there, was there anybody there that you knew?
Yes.
Okay, now take us inside the waterfall. When you get there, who do you see?
I walk in and I see Julie and Chris Albert, my niece Caitlin, my sister Nicole, and my niece's boyfriend Tristan.
You said you saw Julie and Nicole Albert in the waterfall?
Yes.
Were you related to either of them?
Nicole is my sister.
So Brian Sr. would be your brother-in-law?
Yes.
Also, you mentioned there was a niece?
Yes, Caitlin.
And is that Brian and Nicole's daughter?
Yes.
You mentioned the name Tristan. What's his relationship to your niece, to Brian Albert's niece?
He's now her fiance.
And was there anybody else I missed?
That's all who was there. I'm not sure if Nick Kolakidis was already in there when I got there or if he arrived right after. And then his wife joined us.
So when you're in the bar and you see your friends, what do you do next?
I immediately just, join them and sit down.
Were you eating, drinking?
I know I ordered a beer. They had appetizers on the table. I'm not sure whether I had any or not.
Were you drinking alcohol that night?
Yes.
As you're spending time with your family, did the night grow?
Yes.
Did you stay at the table where everybody was eating, or did you move inside the bar?
We were pretty much right around the table.
Okay. Did anybody you knew join you or join the group at some point?
Yes, a little while later, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins joined us at the waterfall.
So when you first got there, was Brian Albert already there?
No, he wasn't.
Is that your brother-in-law, Brian Albert?
Yes.
And you said Mr. Higgins. Did you know Mr. Higgins?
I had met him a few times when he was out with Brian.
You had met him a few times before that night?
Yes.
Were you friendly with him?
He was a friend of Brian's.
Was he your friend?
No, he's Brian's friend.
You knew who he was?
Yes.
So when Mr. Albert and Mr. Higgins joined the group later, did they come directly to you, or did they stay somewhere else inside the bar?
No, they came over to our table, I believe.
How long were you in the waterfall for that night?
Approximately 9 to little around midnight-ish.
About 3 hours?
Yes.
Do you have an estimate how many drinks you had, alcoholic drinks you might have had?
I don't. I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe 2, 3.
Throughout the night, were you feeling any effects of the alcohol?
Not that I recall, no.
When the group was together, you mentioned a number of people have joined. Were you joined by other people later?
Yes.
Who were you joined by later?
John O'Keefe and Karen Reed.
And you talked about your relationship with John O'Keefe?
Yes, earlier, yes.
Did you make plans with him, or did he just show up?
I believe he had started the conversation about the night with Chris Albert.
Okay. Chris Albert is a different Albert than Brian Albert?
Yes.
What's the relationship between them?
Brian Albert and Chris Albert are brothers.
Was Chris Albert there when Mr. Higgins and Brian Albert arrived?
Yes. Actually, Chris, did I miss him? Because Chris was there with Julie. Did I? I'm not sure if I said that when I was naming everyone at the table. I apologize.
You may have.
Okay.
So when you first got there, he was at the table with your sister?
Yes, he was.
When moments before John O'Keefe arrived with the defendant, what was the mood in the group?
Cheerful. Good mood. Everybody was just out having a drink. We all knew the storm was coming tomorrow, and, you know, just a typical average night.
Celebratory?
Yeah.
You said you were going to see Brian Albert Jr. for
Yes.
his birthday. Was Brian Albert Jr. at the waterfall when you got there?
No, he was not.
Was Brian Albert Jr. there anytime when you were at the waterfall?
No, he was not.
Without relating a conversation with some other person, did you have an understanding where Brian Albert Jr. was?
He was at home.
Did you historically or typically see Brian Albert Jr., your nephew, on his birthday?
Yeah, typically we always, you know, get together. We try to and do a cake for whoever's birthday it is, and then whatever, you know, aunts or cousins are around come over.
When John O'Keefe arrived at the waterfall with the defendant, do you have a general estimate or guess, not guess, but a general estimate of what time they arrived?
Approximately 11.
When they first arrived, did you see them?
Yes.
Where did you see them coming from?
I saw them walk in.
When they walked in, did you react in any way?
Yes, I was happy to see them
Why were you happy to see them?
because I loved John and I liked Karen.
So you were happy to see John?
Yes, very.
You were happy to see the defendant?
Yes.
Do you remember your first interaction with either John or the defendant that night inside the waterfall?
I believe John walked over to where I was, you know, kind of to my end of the table, and then maybe Karen had walked to the other end of the table. But I would assume I probably hugged both of them when I saw them.
I'm going to ask you not to assume. If you don't know, that's okay. You said that you had known the defendant as well.
Yes.
Do you remember how long she had been dating John O'Keefe up until that point?
I know I met her in July of 2020.
Had you had a chance to spend time or interact with her over that time before that night at the waterfall?
Yes, I had.
And share with us some of the moments or some of the reasons that you would interact.
The first time I met Karen, John had reached out. We would do pool days with him and his niece and his nephew. So he had told me he was dating a new girl and he wanted to bring her over. He said that she had multiple sclerosis. I also have multiple sclerosis. So he thought that that would be something we could, you know, we would talk and bond over. I said, yeah, great, bring her over. So her and John and Kaylee and Patrick came over. We had a pool day. I liked Miss Reed immediately. I thought we hit it off. It was really great, you know, talking to someone my age that also had MS, because I didn't really know a lot of people who have it. So it was really nice to have somebody to relate to. Then moving forward, we would see them, if it was my daughter's birthday party, when it was time for pickup, they would come in, have a couple drinks. Same thing for like a Halloween party, after basketball games.
So you spent time both with John and Miss Reed?
Yes.
Did you spend time with the defendant separately without John around?
No.
Did you become friendly with her?
Yes.
And were you friendly that night?
Yes.
After John and the defendant enter the bar and you greet, did you interact or spend time with Miss Reed at the waterfall?
Yes, I did.
And speaking of the defendant, do you recognize her here in the courtroom?
Yes, I do.
Could you kindly point to her and describe an article of clothing she's wearing?
She's sitting right over there with a black shirt or blue.
Is she between Attorney Jackson and Attorney Yannetti?
Yes, she is.
When you were at the waterfall that night, do you remember who you were speaking to or where you were spending your time?
As to earlier in the night or after?
I'm sorry, after Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant arrived.
Yes, Miss Reed came over and spoke to me because I had seen her the Saturday before, and she had told me how she had started a new medication, and it was giving her some awful side effects. And I said, I'm shocked they put you on that, etc.
Let me not ask you about conversations you
Okay.
had, but about the moment that you were in. Did you spend time with Miss Reed that night?
Yes, I did.
Inevitably, did you drink more alcohol as the night went on?
I believe I had, like I said earlier, a couple of drinks, 2, 3, not sure.
Did you ever have a shot of alcohol?
I do not believe I had the shot, no.
Did you see the party, the group of friends and family doing a shot?
I was in the bathroom and walked out, and they were doing or had just done a shot.
With the court's permission, I'd like to display parts of Exhibit 22, which has already been introduced into evidence, which is video surveillance footage from the waterfall.
Okay.
I'd like to start at 10:54:20, please. If you could just stop for 1 second. Do you recognize what's in that video?
Yes.
And what is that?
That is the waterfall.
Okay, kindly proceed. If you could stop. Do you see the two people entering from the left?
I do.
Do you know who they are?
I believe that is Miss Reed and John O'Keefe.
Ms. Gilman, is there any way to enlarge the top of the video where the other people are closer to the table or bar? No. Okay. Looking at this video, can you tell or identify anybody under that timestamp? And if you can't, that's okay, but if you can you tell us who you see?
I think the guy right there, well, where she just is Brian Higgins.
Okay. If you could go up a little bit, Ms. Gilman.
I believe that's my husband, Matt. And
On the
then
right?
On the right, and I think that's me on the left.
Okay. And if you can go down the table to the left, Ms. Gilman. You recognize who that might be from the clothing?
I'd have to take a guess that
Okay,
it could.
don't guess. It's okay if you don't. Anybody else at the table more to the left do you recognize?
Not from this picture.
Ms. Gilman, could you highlight where Ms. McCabe thinks that she is on that video with that circle you just had and play the video? If you could stop. Is that you clapping, Ms. McCabe?
Yes, it is.
Why are you clapping?
Because I was happy to see them.
Both of them?
Yes.
Okay. Could you continue, please? And who's that person walking right to left hugging people?
That is John O'Keefe.
Can you continue, please, Ms. Gilman? Are you interacting with anybody?
I can't see where I am.
Okay. If you could stop the video, please. Could you move ahead to 11:26:50, please? 11:26:50. Is that your group still at the waterfall?
Yes, it is.
If you could stop there, Ms. Gilman. If we could hone in or circle where you were previously, where we saw Ms. McCabe. I know it's a bit blurry. If you can, and if you can, please let me know. Can you see whether you're in that area?
I believe I am, yes.
Could you put the circle down just a little bit, Ms. Gilman? Okay. If you could play from 11:26:50 to 11:27, please. We're a little bit ahead right now. Who are you hugging there?
I believe that's Miss Reed.
Thank you. One more, Ms. Gilman. I'm going to ask you to move forward to 11:46.
Taco Bell, Taco Bell, Taco Bell, Taco Bell.
What, are they trying to get the run through the border?
No, Taco Bell is watching. That's what we call Rose's son.
Could you circle in that same area where Ms. McCabe was
okay.
last describing? Can you make anything out in this video?
Yes, it looks like they're all, toasting or doing a cheer before they do a shot.
Can you see whether or not the defendant's in that part of the video?
Yes, it looks like she is in front of the man in the plaid coat.
Were you participating with the drinking at this moment?
I don't see myself in the video. I don't believe I was.
But you were drinking separately that night, weren't you?
Yes, I was drinking beer.
Okay. If you can continue, please. Thank you. Shortly after the shot, was there conversation about leaving the waterfall as a group?
Yes, there was.
Was there any discussion about where the group should go?
At first, Miss Reed was asking if we could go up the street to D&E.
What's D&E?
D&E is a sub shop that's owned by Chris Albert.
Was it open that late at night?
No, it wasn't.
Had you in the past gone to that pizza shop after hours to eat?
Yes, we had.
And tell us what the defendant was saying?
She just kept asking, can we go up to D&E? Can we go up to D&E? She wanted just to go up and, Chris makes food and then we were going to go she wanted us all just to go up there and eat and hang out.
That wasn't an uncommon occurrence for the group to sometimes go to that pizza shop after hours, was it?
No.
Did the group decide to go to the pizza shop?
They decided they weren't going to go.
Okay. Was there a different plan made?
Before Brian Albert left, he said to the group, hey, we're going to go back home and have a beer with Brian Jr. If anyone wants to come by.
When you received the invitation to the group to go back to Brian Albert's house, did you decide whether you were going to go home or go back to your sister's house?
Yes, I decided I was going to go to my sister's house.
Without saying what was said, was there any discussion in the group among the participants about going back to your sister and Brian Albert's house?
Everybody seemed to want to go back.
Did anybody object to going back
No.
Had you been to your sister's house before?
Yes.
Many times?
Yes.
Do you know the address of where your sister lived?
Yes.
And so, after that conversation, did you stay at the waterfall for a little bit, or did you leave immediately?
Probably left after maybe 5-10 minutes.
Without saying what was said, before you left, did you have a chance to speak to John O'Keefe?
I did, yes.
You spoke to him inside the waterfall?
Yes.
Did you have a chance to speak to the defendant?
Yes.
And was your plan to go back to your sister's house?
Yes.
Before you left, did you have any understanding whether or not Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant were going to join you?
Objection. All right. Did you have another understanding regarding that?
Yes.
And what was your understanding?
They were coming.
Who else was going to go back to your nephew and your sister's house?
Brian Higgins and my niece Caitlin.
A little after 12, did you leave the waterfall?
Yes.
Do you remember that night leaving?
Yes.
Before you left, did you talk to anybody in particular?
Yes. Miss Reed and then Mr. O'Keefe.
Did you speak to them inside the waterfall?
I walked out with Miss Reed and we spoke at the doorway, and then John joined us.
Did you invite Miss Reed to come with you?
I did, yes.
Did she decline?
Yes.
And who did you go to your sister's house with? Who drove?
I drove and I went with my husband, Matt.
Anybody else?
No.
Do you remember what time it was that you were speaking to Miss Reed about going to your sister's house?
After midnight.
If I could have Exhibit 22 again. Ms. Gilman, if you could take us to 12:10:36. Okay, if you could stop it there, please. Did you have a chance to talk to Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant outside of the waterfall?
Yes.
And do you know specifically what time you left the waterfall?
It was after midnight.
After, okay. When you left the waterfall with your husband, you said you were driving. Did you stop anywhere along the way before you got to your sister's house?
No.
Tell us what you see when you get to your sister's house. What are the weather conditions like as you're driving there?
It's starting to snow to the point where it's starting to like accumulate. It's on your car. It's just, getting on the street.
Is it light? Is it heavy?
It's light at this point.
How long does it take to get from the waterfall to your sister's house?
5 to 8 minutes, depending on lights and weather, etc.
When you first get to your sister's house, while you're still in the car, describe what you see.
My wipers are on. I'm just looking out the window and it's snowing. It's dark.
Anybody in the driveway? Any cars in the driveway that you see?
Oh, when I pull up to my sister's?
Yes.
As I pull down the street, I take a left into the driveway, and there is a Jeep that's parked on the street, and there's maybe a couple of cars in my sister's driveway.
What do you do when you arrive at your sister's house?
I go in the house.
Now, there are a couple doors at your sister's house?
Yes.
Is there a front door?
Yes.
Is there a side door?
Yes.
Which one's closer to the driveway?
The side door.
Which door do you go in when you get to your sister's house?
The front door.
Was anybody with you when you went in?
My husband, Matt.
You walked in together?
Yes.
Okay. Tell us the first person you remember meeting.
When I went in the house?
Yes.
Probably my niece was at the table, and then I saw my nephew, Brian.
Was there anybody else you saw at the table?
Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson.
So when you walk in the front door of the house, is it what table? Is this a living room table, a kitchen table?
Oh, you walk in and then you go to the right and it's into the kitchen and there's a table there.
Is the kitchen separate from the living room or is it open?
It's open, but they're separate.
Can you see the kitchen table when you walk in the door if you turn and look right?
Yes.
And when you go into the kitchen, you said there was a woman by the name of Julie Nagel?
Yes.
And then another woman, Sarah?
Yes.
You know her last name?
Levinson.
Okay. Julie Nagel, did you know her when you walked in the house that night?
I had met her a few times.
Had you spent time with her? Were you friends with her?
No, I just had met her a few times, and she had watched my dog for me when my nephew couldn't.
When you would go away, would your nephew be responsible to watch your dog?
Yes.
Did you understand that Julie Nagel had watched your dog a couple of times?
Yes.
Had you ever socialized with her before that night?
No, I may have seen her at a graduation party, but never beyond that.
Were you friends with her at that point?
No.
Friendly enough that she watched your dogs?
Yes, through my nephew. He just said my friend's going to do it, and I trusted his judgment.
And there was another woman by the name of Sarah. Did you know her before you saw her that night?
I knew of her. If I were to see her, I'd say hi, but that's the extent of it.
How did you know of her?
Just from being in the town, going to different sporting activities, and just being around.
You said your nephew Brian was there as well in the kitchen?
Yes.
This was his birthday?
Yes.
How old was he?
I think he was turning 23.
Was there anybody else in the house when you and your husband first got there?
Yes, my sister and Brian Albert and Brian Higgins.
So Mr. Higgins, Brian Albert, and your sister were there before you?
Yes.
Where was everybody when you first came in?
My niece Caitlin, Sarah Levinson, Julie Nagel, and Brian Jr. were all at the kitchen table. My sister was over, I think, cleaning the counters, and Brian were off in that TV room that you can see from the kitchen because there's a wide opening.
If you walk in the front door, would I look left or right to see the TV room?
You'd look right to the kitchen, and then through the kitchen's the TV room, but you could look, and when you walk in, you can see because it's open.
Is the TV room in any way have a relationship with that side door?
Yes, it does.
If you were to walk in the side door, would you be walking into the TV room?
Yes.
Okay. When you saw your nephew Brian Jr. and his friends, are his friends about the same age as him?
Yes.
Were they drinking?
Yes.
Was there music?
Yes.
And when you went in, did you spend time with the group?
Yes, I sat right down and started talking to them.
And when you were speaking to them, did you have any drinks that night?
I believe they brought me over a White Claw, but I didn't have more than a sip of it. I really wasn't. It was at that point where I just didn't want another drink.
As you were in the kitchen, were you expecting anybody else?
We had mentioned it to Karen and John, and I had actually just spoken to John, so I was expecting them.
So when you saw John O'Keefe in the waterfall, that wasn't the last time you spoke to him?
No.
You had spoken to him, was it on the ride to your nieces? I mean, to your sisters?
Yes.
Did you call him or did he call you?
He texted me and I believe asked something like, where to? And since I was driving, I called him.
When you called him, what did you tell him? What did you guys say?
I just said they live 34 Fairview Road off of Chapman.
Do you know if John O'Keefe had ever been to the Albert home before?
I don't believe he had.
In that conversation, how long did that conversation take?
It was quick.
Was there any other conversation that you had with him other than that one conversation?
Yes, he called me back and he was trying to find it.
Trying to find the address?
Try to find the house on Fairview.
Did he ask you for help trying to find the address?
I'm not sure his exact words, but yes, he needed help. And so I just said, I told him, just go down the street, go by Bella's house. It's at the bottom of the street.
So you used Bella's house as a point of designation to try to guide him to get to your sister's house?
Yes.
Tell us who Bella was to John.
Bella is my daughter and John's niece friend. So Bella is friends with my daughter and John's niece.
Okay. And was there any relationship between Bella's mother and John that you knew of?
Okay.
Sidebar! Sidebar! Sidebar!
Sidebar number 10. Number 10. There you go, folks. We're in double digits for the first time in this trial. Do you think next year's version of this trial is going to have the same impact?
I'm not doing this a third time.
This is turning into an annual thing. Sidebar. So Rose was heading to Wawa, hopefully for some burgers.
Some boogers?
Burgers.
Boogers.
Burgers.
Boogers.
Burgers with bacon and onions and garlic and cheese and pickles and I don't know what kind of sauce.
Boogers.
What kind of sauce do you like on your burgers?
A1 bold and spicy.
I'd probably have horseradish on mine right now. I'm in a mood.
Horseradish and mixed in mayo would be good on a burger.
Like an Arby's horseradish, or horsey sauce.
Yeah.
Essentially what horsey sauce is, you know.
Yeah. But just horseradish by itself, it's kind of hard to get it spread out to where it's good flavor without being too potent.
Right.
Get those extra potent clumps in there that just...
Yes. Without going blind.
Sidebar.
Sidebar number 10.
Sidebar. Her father
so
doesn't...
the real...
Oh, never
Go
mind.
ahead.
I was going to say, her father rarely moves.
Yeah.
Except when he puts his hands together and wiggles his finger going, excellent. Excellent.
Yeah, he's really miffed that he can't be playing golf. That's what this has done to his life. You know, they've been victimized for 3 years now, and he can't play golf.
Well, the real killer is on the stand, allegedly.
Yep. Has she confessed yet?
No.
Bummer.
She's been so boring, I'm looking up what is an Orange Julius, because I never understood the drink, other than it was gross.
It's just an orange drink from a place called Orange Julius.
Yeah, but what was it?
They whip it. They like whip orange juice. Blender it. Yeah.
Along with added sugar, I'm sure.
Yeah. Maybe a little cream or something.
All I know is I had one once and barfed afterwards. So.
Cool.
I can't remember the last time I saw the malls here don't have them.
Yeah.
Yeah, with the decline in malls, it's pretty much dead. You know.
Yeah, I went to Oregon to visit my brother at college, and no, he was in the reserves.
Hey there, Karen Reed trial watchers. You know what a lot of the trials we cover remind me of? That the world is unfortunately very unpredictable. And I'll tell you what.
He looks like he should be in the cast of Welcome Back, Kotter.
Partner and sponsor.
His hair is very strange.
This is a firm with over 1,000 attorneys. You know why? Because they win a lot. In the past few months, Morgan & Morgan
Why are we watching this?
$9.3 million verdict for a car
because Jim's not paying attention.
$5.6 million verdict
Damn
for
it, Jim.
victim in Atlanta, and not to mention one.
Pause.
Or just
I'm not gonna
mute.
pause. I just
Mute.
muted it. We have not heard from Pope Phil today. He is not answering DMs.
He answered me.
Where did he, in the group chat?
Yeah.
But that was it. He did
Well,
not answer me.
Are you needy today?
Well, I asked him to come on and
Did
marry
he-
you off.
Is he still up? Is he still upset that you tried to overtake his show last night?
12:15, but before 12:30, approximately.
Probably.
Between that.
Yeah.
Were you still driving when you had that conversation?
Yes.
And at some point you told us you
Shuggy, they
arrived
dropped
at
the second charge
your sister's home and went in.
Yes.
against Chile.
I'd like to move forward now
But
to
he's
when you
suing,
were inside
or
the
at least
house.
he
Tell us generally when you first
did a
got there,
video
tell
where
everybody
he
what were you
used
doing?
ChatGPT to
I just sat down
generate
at
the
the table, I
lawsuit
started
for
talking
the
to
second
them, we were
arrest,
listening
the
to
February
music.
2014 test.
Typical night.
Okay. Anything stand out as far as music or interaction with the group?
No, we were just laughing, telling stories. You know, at one point, I'm not sure if it was at some point, my other nephew had been over my house and had shown me this video on his phone, and it was a family inside joke, the video. It was a music video from a long time ago. And so I was telling my other niece and nephew, oh my gosh, you have to see this video, it's hysterical. And then we started playing it and watching it.
What was the video?
It's Raining Men.
Did that get a lot of playtime during that get-together?
Well, I have one sister who sometimes has a little too much to drink, takes out an umbrella, and will dance. So it's a family joke.
While you were at your sister's house,
that
what
would be
area of
me.
the house were you spending time in?
And I was in the kitchen.
What was the mood of everybody in the house, as far as you remember?
Everybody was in a great mood.
Was there any fighting?
No.
Any arguing?
No.
Any violence?
No.
Was it a celebratory mood?
Yes.
As you were in the house, were you waiting for anybody else that you expected to come?
Yes, I was expecting John and Karen to come.
At some point when you're in the kitchen, or let me ask you a little background. As you're in
Does
the
she
kitchen
look
of
like
that
she
house,
just
can
got
you see
back from
outside
Maui
the
or
kitchen area?
something? Everybody else
They
pasty
had blinds
white.
or something down, but if the blinds were up, you could
And
see
she doesn't
out.
look like
Were the
she's been
blinds
somewhere
up?
to get a tan.
At any point were you able to see outside from inside the house?
See? There you go.
From the front door, yes.
Taking a
Does the front
vacation
door, is it
before the
glass?
charges are dropped.
Yes.
At some point when you were with everybody in the celebration, did you have a chance to look outside?
Yes.
And when you looked outside, what did you see?
I saw a dark SUV out front.
Did you know whose SUV that was?
I believed it was Karen's.
Could you see who was in it?
No.
At that point of night, what does the weather look like from the front door?
It's dark and it's snowing, and I could see, brake lights.
Did you see if that SUV moved at all?
I didn't see the SUV actually move, but I saw it in a few different locations.
How many times did you look out?
Can't give you an exact number of how many times I looked out. I can tell you I saw the vehicle first straight out from the front door. Then I saw it up at the flagpole, and then I saw it further up from the flagpole.
Were you studying the car at all?
No, it was quick glances.
Did you have any reason to study it?
No.
What were you expecting was going to happen?
I was expecting John and Karen to come into the house.
Did they ever make it in the house?
No, they did not.
As you were waiting, were you doing anything else in addition to waiting for them to come in?
Yes, so I was sitting at the table. Someone
No,
made
she has a
mention of
beautiful
car out front,
tan.
so I got up, went to the door, looked out, and then I would go back to the table, and where we were just all laughing, talking, playing music, just hanging out, not really thinking much about anything.
Did you ever reach out to John when you thought the car out front was the defendant's car with John in it? Did you ever reach out to him?
Yes, I did.
How did you reach out to him?
I texted him.
Do you know if there was a phone call that was made to you before 12:30? A 7-second phone call?
From John?
Yes.
I don't.
You mentioned you had spoken to him about directions. Is that the last time you heard his voice?
Yes.
When the car was out front, did you exchange text messages or were you simply texting him?
I was texting him.
Do you remember what you were texting him?
The first time I said here,
What do you mean by here? Was that
like
exclamation
here,
point?
here question mark, because that's when I saw the car.
You were wondering whether that was him?
Yes.
Did you send any other text messages that you can remember?
After I saw the car move locations, when I saw it go up to the flagpole, I said, pull behind me.
And do you remember any other communications you had with him? Was he texting you anything?
No,
Did he ever text you again that night?
he never texted me again.
Never called again?
No,
Did you continue to text him over the next 15, 20 minutes?
I did, yes.
And so at some point, did you realize that John O'Keefe and the defendant weren't coming in the house?
Yes, when the car was gone.
Did you ever go outside through the storm down to the flagpole to speak to them?
No.
Why not?
Why would I?
I was just asking. All right.
I had no reason to.
She just answered you.
So when you were in the house, at some point, did you notice that that car was gone?
Yes.
Were you marking the time or keeping track of it?
No.
After you didn't see the defendant's car anymore, did you stay?
Yes.
How long do you think you stayed for at the house?
I stayed till about around 1:30, 1:45-ish.
Did anybody else come in the house up until 1:45?
No.
Did people leave at certain times?
Yes, people did leave.
Who was the first to leave?
Brian Higgins?
Do you remember about what time he left?
I don't.
And after Mr. Higgins left, do you know who left?
I'm not I believe it was us, and then my niece Caitlin was also like at the door. It was kind of in a row. Brian left, and then a little bit later, I think it was, myself, Matt, Julie, and Sarah left. But Caitlin was at the door. I believe she was waiting for her ride.
How much longer after Mr. Higgins left did you leave?
Maybe a half. I honestly can't say. I think he was there for a while I was there. So maybe he left anywhere from 15 minutes, approximately 15, 20 minutes before I did, or maybe a little more.
You mentioned that you had left the waterfall after midnight?
Yes.
And you had phone calls with Mr. O'Keefe along the way?
Yes.
Do you know that there are phone records with your text messages and phone calls in them?
Yes.
And do you know whether your phone records reflect the time of your calls with Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
And your text messages?
Yes.
When you were texting Mr. O'Keefe, when the Lexus or the car was in front of the house, rather, was Mr. Higgins still there?
Yes.
What are some of the things that everybody did along that night before you left? What happened in there?
What happened inside the house?
Yeah.
Nothing. We basically just sat around the table, talked, laughed, listened to music, chit-chatted.
Celebratory?
Yes.
Was there ever any fighting?
No, none at all.
Any arguing?
None at all.
Any physical interaction?
No, none.
When you decided to leave that night, did you say around 1:45-ish?
Yes.
Okay. When you left around 1:45, was there any events that happened that night that would cause you unrest or excitement or your heartbeat to raise?
No.
When you decided to leave, you and your husband, where were you going to go?
We were dropping off Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson, and then we were going home.
Had you planned on dropping them off earlier in the night?
No, when we got there, Julie's brother had pulled up to pick them up, and
I won't ask you what was said because you weren't there.
Oh, okay.
At some point, did you come to an understanding that you would give them a ride home?
Yes.
Did you offer?
Yes.
Who was going to drive home between you and your husband?
Matt drove home.
When you left, I want you to describe as you step out into the driveway or the walkway. Was it the front door or side door, if you remember?
I walked out the front door.
Is the weather like it was when you first got there?
No, it's picked up.
Tell us what you mean by it's picked up.
So as I walk out, you kind of go, the walkway is to the left. So I walk down the steps, I go to the left. The snow was coming, it was cold, the wind was picking up. So I kind of just like curled up and ran to my car quick to get in.
What part of the car did you get into?
Front passenger.
Who was driving?
Matt.
And where were the other two people?
Sarah and Julie were in the back seat.
Who was in which spot?
I'm not exactly sure.
So both of the young women were in the back seat?
Yes.
Was there any conversation when you got into the car?
We got in the car and they were teasing me
Why were they teasing you?
because I had like bread and maybe peanut butter in my car.
Why did you have bread and peanut butter in your car?
I had my niece for the week, and I was dragging her like to all my kids' sporting events. So we'd go from like one game to another game to a practice. So sometimes instead of always giving her McDonald's or Dunkin' Donuts, I'd try to throw her a peanut butter sandwich.
And they were making fun of you?
Yeah.
As the car backs out of the driveway, tell us what you're doing.
I'm talking to the girls.
You just moved your head.
Yes.
Does that mean anything?
Yes.
Tell us.
They were both sitting behind me, so I was like turning and, chatting and talking.
After your husband pulls out of the driveway, do you start to drive home?
Yes.
If the house is on my right and you're driving, are you in the passenger seat closest to the house or furthest away?
Passenger seat closest.
So you're driving, if you look at a picture of the house, you would be driving from right to left?
Yes.
Okay. So as you start to drive, or your husband starts to drive the car, what direction are you looking in, if you remember?
The back seat.
Did you drive by the front of the house, do you know?
We pulled out of the driveway and went up Chapman.
Okay. And your husband and you passed by the front of the house?
Yes.
Did you pass by the flagpole?
Yes.
Were you looking at the flagpole?
No.
And how dark was it at that point?
It was dark.
Snow?
Yes.
As you're passing the flagpole, do you hear or see anything remarkable?
No, I'm not really paying attention. I'm just chatting to the girls, and Matt's just focusing on driving.
When you're talking to the girls and they're making fun of you, what's the mood in the car?
We're all laughing and joking.
Where do you go next?
We drive Julie Nagel home.
After you drop off in Snego, where do you go?
We drop off Sarah Levinson.
Is the weather constant?
Yes.
After you drop off the young woman in separate spots, where do you go?
We went home.
Can you tell us when you get home what happens next?
We go in the house, I go up to bed, Matt makes himself a snack, and then joins me upstairs.
Do you have a telephone?
Yes.
An iPhone?
Yes.
When you go to bed, do you stay up at all?
Yes.
Do you use your iPhone?
Yes, I do.
What were you doing?
I texted a few people, and then I did a couple of Google searches.
And what were the searches for?
One, my daughter had played in a basketball game earlier in the night, and it was
Wait,
a
what
very
about
good
how?
game, so I went and I read the report on it. And then my other daughter had an offer to play on a basketball team, so we had to make a decision about whether or not we were going to accept the spot. So I was just looking up that basketball club.
Other than those regular searches that one would do, was there anything remarkable about what you were searching at 2:27 that time frame?
No.
How about how long it takes
After
to die
you
in the cold?
Looking at websites for your child's sports, what did you do?
I put my phone down and went to sleep.
And up until that point, had there been any discord or fighting or arguments in your world?
No.
Peaceful night?
Yes.
Did you go to sleep, Miss McCabe?
Yes.
Did you sleep through the night?
I typically get up to go to the bathroom, so that I could have gotten up possibly to go to the bathroom.
Did anything remarkable happen in the early morning hours of January 29, 2022 that changed that peaceful mood into something else?
Yes.
Okay. I want you to share with the jury the first thing that happens that changes everything.
At 4:53, my phone rings, and I look at my caller ID. I look at the phone, and it's Kaylee,
And
John's
who's Kaylee?
niece. John's niece. And I say hello, and she said, yeah, well, basically, she relayed to me that.
Next question.
When you pick up the phone, could you hear a voice on the other end?
I heard a voice and a lot of screaming.
And the voice you heard, is that Kaylee, John's niece?
Yes,
And the screaming, was it a man or a woman screaming?
it was a woman,
How loud was that person screaming?
very loud.
Could you make out anything that person was saying as they were screaming?
My name was screamed a lot. And then the other individual ended up getting on the phone with me.
Okay. And who was that person that was screaming in the background?
Miss Reed,
How long was she screaming for while you were speaking to your niece before you spoke to her?
the entire time I was speaking to Kaylee, she was screaming.
Describe her demeanor.
Miss Reed's.
Yes.
Jen! Jen! And then she's screaming that John didn't come home. She left him at the waterfall. She was hysterical. It was very hard to follow what she was saying.
How long did that first call last for?
I'm not sure how long, maybe possibly a few minutes, but it was loud enough and long enough that my husband shot up in bed thinking one of my kids had come in the room screaming.
Without saying what your niece said, could you describe your niece's demeanor when you first spoke to her? I mean, John's niece's demeanor.
I would say Kaylee sounded concerned, uneasy.
Okay. During that phone call, other than the screaming and the screaming of your name, did the defendant give you any information other than she had dropped John off at the waterfall?
They had gotten into a fight. She had left him there, and he didn't come home.
And when you were woken up, were you in a sleep when you were woken up?
Yes, I was sound asleep.
What was your mental state like when you first woke up and got that call?
Well, I had been up late. I had taken my medication that I take for my MS, so I was definitely a bit groggy when I first woke up. So immediately I just wanted to help her. She was hysterical. Kaylee was upset. So I went into that kind of mom mode of what can I do? How can I help? So I immediately was like thinking, okay, well, if you left him at the waterfall, let me think who was still there, or, you know, how can I help you? How can we find John?
Did you have a plan when you ended that first call?
I did. I knew Chris Albert had still been at the
You see
waterfall
Karen's
when I
busy
left.
on the computer
So
again.
I thought if Karen and John had gotten into a fight, maybe Chris had walked out of the bar and
She's
they
setting
had
up a dating
switched
profile.
to the bar.
To
Thought
the
maybe
trial of her life.
It's a
they
dating
walked back
profile
to
because
Chris's
she's going to
together.
get.
So what did you do?
She's going to be free soon.
So I
to,
called Chris
you know.
Albert's wife, Julie.
Did you speak to her?
No, she never answered.
After you had a
Married
moment
lawyers
to
from
make a
LA
phone call
for
and think
100,
about
Alex.
things, did your head become any
Yep.
more clearer?
It did, and I was, reminded by my husband that we had seen Karen in John's car outside of Fairview.
When he reminded you, did you independently remember the text messages that you sent to John earlier that evening?
Immediately, I was like, oh my God, you're right.
Did you remember that you had seen what you believed to be the defendant's car in front of the house and near the flagpole?
Objection, Your Honor. Watch the form.
Okay. What did you remember? What came to mind after you spoke to your husband about your memory from earlier that evening?
The minute he said it, I remember seeing the SUV and then all the text messages that I had and the phone conversation with John.
So after the defendant spoke to you and said she had left the defendant at the waterfall and you had time to think about your memories, did you react or do anything with that?
Yes, I believe I called Kaylee back.
Why did you call Kaylee?
I didn't have Miss Reed's phone number.
When you called Kaylee back, did you speak to anybody?
Yes, I believe Kaylee and then Miss Reed.
When you first spoke to Kaylee, could you hear anything other than Kaylee?
The screaming.
Was it any different, or was it similar to the first time you spoke by phone?
Similar to the first time.
Regarding the demeanor or intensity, had it changed at all?
Not at all.
You mentioned the first time that you had that phone call, the defendant was screaming your name. Jen,
Yes.
Jen. Was she saying your name in the second call, or was it just general screaming?
I saw you guys outside of my sister's house. And then she told me she didn't remember being there. And then she went on to say, she started saying, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? I don't. And then she just was just all over the place, like screaming my name, screaming so many different things. She was hard to follow or understand.
When she was saying to you, did I hit him? Could have I hit him? Was that before or after you informed her that you had seen her out front of your sister's house?
It was after I told her that. She also informed me that she had cracked her taillight.
In that conversation, she told you that?
In one of the conversations I had with her in my bedroom, yes.
When you told her that you had seen her out front, she had said that she didn't remember that night. Was that before or after she was saying, did I hit him? Could have I hit him?
You need a
Can you
third
repeat the
break.
question? Sorry.
She was telling you about that she didn't remember that night.
Mid-afternoon, I need a hug
Was that
break.
before or after you had told her about seeing her car?
When I said I saw her at Fairview, then
Alrighty
her
then.
response was she didn't even remember going there.
Did she ever deny that she came to Mr. O'Keefe's house? I mean, to your sister's house?
No.
When she told you or said to you, did I hit him or could have I hit him or something like that, did you have any idea what she was talking about?
No, I didn't pay attention to it.
When she told you that she had cracked her taillight the night before, did that have any significance at that time to you?
No.
So in telling you these different things, did you ever piece them together at that time?
No.
What was your primary motivation at that point?
I just wanted to help her because she was hysterical. Kaylee was very upset, so I wanted to help her, and I wanted to find John.
So after she told you these things about whether she could or did hit her and the light and not remembering, did the conversation end or did it progress?
At some point, I was then going into like, okay, well, if she brought him there and left him there, where was he? Because he never came in the house, and she doesn't know where he is, so now where could he be? So I
you for the
started
hugs.
thinking
Now give Hank
there was another
twice as many.
gentleman that was supposed to meet us out at the bar who John
that?
was friends with. So I thought, okay, well, in my
They're
head, I'm
hugging
thinking maybe they
inside
got into
chat.
a fight. John got out of the car,
So
and
Hank
he
gets
connected with
twice
this
as
guy
many
because he was at a
hugs.
party on the street.
One for
What was
him,
that
one
person's
for
name?
Chief.
His name is Tom Beatty.
Did you call him?
Yes.
Did you get a chance to speak to him that night?
That morning?
Yes.
No.
Did you call around anywhere else?
I believe I called my sister, I called John, I called Tom Beatty, I called his daughter.
You called John O'Keefe's phone?
Yes.
Did he answer?
No.
Did it go right to voicemail?
I don't remember.
Did you text anybody?
I honestly don't remember if I texted. I primarily think I was just trying to call as many people as I could and try to figure out what happened.
So you had two conversations at this point with the defendant while you were still home.
Yes.
Was there any further phone calls that you had before you did something?
I'm not sure if I know I went downstairs to make coffee because my plan was to go with my husband. I said, come on, let's just go over to Tom Beatty's. Let's see. Maybe John's there. He passed out on the couch. I'm not sure if Karen called me again or not. It's a little foggy because there was so many calls and everything.
Okay. And so that morning when you're receiving calls, did something happen?
Karen showed up at my house.
How did you know Karen showed up at your house?
I could hear her screaming out front.
And about what time is this?
Approximately 5:20, 5:30. I can't be sure.
Were you worried for John at this point?
Not particularly, no.
Were you screaming?
No.
Now, at this point, this moment when you hear her outside of your house yelling, early morning hours, did you know a person by the name of Kerry Roberts?
I knew of her. I'd met her once.
Were you friends with her at that time?
No.
Had you socialized with her at that time?
No.
Had you ever seen her before with John?
Once.
Tell me about that.
Years earlier, as I said earlier, I used to take Kaylee on Friday nights, and Kerry was the one who would take Patrick on Friday nights. So we would each have the kids. And to thank us, one day John told us how he got a discount at Reebok and to get our kids' shoe sizes, and he was going to buy us all sneakers, just as a way to say thank you for helping. So we all went to the store together, and then John took Kerry and myself to the hillside for lunch.
How many years before this moment was that?
Oh, gosh. Well, I think that's when my daughter was in kindergarten or first grade, and at this point she was in 8th grade, so like 7 years.
Had you ever spent any other time with Kerry Roberts before this morning?
No.
Were you friends at that point?
No.
How would you consider your relationship with Miss Roberts on that morning when Miss Reed arrived to your home?
I had met her once, and that was the extent of it. I wouldn't say I knew her at all, beyond that one time I went out with her.
I want you to take us back now to when you first hear the defendant in your driveway yelling. When you hear that, do you hear any words, or is it general yelling?
So I hear yelling. So I was downstairs making coffee. I go to my front door and I open it, and she's screaming, "Jen, Jen!" She's screaming that 3 times, and then she was saying, "We have to go to Fairview." You know, a lot of the "could I have hit him? Did I hit him?" Just she was on repeat.
What did you do?
My husband came running down the hall and was like, "Tell her to shut up. She's going to wake up the neighbors." And then I said, "I'm just going to go with her. I'm going to go look for John." And then he yelled down saying something like, "You can't be driving around in this weather, you know, with a broken taillight."
When you saw the defendant at your front door, had the weather changed overnight?
Yes.
Was it different?
Yes, now the snow had intensified. It was almost like, it was dark outside, but it was like whiteout conditions.
How dark?
Dark, I mean, it was dark. It was like 5:30 in the morning.
What was the visibility like?
Not good.
After you meet the defendant at your door, do you let her in, or does she stay outside?
I'm not sure if I just grabbed my coffee and ran out,
Where did you
or
go?
whether she came in. So we went down my walkway. She was just kind of running all around. The driver's door was open, so I told her I was going to drive because I thought she was too hysterical to drive. In the meantime, all of a sudden there was a car at the end of my street, and there was a plow behind it.
The car that came to the end of your street, do you know where it went?
I meant the end of my driveway, I'm sorry.
When you say at the end of your driveway, did it pull into your driveway?
No, it just kind of stopped right at the base of my driveway.
Okay. How far behind your car was that car?
Not far, not too far.
Okay. Did you know who was in that car?
No.
Did you learn who was in that car?
Yes.
How did you learn who was in the car?
Because I said, "Who is that?"
Did you ask the defendant, or did you walk up?
I asked the defendant, and she told me it was Kerry Roberts.
Did you meet Kerry Roberts face-to-face in your driveway that morning?
Yes, I wouldn't say we met. It was more of a, the plow was coming, so then she was having to like move down the street, and then either Karen called her or she called Karen, but they were on the phone, Karen's phone over the car, so they started talking.
Did you get into the defendant's car?
Yes, we did. I got in the car with Miss Reed.
When you got in the car, you were in the driver's seat. Was Miss Reed in the passenger front?
Yes.
You said there was an open call. Is this something you could hear on a speaker?
Yes.
At that point, had you had a chance to go and look at the taillight of that car?
No.
Did you have any interest in the taillight at that point?
No.
There was an open call between who?
Karen and Kerry Roberts.
Can you describe what you heard in that call?
Karen was saying that she wanted to go to Fairview, and Kerry Roberts was instructing her that no, we weren't going to be going to Fairview, and she kept saying, we got to go to your sister's house, and Kerry Roberts said, no, we're not going to be driving around in this weather in 2 cars. Let's go back to John's. Let's go to Meadows. Let's go see if he's there. That was kind of the conversation. And then Karen was doing a lot of screaming, and Kerry was kind of yelling back at her to shut up.
Who was taking charge of the situation that morning?
Kerry Roberts.
Were you in charge of it?
No.
Did you weigh in or make any decisions on where you were going to go next, or were you just a listener?
I just listened. Kerry said that Kerry's kind of a take-charge person. She said, we're going to Meadows, so I said, okay, I drove to Meadows.
Now, at this point, you didn't know Kerry Roberts other
No.
than that meeting?
Yes, correct.
And you agreed to follow her?
Yes.
So tell us what happens. Take us through the drive.
She might have followed me, I'm not sure, but we drove back to Meadows, pulled into the driveway.
So you knew where Meadows was? You had been there many times for the kids?
Yes.
You think Miss Roberts may have followed you?
Yes.
What was the weather conditions as you were driving?
They were awful. It was, I was driving very slow, cautiously. It was dark. It was hard to see. It was that type where the snow is like coming at your window.
How long of a ride was it from your home to John's home?
Approximately 5-6 minutes.
Was there any other phone calls while you were in the car with Miss Roberts, or did the phone calls end?
I believe that was it.
Can you describe the defendant's demeanor on the trip from your house to John's house?
She was just screaming, yelling things. It was almost like everything she said 3 times. And she just went from one thing to the next. She was quite hysterical.
Do you remember what she was yelling about?
About going to Fairview, asking, could she have hit him? Did I hit him?
How many times did she raise the question, did I hit him? Could have I hit him?
A good amount.
Did you ever speak to her about that?
No.
At some point, did you finally get to John's home?
Yes.
When you got to John's home, who pulled in the driveway first?
I did.
Where did you pull in respect to the driveway?
I just pulled straight in next to the garage.
Did you see where Miss Roberts went?
I believe she pulled in behind me.
After you pulled into Meadows, John's home, and you stopped, what happened next?
We go into John's house.
When you went into John's house, did you all go in the same way?
Yes, we went through the garage.
And before going into John's home, did you do anything?
Before entering into the house?
Yes.
I took off my shoes.
You took off your shoes?
Yes.
Why did you do that?
Because you always had to take your shoes off at John's. He didn't want you to track. He would have yelled at me for tracking snow in his house.
Did you see if Kerry took her shoes off or not?
I believe she did.
Did you see whether the defendant took her shoes off or not?
She just walked right in.
How would you remember that?
Because I thought it was strange.
Matt G. I hope everything's okay.
What was your purpose when you went into the house? What was the number one thing that you were worried about?
We were looking for John.
Anything else on your mind when you went into his house?
Also, I knew Kaylee was there.
Now, at this point, did you have a close relationship with Kaylee?
Yes.
Do you still?
Yes.
What did you do when you went in the house? Where did you go?
I walked through the kitchen, and then I kind of peeked into the TV room. I walked through the dining room, and then before I went up the stairs, I kind of peeked into a living room. I went up to the top of the stairs. I peeked into John's room, and then I went into Kaylee's room.
Did you ever see John?
No.
Why did you go to Kaylee's room?
Because I wanted to go check on Kaylee.
Did you have a chance to speak to her?
I did, yes.
Okay. What was her demeanor at that point?
She was very, she was in the bed. She was holding on to her phone. She was terrified.
Was she screaming?
No.
Did you provide her any comfort?
Yes. I told her that I was going to go out. I told Kaylee that I was going to go out with them, and I was going to find John. And I promised her that everything would be okay.
At some point, you left Kaylee?
Yes.
Where did you go?
I went back downstairs, and then we went out to look for John.
Before you left John's house that morning, did the defendant show you anything?
Yes. When we were out in the driveway, I had thought it was when we went in, but I think it might have been when we came out. But regardless, at one point when we were in the driveway at Meadows, Karen showed myself and Kerry Roberts the cracked taillight.
Did you or Miss Roberts get close to the taillight at that point?
Yes, we walked over, and the taillight was missing pieces.
Did Miss Roberts have any comment about it?
Yes, Miss Roberts.
So she had a comment. Next question.
What was Miss Roberts' demeanor at that point?
She was frustrated with Karen, had said that, you know, had said that Karen basically was telling her to shut up. You were so drunk, you could have hit anything last night, and let's go. And I remember Carrie thinking, oh,
Well,
someone's going to get.
You what Carrie,
sorry.
we don't want to think what somebody thought.
Okay.
I want to know what you heard and what you saw.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Yeah.
All right. At some point when you were looking at the taillight with missing pieces with the defendant and Miss Roberts, did you see Miss Roberts point anything out?
Yes.
Share that with us.
She pointed a piece that was sticking out and was concerned that someone was going to catch their coat or something on it.
And during that time when the defendant is showing you the taillight with missing pieces, was she saying anything about it?
No, not that I can recall right now.
You mentioned at some point she was saying, did I or could I have hit him after you left John's house? Was that in the car or before you got in the car?
I know for a fact it was definitely in the car, was one of the times, yes.
Now, Miss Roberts' car is parked behind the defendant's car in John's driveway.
Yes.
Was there a decision made to take one or two cars?
One car.
What was the plan?
The plan was to get into Carrie's car and to go and look for John. I wanted to go thinking, let's go to Tom Beatty's, but Miss Reed was pretty adamant that we go to Fairview first.
You said that at times there was some arguing or bickering, or Miss Roberts was raising her voice to the defendant?
Yes.
Who made the decision to go to Fairview?
Ultimately, Carrie said, all right, we'll go there, almost like to shut her up.
When you got in the car, where was everybody? When you got into Kerry Roberts' car, where was everybody sitting?
Carrie was driving, I was in the front and passenger. Karen was in the back, in the middle, kind of peeking her head through between us.
I want you to take us through the ride from John's house at Meadows until you first get to Fairview. So as you pull out of, or Kerry Roberts pulls out of John's driveway, what is the mood inside that car?
I'd say it was starting to get tense because Karen was just continuously screaming. Kerry was trying to focus on driving, and Karen's behavior in the back of the car was a bit erratic.
When you say erratic, can you just give some detail what you mean by that?
Yes, she would go from sitting back to leaning up in between us, and she would yell Kerry's name 3 times. Then she would yell my name's three times, and then she would yell, "Could I hit him? Did I hit him?" Over and over again.
When she was repeating these questions or phrases that she was yelling, did you respond in any way?
I don't believe I did, no.
How about Kerry?
Kerry was telling her to shut up and to buckle up.
Was she buckled?
I don't believe so.
You began your drive from Mr. O'Keefe's home at Meadows to Fairview. Is the weather getting better?
No, it's getting worse.
Is the visibility still difficult?
It was terrible.
As you began that drive to Fairview, was there anything that you were doing on the way?
Yes, I was just kind of looking out the window intently to see if I saw anything.
What were you looking for?
I guess John, which I know it sounds crazy, but I didn't know where the hell he was.
Did you have any difficulty seeing from the car the side of the road?
Yes.
Did you see what direction Ms. Roberts was looking when she was driving?
Well, she, it was hard because she needed to focus on driving because the conditions were that bad.
Did you have a chance to see the defendant on that drive at all?
Yes.
Was she looking out the windows with you?
No, she was popping back and forth and screaming.
Was it constant screaming or did it change at all?
She would scream and then kind of sit back and she'd almost be like quiet for a minute. It was like, okay, good. And then she'd start again.
In those quiet times, do you know what, if anything, she was doing?
I didn't know what she was doing that morning, no.
How long did it take to get to Fairview?
I don't know. I'm going to assume maybe 10 minutes, like with the weather, maybe 10 minutes. I'm not, give or take approximately.
As you're approaching 34 Fairview Road, before you get there, is Fairview going to be on your left side, driver's side, or on the right side?
As we're pulling up, it's on the driver's side. Carrie's going to take a left down Fairview off of Chapman.
I want you to take us back to that morning, about 20 or 30 yards before you get to Fairview.
Mm-hmm.
You're in the car with Miss Roberts and the defendant?
Yes.
What's happening in the car?
Karen's is screaming, and at that point she had asked if John could be cheating on her and if John could be with Bella's mom.
And then what happens?
I didn't know what the hell she was talking about. I was like, what are you talking about? Why would he be with Bella's mom? And then Carrie said, well, do you think he could have walked to, there was another woman years before that John had dated who lived on the next street over to her house.
Okay. And as you approach that area before you get to the flagpole, does anything remarkable happen?
No.
Okay. What happens next?
As we're driving down the street, I just say to Carrie, because she doesn't know where my sister lives, oh, her house is just at the bottom of the street.
Visibility still difficult?
Yes, awful.
What happens next?
We continue, driving, and we're driving slowly past, the line of, I guess, bushes and the flagpole area. And all of a sudden, Karen's screaming from the back, there he is, or something to the effect of, there he is, let me out.
Did you know what she was talking about?
I had no idea.
When she was yelling that, did you look out the window?
Yeah, we had our eyes peeled out the window.
Did you see anything?
Nothing but snow.
How long was she yelling about whatever it is she was saying?
Carrie, she screamed, stop, so Carrie stopped pretty quickly. There he is. She could have kicked the door, like, let me out of here.
And when she was kicking the door, what were you doing?
I was just like, what the heck, what is going on?
What happens next?
She gets out. Carrie looks at me and said something, like she's batshit crazy.
Then what happens?
Then Carrie got out. Then I got out of the car, walked around the back of the car, and was walking like over to where I could see the girls were.
Now at that point you were in Carrie Roberts' car.
Yes.
It had its headlights on.
Yes.
Was it facing up the street of Fairview?
Well, we had come down the hill, so yes, up the street.
There was no other lighting in that area?
I do not believe so.
No fire engines or ambulances at that point?
No.
No police cars?
No.
Any street lights?
It was dark.
When you got out of the car, did you look towards the area of the flagpole?
Yes.
Could you see anything at that point?
No.
How close did you get to the area of the flagpole before you could first actually see something?
Well, I saw the shadowy figures of Carrie and Karen, and it wasn't until I got very close over to them that I saw Carrie removing the snow from John's face.
Is that the first moment you realized that that was John O'Keefe on the ground?
Yes, it was.
When you see Carrie removing the snow from John's face, what do you do?
I was frozen. I was shocked. I couldn't believe that was him just lying there.
Tell us what you're seeing.
What do I see? I see Carrie just wiping the snow off. Karen had straddled him and had lifted her shirt and his shirt and was laying on him, and Carrie was screaming at her to get off of him. And I was literally just stunned. I mean, there he was.
What did John look like when you saw him?
I couldn't see much but his face, because the rest was snow and Karen was moving over him, but he just looked like just him, but just like frozen.
What did you do?
At first, I just stood there for a minute because I couldn't believe it was him. And then Carrie Roberts and I made eye contact. And I knew, I was like, all right, I'm going to call 911. But I think I knew in that moment that John, was dead.
Did you call 911?
Yeah, I started to call 911, and Carrie and Karen were just screaming. And so I walked back towards Carrie's car, and then Carrie was also yelling at me to go to the back of the car to look for blankets and towels. So as I was calling 911, I was at the back of the car looking for the towels and the blankets to bring over to Carrie. And while I was doing that, I believe 911 answered.
Did you speak to 911?
I did, yes.
Did you get the towels and blankets that Carrie had requested?
I did, yes.
After your phone call with 911 and you had the towels and blankets, tell us what happens next.
So after I called 911, I went back over to Carrie, Karen, and John, and at that point, Carrie asked if I would take over compressions. So she got up and I started doing compressions, and Karen was doing mouth to mouth.
When you started doing compressions, were you touching John over his clothes or touching his skin?
I don't remember.
Did you at that point get a chance to touch John's body and see how it felt temperature-wise?
I just remember when I was doing the compressions, I don't really know how to explain it.
There has to have been a better way to ask that question.
I'm sorry, very
It just wasn't like normal.
What?
I don't. I can't think of how to describe the way it felt when I was trying to press down, but it was like resistance.
How long did you try to give compressions and give aid to John for?
Until the police came.
Mr. Brennan, why don't we end here?
Thank you.
All right, Ms. McKay, we need you back tomorrow. We can stay and then we can okay. Jurors, that's it for today. I have to give you those same cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. And again, please be very careful with your social media. All right, we'll see you tomorrow morning.
Jurors, right this way, please leave your notes on the chair.
Goodbye.
Let's double check that they're done. Jury done for day. Let's see if they're having motions hearings. back to the judge.
Could we close the doors, please?
May be seated.
So I know it's shifting gears, but I want to address, I said I'd hear you today on the argument on the ARCA motion. Mr. Brennan, do you need a minute, or can you argue that?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I was looking at my notebook. What issue would you like to address?
Your motion yesterday. We had the motion, and I told you that I would hear you on argument, and it's very brief. 10 minutes, please.
Your Honor, before we begin, my client needed to use the restroom.
Oh, I didn't notice she wasn't here.
Yes, if
Okay,
you could just have 5 minutes, she'll be right back.
sure. All right,
Thank
5 minutes.
All right, please.
Okay, so we've got Lieutenant Fan for 5 minutes while Karen Reed's on the toilet. Anything to comment on that one, Hank? Other than she'll be mortified knowing that everyone's waiting for her to finish in the bathroom.
What was that?
They are taking a break because
Hey
Karen
there, Karen
Reed's
Reed, trial
on the
watchers.
toilet.
You know what a lot of the trials we cover remind me of? That the world...
Yeah. So other than being mortified that the entire world is waiting for her to finish peeing or whatever, after Karen gets out of the bathroom, they will be hearing the motions on the ARCA witnesses from yesterday. For those who follow the Lane Myers case, I just released documents from the 21st. Myers' handwritten notes, his response to the state's motion, or the state's response to Parvin's motion to dismiss. I haven't read through it all the way yet, but it's Lane Myers unfiltered. And this is an example of what's to come, as Myers is now his own attorney and will probably be submitting motions handwritten from jail. So if you want an example of things to come, I posted it over in our Lane Myers area on my Discord. I also posted it in Merb's Discord server under curated documents. Either way, it's the same document, and there's no, I didn't watermark them. Please feel free to distribute. We are funded by you guys, so we're using your funds to pay for this. And since they're your documents, I don't give a crap what you do with them. You can print out 1,000 copies for all I care. Just make sure people get them. You know, information's information, and we are not in control of it.
Maybe we can give them to Karen Reed so she can hurry up and pinch one off and clean up and get out of there.
Yeah. I don't know. They lost me today. I just checked out. I think it was having an actual lunch. I think after I ate the pizza, I just was gone. Yes, person. Journalism in crisis. Wait till you hear the next one I have pants read. It's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. Yeah. I know Merb put out a 30-minute video of his thoughts on yesterday, as he subjected himself to the reluctant prophets coverage of the hearing yesterday and said that the people were scary in the side chat. Yeah, Matt G, it's just, I don't know. This is the most important witness of all. The last two have been the most important witnesses of the trial so far, yet we've lost the will to live, or at least live in this world, of Karen Reed.
What happened? What happened? What happened? What happened?
Jury dismissed for the day. They went to listen to the motions for the ARCA, whatever. And Karen Reed's in the toilet. So we're all waiting for her to finish and flush twice or whatever so they can have the ARCA motion.
It's been long enough. She's pooping.
Yeah, they literally announced to the court that, my client had to use the bathroom. Can we have 5 minutes? So,
What happened to wasn't there an ex-juror that was trying to get on the defense team?
yeah, I don't know what happened with that.
She's in the
Yeah.
courtroom,
Is
but
she?
she's the one with the gigantic eyelashes sitting behind Karen Reed's family and the duck lips.
Lord.
But I never heard if there was a motion for her to join, and I never heard the outcome of that. Because, of course, she needs, another attorney.
Yeah. Well, we were talking about just being checked out today, even though these are the two most important witnesses of the trial so far. And I just have applause. I ate too much at lunch.
Whose fault is that? Is that my fault?
No, it's nobody's fault.
It's your fault.
Might be Phil's fault for leaving us day-old sidebars.
Yep.
And the other thing is we posted Lane Meyer's most recent handwritten motion to the court. So if you want to see an example of what's in store for us with Lane Meyer's Unfiltered, handwritten,
oh boy,
it's posted over in the Lane Meyer's area on our server and on MERB server in the curated documents area.
Okay. I'll gander. I'll look at it.
We're also gonna be back with you tonight at 8 o'clock Eastern, where we'll be discussing Karen Reed pooping, what happened on this case, and having the semi and quarterfinals of the Torture Gym tournament. You guys got a freebie today as Long John Silver's was added to the list that I can't have for the next 2 years as they tore down our Long John Silver's. It's apparently being rebuilt.
Travesty.
And weird because it was my father's favorite restaurant, so.
Well, he took it with him.
Yeah.
Just like I put my dad's Costco card in his suit when they buried him. It's like, Dad, you're going to need this.
Yeah.
You're going to need this.
And we are back from the pooping.
See okay.
Sorry, let me hit
ask the court to preclude the ARCA witnesses from testifying both about any new testing and any new opinions, and secondly, from testifying about their original opinions turned over in a report prior to last year's trial. To be brief, what we learned or confirmed is that we do not have all of the discovery of communications. There was a court order for the ARCA witnesses to provide Your Honor with all of their information, phone records, text messages, communications about this case. Instead of providing their information to the court, they instead chose to send it to the defense, and then it was summarized and provided by the defense to the court and to the Commonwealth. It appears to me that is not in compliance with the court's order. What we learned during the hearing yesterday is that Dr. Wolf admittedly destroyed over 100 text messages. Now, he mentioned that he changed phone carriers, but then later admitted that he actually intentionally, for no apparent reason, destroyed the text messages in this case. And so what is left for Your Honor to look at is a summary of phone records from the defense and ARCA's information that is passed through the defense to the court. You do not have the text messages. You do not have the content of the text messages. There is no summary of the conversations, dozens and dozens of calls between the defense and the experts. It is difficult to believe that all of those text messages and all of those phone conversations dealt with simply logistics. In fact, we later learned during the questioning of Dr. Renschler, there is much more involved than simply logistics. But to get back to Dr. Wolf, he did not disclose to the court that he was communicating and having conversations on Signal. How odd. An expert using Signal. Never used it before. Dr. Renschler said would not use Signal, never use Signal. But Signal, as we know, is an application that does not create a record of communications. Dr. Wolf maintained on his direct that everything he did was logistics, even when we showed him the direct examinations with comments that asked for input from the defense to questions in a way that would be advantageous to the defense and to thwart the Commonwealth. Dr. Wolf actually still continued to testify that that was simply procedure and logistics, never admitting the fact that there was, in fact, conversations or information exchange about bettering the presentation for the defense. Inevitably, I asked him about the sequestration order and how evasive he was. You simply have to compare him to Dr. Rensselaer, who was quite candid. An hour or 45 minutes with Dr. Wolf, difficult getting a straight answer. Dr. Rensselaer told us more in 5 minutes than Dr. Wolf told us his entire examination. And what we unfortunately learned is that during the trial, when this court had a sequestration order, information was being passed to the experts about witness testimony, in this case, unknown to the Commonwealth, unknown to the court, information, particular information, not general information, witness testimony, issues in the case. We have no idea who is deciding or identifying the issues and who the advantage is given to in describing those issues. But that is witnesses being prepped through an intermediary. So we know the Department of Justice, at least, is violating the order, helping the witnesses along, and then they testify unbeknownst to the Commonwealth that they have this information, but obviously is reflected in the testimony. In addition, I provided some clips to Your Honor for review.
Yes, do you want me to mark these as an exhibit?
I do.
Okay, so this was an exhibit from yesterday. I did have the opportunity to look at them.
I suggest that the relationship was not resigned to mere logistics. And so from that subterfuge, what we stand with today is that we know that the witnesses were well prepared. We know that there was not true independence. And what we know is that they are refusing to provide the necessary information to support their original opinions that they gave at the first trial. They cited that it was a protective order. Perhaps it is. That had nothing to do with the issue. By calling the ARCA witnesses as their witnesses, they then have the obligation to comply with Rule 14. Unlike the first trial, where the Commonwealth had no ability to do any testing, review, vet the reliability of the information, properly prepare for cross-examination, this trial, that should not occur. Just because it happened last trial and the Commonwealth was disadvantaged does not mean it should happen this trial. And that is precisely why I began moving for discovery in this case early on. Inevitably, if these witnesses cannot provide information because it's under a protective order, it may not be the defendant's fault in its inception, but it is their problem and difficulty because they chose to hire the ARCA witnesses. They could have chosen any witnesses they want. Rule 14 is not obviated because they made a strategic decision to call the ARCA witnesses. So now going into this trial, even Dr. Rensselaer admitted that an expert should have time, in their opinion, a month or more, to review the raw materials. It's not enough simply to have a report, as Attorney Alisi preached during his argument. We should have the opportunity to go through the raw data, the history, the videos, determine whether there's any failed testing. We don't have that benefit. And so my position has changed, that those early opinions should not come in because we have no ability to fairly cross-examine. As for the new opinions, the report may not be done until May 7th. We are in the middle of trial. Concedingly by the defense, or at least their witnesses, it takes a month to go through the discovery. When I filed my motion on the eve of trial that we would be unable to prepare or we would want a continuance in this case, I appreciate why this case wasn't continued. But I knew, given our scheduling, our experts will not be able to look at this material. Our expert is away until after the first week of May. He is going to be testifying shortly after. He will have no ability to digest this enormous amount of materials, vet whether it's accurate or not, conduct tests to combat it if he thinks that it's inaccurate or unfair. And so the discovery violations, regardless of the state of mind, are upon the defendant. There is no exception that you used ARCA witnesses. There is no exception that you hired somebody that used to be under a federal protective order. They chose them, and I would suggest it seems strategically. When we noticed we'd have new experts in October, the defense from past experience, and probably other experience, but we know from this case, knows the process. They would have to file a TUI letter and wait for a response. And yet they waited until February to seek permission, which then extended their permission past February into March, and then they didn't even start the review until late March. And so it's fundamentally unfair. We should not be placed in a position of cross-examining experts without the fair ability, as any participant, defendant, Commonwealth, any participant would have in a case, to consider and then to rebut. And so for that reason, I ask you to exclude both the new opinions and new testing, and also to exclude the earlier opinions that we will never, at this point, receive the proper discovery with to prepare.
All right, thank you. Mr. Lassie, I only have one question for you. So would you stand, please? You're arguing this, right? This was your motion. So my question is, how do I reconcile the fact that 100 text messages were deleted by counsel? And we heard yesterday counsel's preferred method of dealing with Dr. Wolf was via Signal. How do we reconcile that with the Massachusetts Rules of Professional Conduct 1.15? I don't see how you reconcile that, where all correspondence related to the matter, whether in physical or electronic form, must be saved for 10 years minimum. How do you reconcile that? How do I reconcile that?
I'm going to, should I go to the podium?
Right there, and I expect a short answer.
The short answer, Your Honor, is the rule that you're citing has absolutely no applicability to this proceeding for this. Can I finish my answer, Your Honor?
Right ahead.
Has no applicability.
Oh boy,
that
here we
rule
go.
is intended to be between an attorney and the client. The court has no jurisdiction to enforce that rule.
I agree. I agree. That's a different body, but I'm asking you how I reconcile that when I'm trying to figure this out. Mr. Lessie, you know what? You're going to win this, so why don't you just let me make my ruling, okay? So I understand there have been repeated violations of the reciprocal discovery orders and my orders, repeated and deliberate. But, and Mr. Brennan, I understand completely the Commonwealth's argument, completely the ambush that has been set upon here. However, a defendant's right to a fair trial is paramount to everything. So I'm going to allow the ARCA witnesses to testify.
Crap.
I am going to allow what I expect to be a very robust cross-examination.
What the fuck?
And I'm going to allow them to testify to everything that they said up until yesterday. So you'll get the report May 7th. And I know that's late. And if you need anything as a result of that being late, I'll hear you on whatever motion you have. But that's where we stand. And I expect counsel to comply with all rulings and rules of the court and all rules of professional conduct, and no more nonsense. Let's just try this case. All right, that's it. I'll see you tomorrow.
All rise in the court, please.
That was bullshit.
Yeah.
I realize that we're giving, she was erring on the side of caution, but they basically told her to fuck off so many times, excuse my French, folks, and she just let them get away with it. I know it's to prevent them from trying to appeal this, but what the actual
Hey there,
F?
Karen trial watchers. You know what a lot of the trials we cover.
They should have received sanctions for the bullshit because.
Yeah, something.
Yeah.
Some sort of punishment for this absolute doggy do. Sorry, kiddo around. Yeah. You're gonna win this, so you don't even have to put on defense of it. What happens when they find out that Jackson's been using Signal with everybody else? Or he's been deleting more text messages? Or whatever.
Yeah. Makes you wonder.
Folks, we're going to wrap up here. We'll be back with you at 8 o'clock Eastern tonight. Judy read through the Lane Myers the motion. She says it's scary. It's a scary version of his, or vision into his mind. So if you want to take a look, take a look. But I'm gonna just skip this one till tonight. I don't need Lane Myers on top of this BS that we just saw. Any last words, Hank, before we get out of here? And I'm sorry, Gia. I just saw you backstage. I apologize, Gia.
No, I muted myself. Okay, bye everybody.
Okay, let's get out of here. I'll see you later.